Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome. This is a live stream. We're here. We're covering the general elections, but we're focusing not on the BBC kind of coverage that you usually expect from the mainstream media. We're focusing on the Gaza issue, on the Muslim vote, on pro-Palestine candidates who we all hope, as they step up around the country, hoping to punish the Labour Party, punish the Conservatives, punish whoever else has taken an immoral stance towards Gaza. We're going to be watching them and hoping for the best possible outcome, which are some fantastic Muslim independents and others standing up across the country, trying to punish these mainstream parties and get some proper representation for Muslims and for Gaza in Westminster. I will finally introduce the other guests into the show.
Yeah,
well, they're not guests, actually. They're colleagues of mine.
Robert, everyone is saying that it's actually your mic, which is worse than Dilly's and mine. They can hear you, but your mic's not great. Jamal, is there anything you can do about that? Maybe Dilly and me can speak, and Robert can. Can you change his mic or something like that, or?
You just carry on, inshallah.
Inshallah.
The one person that everyone's tuned in for, and they can't hear him. So I guess the intro might have to go to
Robert's sound is normal. Someone is just playing with you guys. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll pass it on to Roshan. Whether you can hear me or not, my hands are waving a lot, so something's going on. I should learn some sign language.
Should we have a look at the exit poll, shall I?
Yeah, so I'll pass it on to Roshan. Roshan and Dilly, you've joined me here. Thank you very much for coming. It's good to have you on my show. This is all about me. No one can hear me anyway, so let's move on to Roshan. Roshan, what are the exit polls saying?
Well, should we flash it up on screen? Maybe Dilly and me can just discuss this. So it's saying there is going to be a Labour majority. This is about an hour ago. So we won't dwell on it too much because I'm guessing a lot of the brothers and sisters have seen it. Labour, 410 seats. Conservatives, 131. Lib Dems, 61. So they're up a lot. Reform, Nigel Farage and his Islamophobic mob, up to 13 seats. The SNP destroyed basically in Scotland, down from about 55 seats to 10 seats. Plaid Cymru in Wales, my heartland, up a couple of seats. The Greens, up 1 seat. And intriguingly, 19 other seats. I'm hoping and praying that a few of those seats could be Muslim vote back seats. What do you make of it, Dilly?
I mean, I thought Labour would have got more of a majority. I was expecting more than that, but these are just exit polls. But it doesn't go against what the polls have been indicating for the last couple of weeks. The independence number 19, that's of course could be Workers' Party as well.
Yeah.
So that should be interesting. I was definitely not expecting 19 independents, but again, it could be a mixed match of all sorts. Reform, that's surprising. You surprised by that, 13?
No, not really, because I think a lot of racist Islamophobic people in this country. We know that from our Twitter feeds, right?
True.
And the people that harass us. I mean, I think the Labour vote, all right, it's a landslide for Labour, but it's not a positive vote for Labour.
No.
It's a negative vote against the Conservatives.
Sure.
Because no one can get excited about Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. No. It's literally 10 years or 14 years indictment of Conservative rule. The Lib Dems, they were destroyed under Nick Clegg, but now they're recovered under this Ed Davey guy. Reform, obviously, that's the Islamophobic racist vote. Basically, Nigel Farage is an agent of Keir Starmer, as far as I'm concerned, because he has split the Conservative vote. SNP, obviously, I think the Hamza Yousaf period was a disaster. They should never have chosen him as leader.
I mean, some of our viewers who may not be privy to UK politics, why has SNP taken such a battering?
Because they've had a series of scandals, since Nicola Sturgeon left office, financial scandals. They had a very bad period under Hamza Yousaf as the Prime Minister or the First Minister of Scotland for about a year. He was incompetent. And there's a racist vote as well in Scotland as well that didn't like him being First Minister. But also they've dilly-dallied over the notion of independence. And also they've been attacked relentlessly by the mainstream media, which wants the UK to remain united and sees the Scottish independence threat as an existential threat to the UK. So I think all those factors. Plaid Cymru in Wales, we won't say too much about that. It's Independence Party, basically.
Yeah. There's
a very small minority, about 20% of the Welsh population, that wants independence like the Scottish people do. Green, well, I don't know much about the Green Party, but that's what I'm intrigued by. 19 other seats.
Absolutely. Because if you look at those 19 seats, I mean, let's just assume, let's have some husn al-dhan, let's think optimistically, even if out of that 19, half of them are pro-Palestine candidates, that actually managed to unseat Labour very likely, that would be a massive result, to be honest. Because I know in private conversations, our expectations, as much as we want to be optimistic, was much fewer and lower than that, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, 19 is a big number.
Yeah, but I don't think that's all going to be 19 Muslim vote.
No, of course not. But I'm saying that
Who
even
knows?
if half,
It could be like Labour and the Tories in the same constituency.
Yeah.
And it's a toss-up between one or the other. I'm not sure. But I mean, what are you expecting tonight?
A Labour landslide. And
No. In terms of the Muslim vote,
there's 5 constituencies that I've got my close eyes on. Right. Let's put Corbyn aside. Let's put Galloway aside. All eyes is on Birmingham. Let's be honest about it. Right. We've got Ahmed Yakub, who could potentially unseat a impeding cabinet minister in Shabana Mahmood. That would be a massive political earthquake. We got Jodie McIntyre in Yardley, potentially can unseat Just Fan. These are realistic chances here, not just optimistic or social media savvy campaigns. So the 2 seats in Birmingham for me, Yardley and Ladywood. We've got Leanne Mohammed in Ilford North. Got Chris Williamson in Derby South.
do you think he stands a chance?
Yeah, this is a man who has a massive. I mean, he was the two-term MP for Derby North. I recently went to his rally event. Had a massive support. His main opposition is Reform. It's not Labour.
Right.
So I found that quite surprising because Derby has 6 Reform councillors. So those are the 4 or 5 seats I'm looking at. It's really all eyes on Birmingham, to be honest. But those big Muslim sizable constituencies where we should have had some optimism, sadly have let us down for whatever reason. I'm sure we'll discuss that.
We'll discuss that later, yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Robert Carter reporting in live from 5 Pillars. Can everyone hear me?
You're back, yeah?
Let's see. Brothers and sisters, comment right now can you hear me? Houston, can you hear me? I'm speaking to you live.
Because if you can't, we will send Robert home.
Camera.
Can you hear Robert, brothers and sisters?
Okay, still a bit low. All right. So I'm working. We can hear. Yes. Robert Carter is back. Brothers and sisters, Robert Carter is here, talking to you live from the studio. This show was meant to be all about me. I don't know. Maybe Dilly's at work here. He's ruining my mic. So he's made it all about him. Look, Dilly, this ain't your podcast.
No, it's not. Definitely isn't. No, you are.
Yeah. Let's get
cracking. Labour and the Zionists have messed up our show.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But there you go. This first question of the show. Who has ruined my mic? Who's to blame? Is it the technician? Is it Dilly? Is it the Zionists? You tell me and we'll discuss it in the show. I'm going to just get myself ready. So, carry on.
Yeah,
sorry. You continue the serious conversation.
What I would say, Dilly, is that I think we should dampen expectations a little bit. Like all the polls that I've been doing, informal polls on 5 Pillars the last few days, everyone's expecting like 10 or more seats for the Muslim vote. That's not realistic.
Okay, when we say the Muslim vote, are we talking about pro-Palestine candidates?
Yes, backed by in areas where there's a high Muslim concentration.
So that could also include Workers' Party or non.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or non-Muslim.
So Galloway, we shouldn't put him aside. That is a Muslim vote win.
Okay.
Galloway depends entirely on Muslims to be an MP.
In Rochdale, yeah, most certainly. So we've got Andrew Feinstein. He'd fall into that category as well.
A little bit less because in his constituency, it's about 10% Muslims. So even Corbyn, if Corbyn wins, yes, there is a small Muslim minority, like 10% again, but it will be more of a lefty win than a Muslim win, I think.
Okay.
But Galloway, 100% Muslim win.
But that could be a massive political upset. I mean, imagine Andrew Feinstein unseat. I mean, it's unlikely as much as we want him
I don't think it'll happen.
But if he does, wow, that would be crazy.
An anti-Zionist Jew who served Nelson Mandela taking on a Zionist non-Jew, Keir Starmer, and beating him. The leader, possibly the next prime minister.
I don't even
know what the procedure would be if Keir Starmer,
Angela Rayner becomes prime minister.
Really? So like,
yeah.
Lose.
That's even worse than Starmer.
Exactly.
I'm rooting for Starmer.
Shall we? I mean, look, you have to be correct. You know, in terms of managing expectations, and we can speak frankly now because it's a live stream.
Yes, we can.
Let's be honest with our viewers, right? People have messaged me throughout the last couple of weeks and said, "Look, is it really are we going to really shake the political system and get dozens of pro-Palestine candidates? Because many of them are standing." But I think realistically speaking, this is the formative inception of something which appears to be somewhat organized in grassroots. To tell people that we're going to have dozens of pro-Palestine candidates, I think would be dishonest. but we focus on certain constituencies where perhaps we can see a significant swing and an unseating of Labour. I think the reason why there has been a focus on the Muslim vote this time round is because of Gaza. I mean, let's not just focus on that. Yeah, primarily, I know the Muslim vote strategy. I mean, we also need to differentiate between the Muslim vote national strategy and when we generically speak about the Muslim bloc vote. So in that regard, Gaza takes center seat in that. And whilst the Muslim vote national strategy said it's not the only issue, but it's the main issue, I think for many people, it probably is the only issue. For many Muslims, it will be the only issue, right? Especially in constituencies where they have a Labour MP who either voted against the ceasefire or abstained, and there happens to be a significant Muslim population in there. And there's about 15 to 20 constituencies. But sadly, out of those 15, 20 constituencies, I think only 3 to 5 perhaps have held it down in terms of actually getting behind one pro-Palestine candidate. In the other, sadly, in the other 15 constituencies or so, you see independents, multiple independents going against the Workers' Party. So look, for my part, I don't want viewers and listeners to think that we have, kind of overplayed or buffed up or flexed the Muslim bloc vote more than it is in reality. We have to also be just in that if Labour has been deeply embedded in our communities for 40 years, 50 years, we're not going to move away from them over one general election.
Yeah,
but you shared a YouGov poll where Bangladeshis and Pakistanis are estimated to about 55% or 50% to vote Labour, and that's compared to 88% or 81% British Muslims who voted for Labour in 2019. So even a 20 to 30% dip is a significant dip. It may not be the dip that we want, but it is a dip.
It's a stepping stone, isn't it? I mean, you mentioned about the vote split issue, and I think that because we're in such unprecedented territory, there are a lot of issues that have sprung up, which we're going to have to learn from. These are issues which we're going to have to build on if we want to keep this momentum going into future general elections. Vote splitting has been a massive one. I mean, there are some constituencies that I've seen. Blackburn's been the most famous, but actually there are worse splits. There are ones with 4 or 5 candidates all saying, well, we're the pro-Palestine candidate, and they're all refusing to step down. They're all even refusing to speak or even negotiate on the prospect of uniting the pro-Palestine vote. I mean, that is a total joke, quite frankly. But again, we can't expect miracles in this general election. That's not what we're dealing with here. So I think you're absolutely right. But I think in a way we've already kind of won, to be honest with you.
You think so?
The fact is that we have pressured these parties to just seeing Labour Party sweat and panic like they have done, I think is a win in itself. But also I think just starting this Muslim vote movement in a very serious way, which we've shown, like for example with Rochdale by-election, we've already shown it's a force to be reckoned with, and Muslims in this country are not a joke anymore. We have issues, there's no doubt about that, but people are seriously scared. They're worried. We have power now in the community, which I haven't seen before.
You sound very optimistic, Robert.
I think right now,
we need a bit of balance.
Well, I think if we come out of tonight with 2 seats from the Muslim vote, I think that's a win. I think if
Massive
just
win.
2 seats I'm talking about,
Massive
and I think that might be realistic, brothers and sisters. Also, if we come, all right, which two? I would say Galloway and Rochdale sounds a good chance, and I would say one of the Birmingham seats. Ladywood, Ahmed Yakub, Yardley, Jodie McIntyre, and also where Ayub Khan is standing. I can't remember what seat that was. That's Birmingham, Perry Barr against Khalid Mahmood. So one of those. And also if we come second in many other areas and send a message out, and also if we manage to decimate the Labour vote from 86% of Muslims in the last election to between 40 and 50%. If we can manage those 3 things, then I think we come out with a win. We have a narrative. We have something to build on. The worst case scenario, of course, is if we come out with no wins tonight whatsoever. Then I'm afraid we're going to look a bit of a laughing stock. And also, if areas such as Blackburn and Tower Hamlets, Bethnal Green, where there is a high concentration of Muslims, if they return Labour MPs, I'm afraid, Dilly, it's an indictment on the Muslims of those areas.
Well,
that's very harsh.
You said,
isn't it?
No.
Well, what is it then?
No, even if we don't get any MPs in, it's not a humiliating defeat, as you mentioned.
Isn't it?
I forget you. No, it's not. It's not. We could see hundreds of thousands.
That's the headline, isn't it? Muslim vote gets no votes.
Well,
or no wins.
I mean, we could hope for a hung parliament. You know, it's like there's literally the sky's the limit with this thing. It's very unprecedented. But the fact is, even if we get hundreds of thousands of Muslims across the country to vote on this one issue in a certain way, I mean that sends sends alarm bells in the establishment.
If we get 1 million votes and no seats, that means that the electoral system, the voting system, is messed up. You know.
On that note, a dear brother of ours, he messaged saying, "You guys have focused a lot on elections." I'm paraphrasing. You guys have focused a lot on the elections, but you've not actually spoken much about how the actual system is rigged.
Oh yeah, we will be in this show.
All right. Well, I'll be honest, brothers and sisters. I don't believe in parliamentary democracy. I don't believe in it. I think it's completely rigged against us. I think we cannot improve the lot of Muslims in this country through Western parliamentary democracy. And I'm afraid if you believe that, then you're deluding yourselves and you don't know how Britain works. Yeah. It is not set up. It's all corporate lobby groups that control the people in Parliament.
That also applies to the general masses as well, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
The poor average white Brit, it applies to you as well. If you think you're going to be making earthquakes, political earthquakes, the system ain't designed for that.
But the reason why, but I still don't, our mutual friend, I still don't agree with him, because the reason why 5 Pillars has been on board with the Muslim Vote campaign is because we want to send a message out about Gaza, a PR message. We also want to cause a bit of disruption to the system, you know, and as a short-term tactic, there is nothing wrong with what we're doing. What we're doing is not haram, okay? So, you know, we have religious backing, we have a Shura Council, so we're acting within the confines of Islam, the red lines of Islam. Right. We're causing some short-term tactical disruption to the system, but we have no delusions that the future of Muslims in this country, it's all about building an independent Muslim community, which relies on nobody, absolutely nobody.
Like the Jewish community.
Getting calls already. It looks
like the Jewish community.
People disagreeing with you, I think, trying to get into the show. But I agree with you. I think that this is a system which is rigged against us. You know, we're never going to beat it. You know, it's designed for us to lose. But it's all about throwing a spanner in the works and upsetting the status quo as best we can.
That's for sure.
I mean, I genuinely think that there are some areas where maybe the best thing Muslims can do is to just back nobody, just to scupper your vote.
I didn't vote today.
Do you know
in my area, there's no one to vote for.
Well, there you
I
go.
didn't vote. I would have voted if there was someone to vote for.
Upsetting
Did you vote, Robert?
Well, I
reform. You voted reform. Back to his roots.
Nigel Farage is my guy, man. He's speaking up for my people. But I just basically, again, my area was really bad. So I don't think even anyone in my area is going to win. Do you know what I mean? So
a Muslim in Cornwall, where it's like a safe Conservative seat or Reform seat or Labour seat or somewhere in in the sticks, there's no obligation for you to vote. You know?
Did you vote?
Huh?
Did you vote?
No comment.
Oh wow. Okay, so.
So basically, we're back in the Muslim vote. None of us voted.
Basically, I just don't want to reveal.
I did mark the ballot paper.
Free Palestine.
Oh, okay, nice.
No, that's what I'm going to say. I did mark the ballot paper.
Nice.
I got sent so many of these spoiled ballots, Free Palestine spoiled ballots, but I googled it. Apparently, it's illegal to do that. It's illegal to take a photo inside a polling booth. And if you put it all over social media, you get in trouble for it. So that's why I didn't.
I've seen some people do that, you know.
Yeah, well, but
I won't say who. But probably do that.
Yeah. Can we just get this bit out of the way? You know, we have a constituency of brothers and sisters and supporters who are anti-voting, right? You know, and I'm talking about the spectrum of brothers and sisters. We're not talking about how big or small they are, but a constituency that still believe voting is haram. The system is actually rigged against you. This is an uphill struggle that you're just going to continue rolling down. And I think Zahir Mahmood, in his recent fiery, passionate speech, he actually dedicated just a line or two to that camp, saying, if you guys believe that and follow that, then alhamdulillah, we're not here to argue with you. But nor do I want people to think that we've been giving people false promises and hopes and dreams. I mean, we've just been following, in terms of interviews and reports, a trending story that has been on the national agenda, and more so because of what's been happening in Gaza. And I think we owe this to our readers and viewers in the community in the UK, that irrespective of where we stand on the position of parliamentary voting, whether it's halal or haram, or there's a specific instance where it's required you to do it and so forth, I think we just had to follow the news.
Yes.
And quite frankly, if the likes of BBC and Sky News and GB News can pick up the Muslim vote and the threat of the Muslim vote, then we'd be doing a disservice to our community and our readers and viewers if we didn't follow the story and the big stories.
Absolutely.
And if those candidates on the screen there and others that we've spoken to, if they couldn't rely on us, then who could they rely on? So I think we owe that to our community and our viewers and listeners. So that's that anti-vote stuff out of the way.
We've got 1,317 people watching live. Alhamdulillah, that's good numbers.
That's good numbers.
We can get more. I am
Loads
trying to
of comments coming in, by the way.
I am trying to monitor your comments. They're coming in so thick and fast that I'm struggling to actually put them up. But I'll do that. I want to say one thing, and then I'll monitor some comments and let you guys talk.
Fine.
I would go as far just to appease our mutual friends who think that we've sold out a little bit by backing the Muslim vote and going on about parliamentary democracy. I would go as far as to say that a Muslim with high iman, high belief, and a high level of practice should not become an MP because the world of politics is dirty. They will have people constantly doing wiswas in their ears, and being asked to compromise, being asked to contravene Islamic red lines. So if you are a practicing, believing Muslim that wants to, is committed to your faith, do not become an MP, do not become a councillor, stay in the background, So that's all I want to say.
Yeah, there's things we're going to discuss tonight again, which will bring me into line with that thinking. Because before this general election, I was at the position where I just didn't want to vote because I just thought it was a waste of time.
So apathy or religious reasons. So I didn't vote for religious reasons.
Well,
for most of my life, I didn't vote.
Yeah, I was coming into both, but even the religious argument as well. I was just thinking, no, they make sense. The brothers who have that position, because it's just like, what is the point? So you may as well just fall in line there. But I just thought on this occasion it was unique. I mean, there's so many brothers and sisters here who are genuinely good, I think, and I've met and interviewed so many of them. These are like, we have an opportunity here not just to defend Gaza in Westminster and to take on the Zionist hold on Westminster, but also we have an opportunity here to maybe, even just for a time, get a legitimate bit of Muslim representation in here, which we do not have. Muslims in this country have no proper representation in Westminster. They never have. All of these Labour Muslim MPs and establishment Muslim MPs, they do not represent Muslims good and proper in this country.
What about the handful? What about the handful of?
Maybe can you imagine Shakil Afzar or Ahmed Yakub or someone like that in Westminster?
It'd be wild.
They'd be wild. They were upset with George Galloway going in, and the guy's a Catholic. Do you know what I'm saying? The guy's a Catholic.
You've been really busy, haven't you?
Imagine if there's an actual Muslim in Westminster for once. Do you know what I mean? Who's going to speak up for the honour of the Prophet, condemn Quran desecrations, take on the far right, who's going to defend Muslims properly on all issues, including the rainbow mafia and all these types of things. Speak up for that. Take them on for once.
You've been really busy, haven't you, Robert?
I have.
So how many of those candidates have you spoken to in the last couple of weeks or month?
Oh, 1, 2, 3. I've spoken to probably like 80% of the people on that list.
Anyone stand out besides the obvious? Put in Galloway aside and Ahmed Yakub aside and Lian Mohammed aside and Jody aside, because those four have been
aside as well.
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. I mean, we'll get to Jody because he's unique, and I think he deserves a segment in and of himself.
Yeah.
But I think those first four, Lian Mohammed, Jody McIntyre, Ahmed Yakub, and Galloway, they've kind of been seen as somewhat of the favourites in terms of likely constituency. So we've got Rochdale, Birmingham Ladywood, Birmingham Yardley, and Ilford North.
Yes, absolutely.
Then we've got Chris Williamson in Derby South. Now, Chris Williamson was a former Labour MP, considered the right-hand man or the most loyal friend of Jeremy Corbyn, was purged out, a sacrificial lamb to the Israeli lobby. But he was a two-time MP for Derby North, now running in Derby South.
A big voice calling out Zionism.
Definitely.
He's unapologetic. He's called it out from day one, and he's taken many hits for it. His political career, took a real hit for it, and he's still unapologetic to this day.
And his main opposition, actually, in Derby South is Reform, not Labour. So we're the six Reform councillors. Then we got Ayub Khan in Perry Bar.
Yeah.
Will Khalid Mahmood, the Zionist, actually be unseated? The very fact that this guy comes in and gets voted in election after election is such a huge stint. This is a guy who sat as an on the advisory board of Henry Jackson Society. You know, has literally attacked the core normative beliefs and values of Islam.
Yeah,
I don't know how this guy comes in.
Ayub Khan was very confident about unseating him when I spoke to him, and he said basically, if he doesn't win, that means everyone he spoke to on the doorstep liked him. But I think we have to answer this question. Salam, please, can you confirm who 5 Pillars backed in Blackburn? Before we get on to calling some of the candidates, I think we should talk a little bit about Blackburn.
Can we get to Blackburn in a bit? Because Blackburn's going to take a lot of time.
We are.
You're cracking up because you know it's going to take a lot of time.
It won't be long till 12 o'clock and results are going to start.
Can we quickly just go through the...
We should. If you want my favourites, my endorsements in this general election.
But we want them all to do well.
Absolutely.
We want them all to do well.
They've all done very, very well. But in terms of people I met and interviewed, stories I covered that are unique, that deserve a special shout out from my perspective, Aroma Hassan, the next on the list, the sister who's standing up against Angela Rayner in the Greater Manchester area, Ashton Underline.
Yep.
She's a very nice, fantastic person who hasn't been in politics before. She's very big on tackling prevent and all of these other issues which the Labour Party have disappointed us for so many years. So she's someone who I like because she's not from politics. She's stepped up on issues which she's passionate about. And again, she's run a very, very good united campaign. She's achieved the consensus of the community. She deserves a real shout out. Shakil Afsar. He is a very unique character who's a bit of a Marmite character as well. A lot of people like him. Some people don't like him as well. He's
in a split vote constituency.
He's in a split vote constituency. But let me just say this one thing about Shakil. Okay, I've met him many times. We've worked with him, and he's provided many good stories. This is a brother who has stepped up many, many times.
We've known this,
on the most controversial issues, which all Muslims are actually really hot about. We're talking about taking on the Hindutva. We're talking about taking on the Rainbow Mafia. We're talking about taking on RSE,
Kashmir,
same-gender relationship inside schools. He's spoken up for Muslim parents. He's spoken up on the issue of Kashmir. He's spoken up for Gaza.
Uyghurs.
He's spoken up for Uyghurs.
Shakil's there, consistent.
He's taken on sides. He stood up and defended the honor of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He stood up and took some hits when that disgusting fitna film, The Lady of Heaven, was showcasing in cinemas. He went onto TV and slammed that movie multiple times. This is someone who, if he got to Westminster, there's no doubt in my mind he would be exactly the same Shakil Afsar that we've known and loved here at 5 Pillars for a number of years. He deserves the backing. He deserves the endorsements. And quite frankly, if you are watching this and you actually have some kind of issue with Shakil, maybe the way he taught, I don't know what the issue is, why you perhaps don't like him, then I think there's something wrong with you, not Shakil Afsar.
I think Shakil's been given the hard end of the deal in Birmingham because he's running in the only constituency where not only is there, I think, a workers' party, but there's two independents. So he's got, I think, a barrister Hafiz or something. He's got another independent and a workers' party. So
yeah, it's unfortunate, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But what I hear sometimes is criticism of him. I know he's rough around the edges. You know, he's a brother from Birmingham. You know, he slurps his P's and S's or whatever.
Shakil's wicked.
But he is
I've never known a man more consistent on certain issues.
Consistent. And he's been willing to take so many hits on issues where many Muslims actually become a bit sheepish, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Especially when the cameras start rolling and they're pressured. What do you think about this or that? And they start getting called extremist this and terrorist sympathizing that or whatever. So I have to say Shakil Afsar for me is an absolute legend. I wish I could have voted for him if I was in his constituency, but I'm not. I wish him all the best. I honestly do. He deserves to go to Westminster. If he got in there, the whole of Westminster would be crying and screaming, "Get Shakil out!" But we'll have to wait and see if he gets in.
Before we get to Blackburn, two interviews that stood out for me was obviously Galloway because he had blocked me on Twitter for so many years over the whole Syria issue. We never saw eye to eye for that. We still don't see eye to eye on that. So that interview was quite interesting for me because I don't think both of us really knew where it could have gone. And I think that interview was wrapped up because I know that most Workers' Party candidates have had to answer questions about George's political positions, not the Workers' Party's manifesto. Because if you go to certain constituencies, you ask someone who's the Workers' Party, they may not know who that is, but tell them the Galloway Party, they'll know the Galloway Party. So I know that a lot of candidates have had to answer questions about his positions on Syria, the Uyghurs, and China. So that interview with him was interesting. And Andrew Feinstein was a very articulate and competent individual. I wouldn't expect no less. A former South African ANC MP who served under Nelson Mandela, and as we mentioned, the man who could ruin the dreams of the future Prime Minister of this country. But every single person on that and others, I think, are worthy people, worthy candidates, very principled people. You know, we've got Atik Malik, a supporter and a contributor to Five Pillars. We've got Sister Yvonne Ridley, who's had a very interesting campaign up in Newcastle against a gentleman called Habibur Rahman. There was a video that was circulating of his, which we didn't post. Did we ever get to the bottom of what he was actually saying there, Robert? The guy that Yvonne was running against, Habibur Rahman.
All right. Well, you speak Bengali, we don't. So.
Yeah.
Well, he definitely meant what people were saying, but we won't repeat it here. We don't want to get sued.
He's the pro-LGBT guy, isn't he?
Pro-LGBT guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you know, some interesting people there.
I like Shaquille. Obviously, he's a friend of the channel going back a long time, so support him for that reason alone. Jody McIntyre, lovely brother. Ahmed Yakub, I just find him really funny. Like, he can just get up and do a speech. Like, I don't know him. I don't know the brother.
He's a character.
But he can turn it on, can't he, in
He's
terms of his rhetoric. Galloway, known him for a long time. I have mixed views about Galloway and in terms of how Muslims can idolize him a little too much. But there's no doubt that he's benefited from the Muslim many times. Yvonne and I have worked in 3 or 4 different workplaces going back 20, 25 years. So obviously I have a soft spot for Yvonne. Atik Malik as well, a brilliant brother, a supporter of the channel, someone that we both know very well. And the other brothers and sisters there, nothing against them, but I don't know them very well. So I don't endorse people that I don't know.
I mean,
there's a comment here from a guy called Daily Refined.
Yeah.
It says, Brother Robert has taken 5 pillars to the moon. I just wanted to put that in the show. Carry on, brothers.
I'll look for some negative comments about you, which I can profile.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I'll leave it on screen for about a minute. I mean, look, the
Blackburn.
Okay, come on then, let's get Blackburn out of the way.
I think all right, on Blackburn,
Let's get Blackburn out of the way.
It should be 2 halves. We should be a bit guarded in our words now, and we should wait for the result, and then we should let loose.
I'm ready. I'm ready to shoot.
Right.
But so someone did ask as well in the comments. I'm reading the comments right now. Someone did say, why did Robert Carter go in so hard on Craig Murray?
In Blackburn?
Yeah, someone's asking.
You didn't.
So there's a few questions here.
Roshan told me not to go to Blackburn.
Do you know what? I feel like maybe I shouldn't have gone to Blackburn either.
Roshan told me to leave Blackburn alone. A week later, you guys
I didn't say that. I said that basically there was a split, so we should remain neutral.
And I was going up there to interview Craig, wasn't I? I was going up there to interview Craig, and I just want to put it out there. My reasons for going to interview Craig were twofold. Craig's accolades and his political background, there's no need to be discussing that. Everyone knows it's illustrious, it's principled. Even when he was an ambassador for the UK to Uzbekistan, he's taken numerous principled and consistent stances on Muslim causes. When I was going up there to interview him, it was less to do with the fact that he was standing, but more to do with just getting to know someone who was very active since October the 7th and I'm sure has many stories to tell. This is a guy who exposed that members of Hizb ut-Tahrir in Uzbekistan were being tortured and boiled alive. He spoke out when the group got banned here. There's lots to talk about with him. But then obviously you said to him, look, there's a split vote situation there. And you don't want it to be misunderstood as an endorsement, which you very likely would if you host him on the podcast. So best to leave it alone. And I did. Is that more accurate?
Yeah, no, that's an accurate reflection. I think we did a lot of investigative work in Blackburn. First of all, we came to it a little bit late, but simply because there was, ultimately there's just 3 of us full-time on the channel, right? So there's hundreds of stories potential to cover around the country. So we only came to Blackburn about 3 weeks ago, simply because there was a vote split. And our intention was not to get involved because there seemed to us to be 2 very viable pro-Palestine candidates in that area. We're not from Blackburn, so we're not aware of the local circumstances. So we saw it as our role to put pressure on the pro-Palestine candidates to unite so that Labour could be unseated. That was literally it.
Which we did in Bethnal Green.
Which we did successfully in Bethnal Green.
Yeah.
So I came up with a bit of harsh rhetoric on Muslims Uncensored.
There is remember your comments on the coin toss video.
Okay.
So although yes, we went into investigate.
So what is wrong with the coin toss?
Pressure. That I have to admit that that video with your comments specifically, mine as well, but I think your comments specifically were went down a bit badly with the campaign.
What is wrong with
say the
saying
least.
have a coin toss if you can't sort it out?
Can I explain?
Not just the coin toss, but also the whole Palestinian blood thing. And
Well, I didn't say. Can I just? This is important that I say this. All right, I was accused of saying that Adnan Hussein and Craig Murray and Tiger Patel had Palestinian blood on their hands. I never said that. I never said that.
Sure.
What I said, and this might be considered too harsh as well, is I said if you don't unify the vote, ultimately you are definitely going to let Labour win, and therefore you are putting the blood of the Palestinians ahead or behind your personal ambitions, something like that. So it was a bit of nuance.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not very impressed with that.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just putting forward what I was told.
Yeah.
Because obviously I spoke to the candidates, I spoke to their supporters, and I have to say, when I first arrived in Blackburn, they were pretty furious.
Look, can I ask you a question
about that?
Can I ask you a question, brothers?
Let me just say this. I mean, we were condemning the whole point of that discussion. I know we focused on Blackburn because it had become a prominent example prior to us getting involved, but we were condemning vote splitters as a concept in general as well. It wasn't purely focusing on one individual. We were focusing on Blackburn, but we were using it as a way to condemn the vote splitting issue as a whole as well.
Can I ask you a question, both of you? Okay, if we were standing against each other in a constituency and we all thought we were the better candidate, all right, I think I'm definitely going to beat Dilly. I'm definitely going to beat Robert. But we all know that if we all stand, we're going to lose, the Labour's going to get in. Would we step down? I would step down 100% for the sake of Palestine, for the bigger cause. I believe you would as well, and so would you. So why didn't Craig Murray and Adnan Hussein do that? That's all I would say.
They both genuinely believed that they were hard done by the other, and that the other person should step down.
Also,
that's basically the answer.
The situation in Blackburn has been replicated in so many other constituencies. Similar situations have taken place where there is multiple pro-Palestine candidates, whether they are independent, multiple independents, or independents versus Workers' Party. I mean, just look at Stratford and Bolt as one example, right?
Yeah.
Not only have you got independents there, you've got the Workers' Party, Halima Khan, there was a Labour whistleblower, and then you got that young female student from the Revolutionary Communist Party, Fiona, forgot her second name. So a Blackburn situation has been replicated in so many constituencies.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm going to ask you, Roshan, is why was Blackburn the focus, and how come we weren't focusing on other constituencies?
Because
Atik Malik's in a split, in a split constituency. Shakil's in a split. Because how come those focus on Blackburn?
Because we got lobbied. Because we got lobbied from people in Blackburn
Both
to
sides,
sort out the situation.
Both sides.
We didn't get the same lobbying from Luton or elsewhere.
This is true.
And that's the only reason.
I think the history of Blackburn as well, the fact that they had backed Labour staunchly during the Iraq thing, and Jack Straw. So there was a history there. And I think, again, there was a lot of people, even Muslims inside Blackburn, by the way, the middle ground Muslims that weren't in either camp, they were desperate for a solution because they just wanted to crack on and support Palestine, to be honest with you.
Well, look, I just got back from Blackburn a couple of days ago.
That's why I think after I finished in Blackburn, I was like, we have a duty to those Muslims in Blackburn who actually just don't care who they back. They just wanted to back a united candidate.
Look, I just got back from Blackburn a couple of days ago.
How was you received?
I was well received.
Well received.
Got lots of love and respect.
Good.
Me and Sheikh Hussain had a very fantastic event. Obviously, the initial event was supposed to have been George Galloway and Craig Murray, and then things were adjusted for whatever reasons. Craig was in attendance. I met Craig very briefly afterwards, and he apologized for anything that was misunderstood if we felt that we were attacked. Because we got attacked by both sides, privately and publicly. Let's be honest about it. And that should be a testimony to our impartiality. What do you think, Roshan?
Yeah, we are not liked by both sides.
Yeah, and we had no horse in this race. That said, though, and I have to say this, when I went to Blackburn, the brothers who organized the event, who were from the Craig Murray camp, I have to be honest and just. I have to be. Look, they were very loving, friendly, respectful, courteous, great hospitality. Some of them actually appreciated the coin toss, but I think they were saying that because Craig was the one that accepted the coin toss. Adnan didn't. So obviously Craig's guys will support the coin toss because he agreed to accept it. So they were very accommodating. They understood.
What was wrong with the coin toss?
I think
why people got a problem with the coin
Craig
toss?
Murray personally hated it, but he did accept it.
Let me explain to you what it is, right? I'm not likening it to this, but there is a similarity to it. When Andrew Tate came out in October the 10th or 11th in a bathrobe
That's where this is going.
started talking about Gaza in a very nonchalant way. Whilst people were dying. It's not good for optics. It's not good for aesthetic. It just looks quite disrespectful. I'm not saying you meant that. But I'm saying that the coin toss seemed like something that was very trivial with regards to such a major issue. And I'm sorry, I have to agree with some element of that.
Well, the vote split.
That's what's worse.
The vote split is worse. And I have to say, I mean, I don't know if you intended it for it to literally be taken that literal.
No, I didn't mean it, by the way. That's the thing.
We were suggesting.
They took it literally. The one party,
Galloway certainly did.
I literally, I was literally like, so desperate. I just said anything that came to mind. I could have said rock, paper, scissors. I could have said penalty shootout. Would they have done that?
That would have been great.
But it was similar to a little bit of blowback I got and Hamza Zorsis got when we offered Paul Golding and Tommy Robinson for a charity fight.
A fist fight.
For a fist fight. And we got messages saying, look, you guys are trivializing what's happening. Thousands of people are dying. And you guys are out here trying to have a punch up with the far right. Well, and you guys are out here trying to sort out a coin toss and all these kind of things. So I think that's what it was.
Yes, maybe.
Should we leave Blackburn until a bit later, until the results come out?
We'll come back to this. Yes, you have to stay tuned. There's going to be more from Blackburn later on in the show.
And I told Blackburn guys there that the constituency is lost.
Yeah,
I was honest.
We both feel that it's lost.
It's lost. You see, and wallahi, Sheikh Hussain knows this. These guys know this. After the event, we had people asking me, Sheikh, who should we vote for? Who should we vote for? Literally, we were surrounded by people saying, tell us who to vote
What'd you
for.
say?
I said, listen, your constituency is lost.
Yeah.
If with less than 96 hours to go, you guys are still talking about a candidate having to sit down and stand down, that speaks for itself. Sadly, Blackburn, I believe, is a lost constituency. Inshallah, I hope that's not the case, but I just believe it is. In the same way that I believe Bethnal Green and Poplar and Stepney's gone.
Should we get on to the Labour supporting Muslims in a second? I just want to answer this question because people are asking questions when we're ignoring them. Can you talk about the wrong endorsement of the Muslim vote? I think that's a reference to the Labour and Tory. Did they endorse any Tories?
No. It was four Labour MPs.
Yeah.
It was Naz Shah, Yasmin Qureshi in Bolton, Afzal Khan in Manchester, and I think Zara Sultana.
Yes.
Yeah. It was those four. So that was an interesting couple of days, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I think they made a mistake, but alhamdulillah, they did listen to us.
There's a lot of pressure.
And they did respond to pressure. They made a mistake, because we've got to send out clear messages to our community. No votes for Labour, no Labour MPs, no Labour candidates, no Labour canvassers, no Labour in our mosques, no Labour in our areas. Literally, that's the message that we have to send out. And they were sending confused messages, trying to pretend there are good Labour and bad Labour. No, it's all bad. It's all bad. So anyway, alhamdulillah, they did listen to pressure and advice in the Nasiha, but I didn't think they went far enough because ultimately they still didn't back other candidates in those constituencies.
So they stayed neutral.
Yeah, they stayed neutral, and they shouldn't have done that because there are some brothers that have called me and said, look, we wanted to stand against Labour in our constituency, but the Muslim vote wasn't behind us. So, but generally, I think the Muslim vote has been a good thing. I know it's got a lot of criticism, and they lost a lot of trust when they did that, but ultimately, in a short space of time, they've managed to give some kind of direction to our community, which is very much needed. And 80% of the candidates that they've endorsed are the correct candidates.
But look, they still have that situation. Look, I think the question is, how much grassroots influence does the Muslim vote national strategy have on the ground in these constituencies? That's
not much.
Exactly. So given that
symbolic thing,
symbolic optics, social media, but there are a handful of constituencies where they have allocated resources, right? Strategically, and that was correct for them to do. But look, what they've tried doing is galvanize Muslims, collect data, and I think this is, the beginning of something that could be powerful if used correctly and with the right guidance. That whole Labour endorsement thing was just. It was an indication of some old habits in the old guard. Wouldn't you say, Roshan? This kind of reliance that there is still some hope in Labour.
Yeah, I think honestly, obviously some people in our community, they still have contacts with Labour, the so-called good Labour MPs, and their argument is that it's senseless for a weak minority like us to cut off all avenues to the corridors of power. But I think that is yesterday's argument now. The community's moved on from that. Why? But let's get on to Labour. Why are about 40 to 50% of Muslims, despite the death and destruction of our brothers and sisters in Gaza, why are they still going to vote Labour tonight?
3 reasons. It's very simple. Because ultimately what we're dealing with here, And let's explain demographics, because this is important, Roshan, yeah? 65% of British Muslims, there or thereabouts, are from South Asia, from the Indian subcontinent. So that's the largest group is Pakistanis and Kashmiris. The second largest is Bangladeshis, and the third largest would be Indian Gujaratis, right? Now, those two big groups, they have voted traditionally in a very tribal or caste-esque way. It's always been the way. Your tribal leader, your the guy from your Bradri, or the guy from your area, in the case of Bangladesh, if he's Bishnati, or if he's Gulab Gonji, or he's from Zogarnathpuri, they will tend to collect and dictate who families and certain groups vote for. It's always been that way, right? And once 81 or if it was 81% British Muslims voted for Labour in 2019, right? If that number is 50% or 60%, that's still a significant drop. What do you guys think? From 81% to 50 to 60, I think that's a decent drop. As you know, we'd hope for more, but the fact of the matter is, Roshan, to answer your question in brief, tribal politics, tribal loyalties, what Muhammad Jalal from the Thinking Muslim described as a Labour patronage within Muslim communities. They literally select, handpick people from influential families and big caste groups and tribe groups that say, listen, you guys stay loyal, you bank those postal votes for us, and you bring them like Santa and get all, because that's what happens. Postal votes get collected. I know it's illegal, but let's talk about it. You'll find collectors literally will go down streets and collect postal votes according to which tribe, which group, which caste, which family. And those loyalties lie very, very deep, Roshan, because you've had the lobbying of Labour MPs and Labour councillors when it's come to mosque planning permission, when it's come to cemeteries, when it's come to certain infrastructures that we have in place now, have had for decades. Now, you might think, well, what, of a cemetery or a car park extension, you're going to sell out the Muslim of Gaza? No. But those old favors people will remember, and so it's hard to.
But a lot of these favors are from 20 years ago. They're still voting Labour. How long does a favor last? Is it a lifetime or?
But you're right. I agree with you. But the thing is, I think if we see a 20 to 30% drop, that's an impressive drop. It's not maybe as seismic as we'd hope, but I think the younger generation are moving away from the Labour tribal
I think
politics.
we got a lot of our elders, especially, who just aren't in the social media space that we're involved in. They don't pay attention to the narrative online. I think older habits die hard. I think there are a lot of secular Muslims that aren't particularly practicing as well. Don't forget, there's probably about, 20% of our community is not particularly practicing or knowledgeable. So all that combined,
20% is much higher than that.
Do you think so?
Yeah, sadly, yeah.
How many Muslims do you think pray 5 times a day? Percentage?
I've always put the
UK.
I've always put the percentage of practicing Muslims, so that's someone who prays their salah and doesn't engage in major sin, and generally refers to Islam for most things, between 12 to 15%.
I'd say 20% max.
Okay, max, yeah, so max.
So our mission on 5 pillars, I mean, obviously journalism is our vehicle, but our real mission is to make Muslims more Muslim.
Yes,
and to make non-Muslims Muslim.
That's going to get snipped out.
I think we've got that's the why behind 5 pillars ultimately, and journalism is our vehicle. This is literally an act of ibadah, what we're doing, but I think we've also got a long way to go to make Muslims more Muslim in this country. I think this is a 10-20 year project, but I think the trajectory is clear. We're on the right path.
And we need to start with good mics in the
Well, we've got people doing some pretty good beers during the local election. There was that guy in Leeds. He ended up backtracking, didn't he?
Oh, the Green Party
candidate. The Green Party guy. But
Brother Muti.
we've got some good candidates stepping up. So I think things are changing, like you say. There are a lot of positives taking this. Rome wasn't built in a day. Someone actually commented that, so I nicked his quote. Rome wasn't built in a day.
And nor was Rome built with the ballot box.
Neither will the Islamic Emirate of Britain be built in a day. I'm joking, by the way. I
mean, I think it's important to also state that, look, just going back to the whole kind of parliamentary democracy, when we've seen major radical shifts in society, it's nearly always been outside of the ballot box, right? Even with the way women attained emancipation in this country wasn't done through the ballot box. Some of them went to very extreme measures. It would be regarded as terrorism. The Black Civil Rights Movement, the anti-apartheid movement of South Africa, the Indian independence movement, nearly all these great changes in society have happened outside of the ballot box. My position has always been that, my personal position, I've never voted for religious reasons, but if you're going to vote, you should always understand that it is just one of many means. one of many means.
Stop silencing the white brother. Yes.
Shut up.
Finally.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, whatever, Robert.
There's
whatever.
some
Tell you what you're saying.
conspiracy going on here. Brothers and sisters, help Robert Carter. There is a conspiracy to silence me going on. It could even be from within our own ranks. I don't know.
But look, Roshan.
Can you hear me?
I always remind people Roshan is half white, so half white,
Yeah.
half Asian. So he's the middle
Yeah,
ground.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
all right.
exactly. So which white brother you're talking about? The
Yeah,
obviously
exactly.
white one or the sort of undercover white guy?
The one that's white on the inside and the outside.
Oh yeah, don't talk about that fruit. Don't mention the fruit. We'll go to jail.
Should we talk about Workers' Party?
Yeah, we actually said we were going to call a few people though.
Okay, fine. If
they
people
might
are
be
ready
waiting for us.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock.
That's
Yeah.
fine
Oh my
if people
gosh.
are ready to
We've
call.
got to keep an eye out for the results as well.
I think people are asking. Yeah, I will do that. I'll probably break off between your conversation.
Are you watching? Some
At the
actually,
moment, it's just Sunderland that I think is announced.
Oh, what's
we don't
going
really
on
care
in
about
Sunderland?
Sunderland, do we?
Oh no, no Muslims in Sunderland. All right.
But Reform, Labour held it, but Reform had a big vote. So this is going to be a trend of people moving to the right in this country. There's a stubborn, racist, Islamophobic minority in this country,
Yeah.
which makes itself very Tommy Robinson supporters.
Reform UK
Paul
was
Golding.
Reform UK achieved in getting Lawrence Fox, Tommy Robinson's endorsement. They got
But Nigel,
Andrew Tate's brother, Christian Tate's endorsement as well.
Forget them.
Yeah.
But Nigel doesn't give two rats about Tommy. So multiple times he's repeatedly said, "I have nothing to do with this guy." So Tommy begs it. Tommy was actually literally begging to be.
I think that's just because Tommy Robinson is just too openly, like a scumbag, isn't he? He's literally a thug. But I mean, he did a selfie with Lawrence Fox, who's a colleague of Tommy Robinson's, basically Tommy Robinson's supporter. So I think it's all just politics, isn't it? He knows that to keep his image as clean as he possibly can, because he wants to appeal to the far right vote, but from a kind of polished perspective. He's a polished turd, Farage, isn't he? So he wears suits and talks like an English banker or a nice bloke. He's a jolly old racist, isn't he? Adnan Farage, he's a nice racist. But yeah, he's just going in motion.
We have a guest coming on soon, inshallah. Ibrahim Khan from IFG, inshallah.
Brilliant.
So I'll let you know when he's on.
Well,
he's on. Should we get him straight on?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, let me add him to the stage, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Welcome, Ibrahim.
Wa alaikum salam.
Ibrahim, how are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah. We're all going to get the tahajjud in today.
We're going to try and squeeze you in, inshallah ta'ala. Obviously, think of us when you do yours, inshallah.
Definitely.
Has your screen frozen, Ibrahim, or can you still hear us? Everything okay?
Maybe I'm having a Joe Biden moment. But
I think the audio is fine, but the visual
is it okay with you?
I think it's on his side.
Let me see on my side. Oh yeah. I can still see the brother. Yeah, Ibrahim's still there.
I can see him clearly, but on that screen.
Okay, so ignore that. So Ibrahim's here. So just ignore that.
I move.
Ibrahim. Assalamu alaikum, Ibrahim. Sorry, Ibrahim. I just saw a tweet and said you've already declared victory before the results are in. The Muslim vote. I know that you're not the Muslim vote, but I think you're one of the supporting organizations behind the Muslim vote. Is that correct?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So why is the Muslim vote declared victory? We haven't even got results yet.
I think from the very start, Roshan, it's all been about making sure that we as a community organize, we're coordinated, we're united, and what we've seen across the country, I think clearly shows in droves that the Muslim community is for the first time acting, in unison, and for the first time. There's a level of coordination and sophistication that hasn't really been seen before. And if we think about the goals, like, well, what are the actual goals? We were never going to stop a Labour majority. That was never the goal. The goals were, can we send a message by potentially causing a big upset? We don't know if we've done that yet. It looks from the data, it's not happened. But then the other key goals were, we want to slash the majorities. And I think that's happened very, very successfully. So the Labour Party have potentially won all of these seats with less votes than they won in the last election when they had a huge defeat. And so, in effect, this is a kind of Pyrrhic victory where when the tide changes, because this election is all about we don't want Rishi Sunak, but in the next election there's not going to be that. And when the tide changes, that's when all of these majorities that have become slivers in the Muslim areas are going to be very, very crucial. So at the moment, I think, from a perspective of what do we actually set out to achieve, I think, alhamdulillah, we're pretty much on track with what we want to do.
Before I let Dilly and Robert come in, I've just got one more question, Ibrahim. I mean, you're putting a positive spin on it, alhamdulillah, but at the end of the day, if we come out with no wins, no Muslim vote-backed wins, people are going to be demoralized, aren't they?
I think that's a fair comment. I think it remains to be seen, obviously, where we land exactly on that. But at the same time, I think we're definitely going to see some wins. Of the 300 or so seats that we endorsed, even from the exit polls, it looks like Cheadle, for example, which was one of the Manchester key seats, which was a marginal, that's going to be a Lib Dem seat, from what we can see. And I'm sure a number of others, I've not obviously done the full analysis yet, but I'm sure a number of others are going to be in the same vein. I'm really intrigued to see how the 3 Birmingham seats perform. It looks like Labour are going to win in each of those 3 seats, but the critical thing there is who came second and by how close did they get? Because these were enormous majorities, completely insurmountable. But if they have been reduced very significantly, then I think that's a very significant message as well.
Dilly, Robert.
Assalamu Ibrahim, how are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
So essentially what you're saying for our viewers, is that, look, even if we don't get any MPs in this time, this general election is basically about how people are frankly fed up with the Tories, 14 years of Tories. So they're kind of going to vote Labour anyway. But you're saying in 5 years' time, that's not going to be the case. So those constituencies that went towards Labour because they were sick of Tories won't be the case in 5 years. That's basically what you're saying.
Exactly. So I think what we've done here is we've laid the seeds for the future. Like if you think back to the previous election, Brexit, Boris Johnson, huge landslide, it was fleeting. And look where we are today, with that vote having completely dissipated within the space of just a few years. And the reason is because what we're seeing in British politics is that increasingly the majority of the population, or a large number of the population, feel completely disenfranchised by this kind of centrist, very similar vibe from both of the mainstream parties. And that is leaving space for both reform. But then also, I think increasingly what's going to happen is you're going to see similar movements on the left as well. And we see the Lib Dems, they've gone from, I think it was at 10 seats to potentially something close to 60, 65 seats, which is enormous, right? And the same with the Green Party. I think they've picked up a seat as well. Plaid Cymru have done relatively well. So I think that's going to continue. And I think where we need to be as a community, like this is now a strategic point, that let's see how Labour behave, right? But we should be thinking about building those alliances within the Labour Party as well, going forward. But then at the same time, crucially, we should be looking at Lib Dems and Greens as the best vehicles to be able to express our views, because the independent strategy from the very start has been a great strategy to send a message, but it's never really going to be a viable strategy for the future, because just the way that the system is, you need to have parties to be the conduit.
So Ibrahim, let me just, before I hand it over to Roberts, there's an interesting point you've made there, and it may come across, or it will to some definitely, some of a concern that you said that we're still going to have some kind of hope in Labour. So was this a move away from Labour, the party of genocide, the party of Zionism, or are we still kind of hoping that there'll be some changes within the Labour Party? What are you saying here exactly?
I think the problem with saying that a party is forever taboo to us is because a party is just made up of its people, and it may well be that Keir Starmer is not the leader in the next election. I mean, look, the previous time round it was Jeremy Corbyn, and look how far the Labour Party has come from that.
In 5 years, this is true.
Yeah, exactly. So things can move very rapidly, and the party is really just a component of its people. And it might be that it's exactly in the same position as it is right now. And I think for us then as a community, that becomes very challenging, just like it was this time round to back the Labour Party, full-throatedly, or in any way, shape, or form, to back them in any future election. But that may not be the case, and especially, my sense is, and this is now just me speculating, but my sense is that the Labour Party is going to go one of two ways. Either it's going to see that reform is coming second in some of these very important seats that previously it lost because of Brexit, and it's going to go much further towards the right, and it's going to go harder against immigration and all of those kind of policies, which would be a very worrying trend for the Muslim community. Or this would be the more hopeful thing. It sees that, oh my God, we've lost majorities, we've slashed majorities in key Muslim areas, and we know that this is going to come back and bite us in the next election, and we should actually now change our tune on some of the key issues that the Muslim community care about, and they go in that direction. If they go in that direction, then obviously at some point in that move on that direction, they will cross a line where we think, okay, we may well start thinking about engaging with them. That's just a necessary, that's just a logical kind of construct that I'm setting up there. Where that line is, of course, that's where we need to debate as a community.
Robert?
Well, I think outside of the Muslim vote, people that I've spoken to, and outside of the Labour Muslim Network, for example, I've struggled to find any Muslim who actually believes that the Labour Party is, a party that's worth fighting for or saving. I think that under Jeremy Corbyn, that was the best chance we're ever going to have of the Labour Party actually perhaps becoming anything other than a pro-Zionist, anti-Muslim, racist movement. And I think that a lot of viewers might be a bit upset to hear that people involved with the Muslim Vote organization are still kind of this viewpoint that perhaps we should still work with Labour in any capacity going forward. I don't know if perhaps I'm in the wrong here, but I think that's
Ibrahim did caveat it. So do you think that engagement should be opened up if we start seeing positive changes from the party?
We won't see positive changes for the party ever. That's the view, I think, of many Muslims now, including myself. I think I was in Labour as an activist under the Jeremy Corbyn era, and it was actually under Jeremy Corbyn's era that the purge of pro-Palestine supporters in the party began. I just think that this is a poisoned, toxic brand that's not even worth fighting for, because the soul of the party has been lost to the forces of evil. That's literally the position I'm at, and I think a lot of Muslims are of that position.
Well, people remember.
I think the Muslim Vote, they tried this before with endorsing pro-Palestine quote unquote Labour candidates, and it wasn't well received. And I'm just a bit worried about the fact that we may see this again
But
in the future.
Ibrahim made a point. He said, and Ibrahim, do feel to elaborate or come in, bro. He said that, look, you have to have a party that you have to deal with, because ultimately they're like the conduit to get your causes in Parliament across. Are we then saying that that's the only avenue, Ibrahim? Is there? I mean, is it Labour or nothing, or an emergence of a different party, or are we?
So
what do you think?
Let me be clear, right? So nothing has changed from yesterday to today in terms of the Labour Party's positions, and what disgusted us yesterday still disgusts us today, right? So there needs to be a serious amount of movement from where this party is to where it needs to be if we are even going to contemplate, in any serious form, engaging with it. But what I think the important lesson here is that where I think a lot of us as different communities, local groups, decided to express our anger through standing up an independent or standing up, someone from an emergent party, rather than the established parties like the Lib Dems in particular. I think that is a really important strategic lesson for us, that the system is the way it is. It's just the data, right? It's just the way that the parliamentary system works. And
do you believe it's a rigged system, Ibrahim?
I think the first past the post system is a deeply unfair system. I think we should be, trying to push towards a proportional representation system, which allows us to actually, have a much more balanced and much more representative democracy. I mean, so I accept that, but I think in order for us to get there, we need to be strategic. And I think right now, my sense is that the Green Party, the Lib Dems, possibly the Workers' Party, are the kind of parties that can, carry us and carry our views most effectively. And we should, lean into that. And I know it feels like sometimes for us as a community, it feels like a bit of a compromise that, this is the Lib Dems, this is not, the Muslim Party. But the reality is the Lib Dems, they have 60 seats. And you can work with that, right? If you can get the Lib Dems to 80 seats, 100 seats, you're much more likely to do that than starting from scratch. And let's see how the Workers' Party perform. But starting from scratch is just a very, very difficult position to be starting from. And I think I guess the final point I'd make is any kind of thought about a pure kind of party that is going to be authentically carrying our views as a community. I think that is potentially decades away. Like we just need to have far more infrastructure before that can even be contemplated.
Okay.
Ibrahim, just a final question from me, simply because a lot of people in our comments are asking this question, and that is about the Muslim vote endorsing Labour candidates. There seems to be quite a lot of negative commentary around that. Is that something that the Muslim vote regretted? I know the Muslim vote changed its stance. Any comment on that?
Yeah, so I think from the start, our position has been, I guess I don't speak for the Muslim vote as a whole, but my thought process on this is that we need to be about judging people by their actions, and me personally, we were very vociferous in October, November, and I personally put a lot of pressure on key politicians and said, you should resign from the shadow cabinet. You should speak out on the issue of Gaza. You should do this, that, and the other. And certain MPs, they did it to their credit, I think, and certain MPs didn't do that. And I think for us as a community to be taken seriously when we are having these conversations, if we say, do this, and then that MP does that thing, which comes at political and career cost, and then we turn around and we say, look, that's not good enough still, we're not going to, we're going to actively oppose you. I think that sends the wrong message. Now, I think there's very strong views on the other side as well, which is that, look, the Labour Party, they are a party that was supporting the ongoing genocide of Palestine, and we should, from a blanket position, never support them. And I think that's ultimately where we had that pushback and that feedback, and we ultimately ended up neutral on a number of these Labour seats. So my personal view is that it's there are strong views on both sides, but my personal view is that if a Labour MP or any MP indeed has done what we've asked of them, then I think that's we should be consistent then in terms of how we interact with them.
Okay. Jazakallah khair, Ibrahim, for spending the time. Thank you very much for coming on.
Jazakallah khair, bro. Take care. Keep us in your du'as.
Yeah, we're just waiting for a candidate to join us. Sher Adam from Leicester South. He should be coming on shortly. We can ask him how he's
very confident.
Yeah, they're all confident. I mean, the exit polls are worrying me slightly. They all predict that even all these Birmingham seats are going to lose. But let's see what happens. Constituency polling is notoriously difficult to do. So yeah, let's see what happens. The other thing I would say about Ibrahim, I knew he had to leave, so I'm not talking behind his back. But I would say that Labour's finished now. I think it's naive to think that Labour is going to switch from the right wing to the left wing like it did previous years. When Corbyn was in charge of the party and we all voted for him and we all supported him,
I didn't.
he was, yeah, but a lot of us did, and I voted for him twice. But when he was in power, he was not a strong leader. The constituency party was all against him. The parliamentary party was all against him, rather, even though the membership was for him. So actually, it was the right decision from people on the right of the party, the Blairites, to stay within the party because they knew they had a chance of toppling him. Now, Keir Starmer is going to be the most powerful prime minister since Tony Blair, with a majority of 300. Okay, so he has no reason to listen to the left of his party or the left in the country, for that matter. So it's over. It's literally over. Anyone that thinks that Labour could switch to the left within 4 years is delusional. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, but also I think the situation which Ibrahim Satai goes, look, so a Labour Party could look at potentially pleasing the reform type voters if they get strong seconds in these constituencies. They'll appeal to that. Or if they see that they've lost those constituencies where they had massive majorities, they'll perhaps move back to addressing those Muslim issues. But this ultimately boils down to demographics. I think there's more reform type Brits voters than there are Muslim voters that are pro-Palestine. I'm sorry to say that. I think he gains more from appealing and appeasing that constituency of voters, i.e. the reform, Tory, right-wing racist types, than the pro-Palestine socialist types, right? Or Muslims. I think if he had to choose, he will go down pleasing that constituency over Muslims and pro-Palestine because demographically it's just a bigger group.
What is SEK as a currency?
Not sure.
It's not Sri Lankan rupees, is it? Something like that.
Not sure.
I'm hoping it's British pounds, but it's or the equivalent of SEK. I'm not sure what SEK is.
Why didn't you vote for Corbyn?
Someone just donated.
Why didn't you
care, by the way, for donating?
Why didn't you vote for Corbyn when he was?
I didn't vote for Corbyn because he wanted to buff up LGBTQ education in primary schools. He wanted to ban conversion therapy. He was pro-abortion. So there's many things that, quite frankly.
So would you only vote for a candidate that you agree with 100%?
No, but ultimately I follow the position that voting for a mainstream non-Muslim political party is haram.
Right.
Unless there is exceptional reasons to do so.
Yeah.
Whereby voting for them is a clear strategic maslaha.
Wasn't there for Corbyn?
No, there wasn't. I don't think there was.
Just to disrupt the system, to kind of divide the kuffar?
No. I didn't want to risk my akhir on that because I do think giving someone the permission to legislate on your behalf, we shouldn't downplay that. Now I know there'll be some of our friends and supporters, oh brothers, that's a bit black and white and hardcore. No, I think to give your mandate to someone to go into parliament and make laws on your behalf is a big thing, and it's not something we should give lightly. And I didn't give it to Corbyn.
Did you? Well,
Sweden, that's the currency.
Swedish currency.
We're big fans of Jeremy Corbyn on the show. We talk very highly of him.
We have a running joke on Muslims Uncensored. Every week we try to find a new way of poking fun at Jeremy Corbyn, and the audience does not appreciate it, or at least half of them don't.
No, I think
because we're still drinking that Jeremy Corbyn Kool-Aid.
You actually know Jeremy more than the most of it, but I had
used to,
but I had that recent interaction with him a couple of summers ago, and he said yes to the show, and it was going to happen, and then his bloody PA, this guy called Ollie, with he, she, and all these things in his Twitter, said
the Rainbow Mafia got involved and muscled him out of it.
My experience of Jeremy Corbyn is actually he's a very nice guy
on
one level.
He is lovely chap.
He grows a good courgette. There's no doubt about it.
He's superb in allotment. If you saw him face to face, he would not turn down an interview. But he has these people whispering in his ear.
Definitely.
When he was a Labour leader, and even 100%. Now, telling him probably 5 pillars, they're a bunch of extremists.
No, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what, because he can't. His PA contacted me, or his media guy contacted me 24 hours before. I said, this didn't happen through the normal procedure. We have to vet these things. I was like, okay, but I was speaking to Jeremy directly. He was absolutely fine with it. We had locked in a date, venue, and the lastminute.com. And then I went onto his X account. And I saw all those pronouns and stuff. And I clocked off. Okay.
Multicolored flags.
Do you know about this? I always ask you about Bengali stuff, so sorry about that.
No, that's fine. It's okay.
Rishnara Ali. Sorry, you can't read that.
Rashadi in Bethnal Green and Stepney called police on brothers driving a digivan lawfully. There is now a protest outside Bethnal Green. Yeah, I heard about this. So this started with outside one of the polling stations in Bethnal Green and Stepney, where there were sisters, Muslims, British Bangladeshis, there from the area with massive mics, basically slamming her, calling her enabler of genocide. There were some brothers that were driving around with a van, with a digivan, and she called the police saying it was unlawful because you're not allowed to influence people's decision. Well, the law is you cannot campaign or leaflet inside the polling station.
What
But-
about outside it?
It's legal, but they get
Really?
aggy. Yeah, but
Right
fights-
outside the door.
Yeah, but no, not right outside, but fights break out all the time in constituencies. I think some Workers' Party candidates, campaigners got attacked today. So I'm not surprised that she called them. If she did call them, the grounds for it would be that they are doing this so close to a polling station that it's going to influence people's voting as they're going in.
Okay.
But the law is you cannot leaflet, canvass, or campaign within the vicinity of the polling station.
Well, yeah, go on.
Should we get Yvonne on? Did we say we were going to get Yvonne?
Yes. I'm sure she'll receive our call.
So as you're
You've
arranging,
got her number, right?
I'll send her the.
so
I'll
as
let you guys talk.
yeah, so that's the law.
I've heard a lot about the Labour Party and so-called, stuff going on, like ripping down of posters and attacks on supporters and rival candidates.
Bradford, Midlands, the North, even in Luton, there's Labour thugs. These are Muslims.
Labour thugs. It's like
Yeah,
it's like Lebanon or something.
Yeah,
It's like-
Labour gangsters. Like these are guys whose tribes and families have been voting for Labours for decades, and they are literally the bullies and the thugs of that party. We saw a reflection, an example of that in Blackburn when a punch up nearly started with Adnan Hussein's guys and Labour guys.
Yes.
And
we
there
did
is a
that.
lot of this, especially in the North and the Midlands,
Yeah.
in the North and Midlands.
I've noticed that.
Hardcore Labour guys who don't care, and they will literally start fighting you and start having punch-ups over this.
That's
And
crazy.
the irony of this is that once July the 4th is gone, you have to live with them again in the same area. They're still your brothers, they're still your neighbours, they're still your tribesmen. But people just got a bit wild, and there is Labour thuggery amongst their campaigners and canvassers up and down this country, and they include Muslims and non-Muslims. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've
Yeah.
seen punch-ups happening in certain constituencies. It's happened in the past, and I'm sure it would have happened in some places today. But Muslims supporting Labour, I don't think we should, have any kind of massive expectations that we're going to see an overnight mass exodus from the party. I think that's unrealistic. We have to be realistic that this party has been the party, the only party that Muslims and people of immigrant descent have already traditionally voted for, right? Now, if they've been within our communities for 40, 50 years, those tentacles of influence or patronages are not going to just go overnight, especially when you have opportunists who just want a platform for themselves. I mean, we've seen this even with Workers' Party and independent candidates. I mean, let's be honest here. We're looking at Dr. Salman, but okay. We've had this even with Workers' Party and independent candidates in certain constituencies. Candidates have come forward who, quite frankly, are not suitable, are not competent, have never been involved in any type of grassroots activism or any community issues, all of a sudden wanting to stand on the Gaza ticket because it's an opportunity to build my political platform. I swear to you, I've met at least 3-4 candidates, both Workers' Party and independent, that said to me, I don't actually care how many votes I get, but I have to start somewhere. And this is in constituency where there's already pro-Palestine candidates, right? Now, if you can get that amongst pro-Palestine candidates, imagine how high the level of narcissism must be, or career opportunism must be within the Labour Party, right? People,
but that's the question, isn't it? Who is the right person for each area? It's on a very case-by-case basis. There are some areas where it looks like the Workers' Party actually have the best candidate there. I mean, Jodie McIntyre, God bless him, he's a Workers' Party candidate.
Chris
What I mean?
Williamson in Derby
Chris
South.
Williamson, for example. But then there are, like you say, a few areas where you just think someone's come out of nowhere, a fan of Galloway's, who has stepped up, has no experience whatsoever, not even necessarily known in the area very well, but he's just standing up and running on the Galloway ticket.
Literally, and it's not even the
you just wonder,
what's happening.
like, what's the
It's
point?
not even the Gaza ticket. It's the Galloway ticket.
Yes.
Because, as I mentioned earlier on in the show, you'll go up and down the country. You ask people, "Do you know the Workers' Party?" No. Do you know the Galloway Party? That's also literally the Galloway ticket, and they're literally standing in constituencies where there's already a pro-Palestine candidate, but they're standing for whatever reasons they are.
That is the biggest issue. I think there's two massive issues that I've spotted in this general election that the Muslim vote has to overcome going forward, and I actually don't know how they're going to do it. It's the vote splitting. How they're going to resolve that, I don't know, because stopping people from standing it's like impossible if in some cases we've seen already. How do they overcome that? I don't know.
You did it
Even
with
our
egos.
coin toss suggestion doesn't work, so what can we do? And then just Muslims remaining loyal to these mainstream parties. Those are the two big
It's
issues.
Labour, really.
Yeah, it
and,
is.
and now even Ibrahim suggesting Lib Dems, people, you know, looking towards Lib Dems. I mean, look, I'll be
Even
honest
the
with
Green
you.
Party. I don't know why so many people are saying the Greens. I mean, they're just they're worse than
Can I put
the libtards of Labour, aren't they?
look? Can I put forward somewhat of a radical suggestion? And before the Muslim vote strategy became very public in, I think, November, December time, I spoke with some of the movers and shakers within the national strategy group, and I said, look, not now, but surely Muslims make up a significant demographic in at least 20 constituencies. Why is the prospect of a Muslim party or an Islamic party beyond the realms of consideration? Hear me out. It has been attempted before, by the way. Funnily enough, it was done by white converts, mainly. It was the Islamic Party of Britain.
Nice.
Musa Pidcock, do you remember him? May
Mhm.
Allah have mercy on him. I mean, Abdul Rahim Green was actually a member of it many years ago, but I think things have changed since then. If you look at West Yorkshire, West Midlands, places like Bradford, other parts of North, certain parts of London, Muslims and people who I believe would support such a party based on principles, values of that grounded on Islam. I know people may think this is wild, but I'm being honest here. If people look at an Islamic party, not to take over, but to actually be a voice within the parliament to talk on behalf of Muslims exclusively. Now, people may say, "Oh, that's bloody sectarian, mate." But we have the Christian Democrat Party. We have certain Christian parties. They're dead because Christianity is dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
we need
What do you think
representation.
they'll allow
Yeah.
that to happen? The authorities,
What
the
the
Muslim party.
What the formation of an Islamic party? Why
Yeah.
not?
What do you call it? The Sharia party.
No, I always call it the Freedom and Justice Party.
Freedom and justice.
Like in Turkey, yeah.
Freedom and Justice Party.
The religion of peace.
Just
party or
imagine
something like
GB News got all
They
that.
go mental.
They're already going mental, aren't they? I mean, this whole Muslim
But
vote
did you-
thing has spooked them, haven't they?
Did you know that just a side question? I know some people might not like it, but Hizb ut-Tahrir in Jordan ran for elections. Did you know that?
They enjoy
They ran for parliamentary elections.
in UK.
No, in Jordan.
Oh, in Jordan.
We
No,
missed
no.
that story.
No, in Jordan. Yeah, I mean, HT ran for parliamentary elections in Jordan. I think it was in the late 60s or somewhere around the 60s or 70s. But then they just realized this wasn't strategic.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that there could be a voice within Parliament which reflects more grounded views and sentiments of the Muslims. And I think that if we're going to see a significant shift away from Labour in terms of Muslims, even if it's 20-30%, I think that's promising. I
Yeah.
think that's promising in key constituencies, not across the country. And what is 20 constituencies out of 650? Let's be honest.
I must admit, it's an
We haven't had
interesting.
results yet, have we? Have you?
Well, there was the Sunderland result.
It was Swindon South, that
With the
hotbed of the Islamic Republic of Swindon.
Yeah, what was
So
the result
we're
there?
getting results in areas of the country we're not particularly interested in, basically. I think we might have to wait another hour.
It's Labour win. It's Labour wins so far, mostly.
Yeah,
I've
Swindon
noticed.
South, Labour, a massive shift to reform in many constituencies. Farage is already saying our vote share so far is almost unbelievable. Not unbelievable for me. Lots of racists in this country, as I said before.
And the fact that reform's not.
So just a handful of constituencies that come in.
Roshan, do you know much about certain parties getting access to parliamentary funds based on how many votes they get? It's something that
I don't know much about it, but I have read that they do. Yeah.
So Jalaluddin Patel from Thinking Muslim, he said that the likes of Workers' Party is not necessarily how many MPs or constituencies they win, it's how many votes they get, because then they'll get access to certain funds for running a political. Have you heard of this? That was the first I've heard this. So let's talk about the Workers' Party a little bit.
Sure.
Workers' Party was formed, I think, 2019 or 20.
We have to talk for about 10 minutes because then Sher Adam is coming on.
That's fine.
Great.
2019 or 20, it might have been during lockdown. I think George Galloway came together with other socialist parties, unknown until Gaza kicked off. And in a very George Galloway-esque way, in a bombastic way, he came into the scene, and all of a sudden, Workers' Party became, talk of the town. you attended the conference where he announced that there will be standing candidates in many, many constituencies. Initially, they wanted 351, but they end up with 150 or so. What do you think of the Workers' Party, Robert? Because you've met many of the candidates. You met George. You were in Rochdale.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I don't think some members of the Workers' Party, including Galloway himself, would agree or appreciate framing the party in this way. But we talk about an Islamic or a Muslim party in this country. I mean, if you just look at the candidates they're stepping up, it's a majority Muslim party, as far as I'm concerned. If you just look at the candidates alone, who's stepping up and who they are, it's a mix. I'm not saying they're all Muslim by any means. And obviously Galloway's made very clear that he's not the Muslim candidate, even announcing publicly that he's actually a Catholic and always has been this whole time. But I think that it's really funny because they have a huge number of Palestinians stepping up all in one party, and they have a huge number of people of a Muslim heritage stepping up in the party as well. So I thought that was a very interesting thing about it. Whether or not they've got what it takes to actually win many seats, I don't know. But
what about accusations?
Sorry, Saman, but Assalamu alaikum, Saman. How you doing, brother?
Walaikum salam.
There.
Alhamdulillah, how you guys, man? Mashallah.
Assalamu alaikum, Salman. You alright, brother? What's going on?
Good, man. Just enjoying the vibes. Mashallah.
Mashallah, you've lost a lot of weight, mashallah.
Yeah, you have.
Like campaigning, man.
Campaigning. Yeah.
You know his WhatsApp status is in the gym.
In the gym. Yeah, but Salman, you have, mashallah. You look really good,
I
bro.
believe everything you read online.
Salman, what's your thoughts? Those who don't vote today, they've been complicit in genocide. What do you think?
Yes, subhanallah. It's either you vote, you're kafir if you vote, or you're sinful.
What's happening in Slough, Salman? What's happening in Slough?
That was buzzing, bro. Alhamdulillah. I was standing outside the one of the local polling stations, alhamdulillah, supporting Azhar Chauhan, our independent. And it's the first time I actually saw like a long queue outside of a polling station. It felt just, I don't know, anecdotally that, you know, there's more, it feels like there's more of a buzz now. People care more about, you know, getting involved in this election because there's actually an alternative now. Before it was just, you know, Labour and pretty much Labour in Slough. But yeah, I mean, people are kind of sick and tired of the contempt, being treated like, you know, having your vote taken for granted. I heard something like the former head of YouGov. He said that Labour's popular vote, this election is predicted to be lower than it was under Corbyn.
Very important point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are going to be fooled by the fact that Starmer's going to get a landslide into thinking that he's popular. He's not. He's not popular. And
people are sick of the Tories. You've had 14 years of the Tories. They don't want Tories, so they're going to vote Keir Starmer because they don't want Tories.
And also, there's a lot of apathy. So fewer people are voting, or they're voting for other parties. So it's just a quirk of our electoral system and the way voting works in this country that he's going to end up with a landslide. He is not popular. Who can get inspired by this robot anyway? Come on, man.
He's
I
dead.
mean, who's gonna like get excited about Keir Starmer?
Yeah, personality bypass, isn't it? It's like...
Charisma bypass. You couldn't watch it.
I call him an empty vessel. Just
have a beer with him, could you?
Yeah.
6-pack buying brews.
Salman, how much support did Tandesi have in Slough?
Again, anecdotally, what I've been hearing is very little support. They had to bust people in from outside of Slough to campaign for him and stuff.
Oh,
and,
they're booting ringers, yeah?
Yeah, like people from Gravesend. I think that's where he's actually from. He was parachuted from. And what the kind of to add insult to injury, there was a kind of like a coordinated mass defection in Slough from the Labour Party in terms of the local councillors and stuff like that. Pretty much at the worst time for him, alhamdulillah. So they all kind of came over to the independent side, and yeah, those are the people that kind of move and mobilize, you know, on before the election, knock on doors, do all that kind of stuff, and they were now doing it for the independent, alhamdulillah. So even all the mosques, all the kind of Muslim organizations, even the lefties, you know. There was a hustings in a church the other day I went to, and it was just that he didn't even turn up. Tandesi didn't even turn up. And it was organized in part by kind of Palestine Solidarity Campaign in Berkshire. And yeah, I mean, there were kind of, you could feel some disdain, for Labour.
I have to say
Yeah.
that's something happening all over the country, by the way. I
Labour
don't
has
think any Labour
okay,
MP candidate has actually been to any hustings anywhere, by the way.
So my local Labour MP, Mohammed Yassin, he did turn up to a recent hustings.
Okay.
And I just want to say a few words about my local MP, Mohammed Yassin.
Can I excuse myself for a few minutes,
Sure,
brother?
you can.
I need to pray.
That's fine.
Can I come back in 5-10
Yeah,
minutes?
sure. You
Yeah,
go
sure.
because I need to pray,
Yeah,
but you go
inshallah.
pray, inshallah.
Hurry up, it's
So
almost time for Fajr.
not for you 18 degrees, guys. Yeah, chill out. What was I going to say was
Shall I leave that with you?
So
In case you need
so my local Labour MP, Mohammed Yassin, he did attend a hustings. He was the only Muslim MP, Labour MP, that held an open Q&A with his community at the peak of the Gaza genocide. So we're talking November time. He attended the 11th of November Armistice Day protest, which there was a massive hoo-ha about, people having protests on Remembrance Day. So if you compare him to, let's say, his Labour peers, other Muslim Labour MPs, he's actually done a lot. But I think the reason why the vast majority of Labour candidates or sitting Labour MPs have not attended hustings is because they probably feel that they didn't need to. They only lose. They don't gain, really. What do they gain from attending the hustings? They only lose, especially if they're expecting a landslide or a massive majority to turn up to a hustings and get blasted on Gaza and, not failing to lift the two-child benefit cap and other things. There's no point. You're only going to lose. So I'm not surprised that they've not been attending hustings, to be honest. But
Yeah.
Salman, on a different one, what's your thoughts on the relationship with of Muslims in the UK and the Labour Party? Do you still believe there is scope? There is some, or are you more pragmatic than that? Do you believe that it's all based on circumstances, shifts and changes?
It's a tough one. I mean, I kind of agree with you guys in that at the moment, Labour Party is kind of, it seems, finished for not just Muslims, but for any conscientious person. I read the other day something like only 2% or only 5% of Labour voters are voting because they actually like Labour's policies or like Keir Starmer. The vast majority are only voting because they hate Tories.
Yeah.
So it's not really a recipe for success in the long term. But one thing that really kind of annoyed me, I think it was a few years ago, my cousin in the last election, he said, I'm voting Tories, I'm voting Conservative because I'm voting against Labour because of the Iraq war. And this is when Corbyn was prime minister, was the head of the Labour Party. And I was like, what? Firstly, the Tories were more pro Iraq war than Jeremy Corbyn and his cabinet. And secondly, it's a completely different party. So yeah, within 20 years, within 10 years, things could change so drastically. Look at what's happened since then and now. So yeah, I mean, this Labour Party, yeah, I think it's finished for Muslims. But if there is some kind of magical transformation, then I wouldn't say dogmatically that just because it has that name and it's called Labour, then we should have we should have all of the ahkam or whatever that are attached to current Labour. But again, one thing I saw your podcast with George Galloway. He said something very interesting. He said parties grow and shrink all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
Big. Labour could just fizzle out, and there could be a new party that comes along.
Yeah, and he gave the example of Hollande in France, didn't he?
Yeah. So the president of the country, his party pretty much disappears.
There is some big news coming out. One of our pro-Palestine candidates has lost.
Who is that?
It's Yvonne Ridley.
Oh, dear.
She was stepping up in Newcastle Central and West.
Okay.
It's been announced that it's Labour holds. So Labour's held on to the seat. So unfortunately, Yvonne has missed out once again on getting into the corridors of Westminster. Very disappointing because she had high hopes. She felt that she had a good chance of winning. I don't have the figures yet. I'm going to look into it, but she has lost, I'm afraid. So Yvonne Ridley, no luck this time, I'm
That's
afraid.
a shame because Sister Yvonne would have been a cracking person to have in Parliament, a veteran journalist,
Convert to Islam,
massive story. And you know what? She
spoken
was
up for Afghanistan many times.
definitely, and she was in a constituency where she did have popular support, but she had a split vote situation with a guy called Habibur Rahman, and so that can't have helped. But you know, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to actually try and get Yvonne on the show. We'll see if we can get her and get a reaction from her shortly. But yes, that's the first vote result I can see that affects the Muslim vote directly.
Salman,
She came fourth. I'm just looking at
for that.
Not good.
It's huge.
Disappointing.
Labour.
Very disappointing. Very disappointing.
Salman, what's your thoughts on the formation of an Islamic or Muslim party in Britain?
You know, I was thinking. I think the acronym United Kingdom Islamic Party might be available.
You give.
I don't think it's being used currently, but
so I suggested to someone British Justice Party. They goes, yeah, BJP doesn't sound too good for the Islamic Party. So,
I must admit,
old names.
We might need a political wing of 5 pillars. I don't know. That's been suggested by Roshan.
Really, of course he would.
No one else. But yeah, that's an option.
He'd be the chairman, the executive, and the president.
The candidate, yeah, everything.
Now, Salman, real talk though, is it why did you laugh at that suggestion?
No, but, I mean, at the moment, I'm not really an advocate of Muslims becoming MPs at the moment, because
Why?
I don't think we have the infrastructure yet to support them properly. Catapulting someone up to this level when we don't have the grassroots, the local, political capital, the media, the PR function. That's why I'm a big supporter of 5 pillars and love what you guys are doing here, because this is how you build. This is how you build your infrastructure as a community. Because if we're on this level and we catapult someone up here, you know, there's a high chance that they're going to have that pressure to quote unquote sell out and being pressurized, because there's no one to support them to be a proper, to be strong and to be firm. And there's going to be a lot of pressures here and there and to serve other interests. But eventually, yeah, of course, I mean, that doesn't mean I'm against Muslims going into position. I mean, I was campaigning for one, but it seems like those are the exceptions rather than something we should kind of normalize right now. I think we need to build things like 5 pillars, things like, PR agencies, lobbying firms, that kind of stuff, to give them that safety net, so they don't have to kind of shed their beliefs and values and stuff. But eventually, yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. Even for this election, I was kind of talking to some brothers, even spoke to Jalal, that, because there was a brother I know, he ended up running for a position. He was thinking and researching this idea as well of making a party, not because we can get into power, but actually just so if you're there as a party, you have the opportunity to shift the Overton window, the spectrum of expressible opinion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look at UKIP. They had like 1 or 2 MPs in their heyday, but they caused a general and they caused a referendum. And
Definitely.
On Brexit. So having a party, it allows you to make kind of discursive interruptions and interventions, and push certain things as normal, and a narrative, a story, that kind of stuff. So it's a good idea, I think, eventually.
Salman, Jazakallah khair for joining us today.
Bro.
I didn't hear. I was praying, so I didn't hear what you said. But I'm
you're
sure
in a more important conversation.
All right, Salam, bro.
Allah bless you, man.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, we're joined by Sher Adam now. Assalamu alaikum, Sher. Can you hear us?
Wa alaikum salam. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us, Sher. I know you're very busy tonight. So Sher Adam is the independent candidate for Leicester South. Sher, I saw you a few weeks ago, and your campaign impressed me very much. How's it going tonight? How do you feel? What's going to happen?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Today was one of the most phenomenal days ever. We've had campaigners out from 7 till 10 at every 33 polling stations that we have in Leicester. Never at one stage was any of those polling stations empty. It's been a real grassroots campaign, as you saw, and people have given their blood, sweat and tears for it. And you know what? We had really high turnout in the areas that we were expecting to do well, and there was a low turnout in the wards that we were expecting not to do so well. So inshallah, we'll keep. It might be interesting. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be a two-horse race between myself and John Ashworth, but it's going to be very, very interesting.
When is a result expected?
Between 3 and 3:30, inshallah.
Okay. And what's how do you feel about the campaign?
Absolutely. You know, I'm a type of individual that I'm always analysing things, and I feel I could have done this, I could have done that. But really, if you had been with us after the ballot was shut and the polling stations were shut at 10, we all had, as you do, lamb biryani all together. There was about 50 to 60 people there of all nationalities and races, and all coming together, and there was such an atmosphere. Well, I wish I could have bottled that and kept it with me for the rest of my life, and spread that positivity that we can be this change. You know, when one of the things that motivated me was, you know, when there was this narrative going out that, no, you can ignore the Muslim vote. The Starmer doesn't need to worry about the Muslim vote. The Labour Party doesn't need to consider it. It was what they were saying is that, you know, we can't organise and we cannot unite. And tonight and today and this whole campaign has been the antithesis of that. And alhamdulillah, I'm really proud of my team. And I know this sounds like a speech of somebody that's not going to win. We don't know yet. And the noise that's coming out, that it's going to be quite close.
Shoka, last question for me before I hand over to Robert. Did the Muslims, do you think the Muslims of Leicester delivered for you? I know it's a mixed constituency where you're at. Specifically looking at the Muslims, did they deliver for you?
It's a very, you know, binary question, but I'll try to answer it. In certain aspects, certainly they have done. Yes, look, ideally I would have been the only Muslim candidate if that was the narrative to be had. But then we had obviously two other individuals, one representing the Green Party and one a very last-minute independent. But, you know, I don't think we're ever going to get an ideal. So that was from the political perspective. From the community perspective, there are some individuals within our community that will never, I think if this hasn't woken them up, never leave the party of choice, which is the Labour Party. And I think we have to have conversations now and understand that that is always going to be the case. That is the norm. And there's nothing that they're going to do that is going to make us. You all saw the images from Leicester and how John Ashworth was surrounded by many locals from our city. And, you know, they have their reasons, I'm sure, for still being with the Labour Party. But that's going to be the norm. For me, I've had so much love, so much positivity, so much support that overwhelmingly, if I was to answer yes or no to your question, yes, they have delivered. Obviously, it's not perfection, but I don't think that we will ever get there.
Yeah. We'll let you go. I know you're busy, Shoka, but Robert, do you have anything to
well, obviously, you know, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to meet you during this campaign. That was an honour reserved for Roshan.
I think Roshan scared you off me, I think. That's what the real reason was, wasn't it?
No, no, not at all. I was in Leicester, but I met and spoke with Claudia Webb. I think she's in Leicester East, I believe, if I remember rightly. But yeah, I think that from what I've heard about your campaign, it's a fantastic campaign, and I really wish you all the best. Obviously, the news so far is that Yvonne Ridley, another pro-Gaza candidate, has lost in her seat, in a Newcastle seat. I mean, in general, how do you think that the Muslim vote is going to fare across the country? Do you think that we are going to record a couple of candidates in Westminster, or perhaps we shouldn't aim so high this time round?
Yeah, I think, look, this is, you know, there's a quote that somebody repeated to me today, which I am renowned for. And that is a Chinese proverb that the best time to have planted a tree was 25 years ago for us to enjoy its fruit, its shade, its beauty. The next best time is today. And I think what this vote has done is planted that seed. And I think we should take a long-term view of it. We cannot expect imminent and immediate results. And that has sometimes been one of our weaknesses. This has been a movement that has been unfortunately triggered by the death of so many innocents and that has taken even myself guilty of this to wake up and open our eyes. So I think it's a beginning. I wouldn't be despondent. We cannot be despondent even if we do not get one single person in. It would be amazing if we did, but what the idea is now is we build on this. What would be disappointing is if we do not build on this and we're still having the same conversation in 8 years or 10 years or whatever. This is the beginning.
Jazakallah, Shaukat. I know we might try and catch up with you a bit later on, and we'll keep you in our du'as.
Jazakallah khair. I really appreciate your time and your support. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from you, inshallah.
Ameen. Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum
You got some breaking news, Robert, about Newcastle, I think.
So yes, we already announced it to our audience. You weren't here, unfortunately, but very sad news. Yvonne Ridley has lost. Labour have held on to her seat of Newcastle Central and West, I believe is where she was standing. I haven't had a chance to check the breakdown of the results in that area.
I'll try and do that now.
But I think she came in around 4th place. That's what I've read from the comments section. So not a very strong performance, depending on how you look at it. I know that Yvonne Ridley was very hopeful that she'd perform incredibly well and would be among one of the higher ranking candidates, if not the first. So Yvonne, obviously a bit of a disappointment, but you know, her seat, I think it's not an area which has such a strong Muslim vote.
It's about 10%, I think,
something
maybe.
like that. So obviously she was hoping to try and pull away a lot of votes from Labour. Perhaps that hasn't happened. But yeah, Yvonne Ridley, I mean, she obviously has tried many, many times to get into Westminster, and now again wasn't her time to do so. But you know, she's done fantastic work in general, I think, Yvonne. I mean, she's served as a very, very talented journalist for many, many years. She's spoken up on issues of interest to Muslims. She's a convert to Islam, of course, who has spoken up on areas, including Afghanistan, for example, which many Muslims actually will shy away from. But she's said and done things already throughout her career, which I think the Muslim community in this country and elsewhere have benefited from tremendously. So, you know, she's a winner, in my opinion. She's a winner and a strong character who will probably be back. I think Yvonne Ridley is someone who bounces back quite well. And this probably won't be the last time we see her stepping into the political arena. Hopefully, inshallah, one day she will record a strong win and get into Westminster, because I think she would have been a fantastic voice to have, Yvonne Ridley. And yeah, I think it was just good to see her and to go up to Newcastle and see her in action once again. Yvonne Ridley's the kind of person that you want in action somewhere at some point. Doing
so the
something
full
for the cause.
The full result from Newcastle was the Labour candidate Chi Onwurah got 18,800 votes. Second was Reform, 7,800 votes. The Tories got 4,200 votes. And I think Yvonne became 4th independent candidate, 3,627 votes, and she was closely followed by the Greens. So the Labour won it by pretty comfortably by about 10,000 votes in Newcastle.
Yvonne Ridley has just tried calling me, so it's possible we could get
Should we try and get her on?
Try and get her on if you can. I know you've got her details. I've just sent her a StreamYard link. It would be great to hear from her, so I'll leave that in your capable hands. Perhaps I will go to the comment section in the meantime. I think that's something which we haven't done enough in this show. So let me see if I can bring that up now. Yvonne Ridley's campaign was well fought. She spoke up very passionately, not just for the Palestinians, but also the Bangladesh community as well, after Keir Starmer's outrageous comments targeting that community when discussing about immigration and sending people back to where they come from. Why he chose to pick Bangladesh of all communities, I have absolutely no idea. Going through the comment section, there's people are saying kind things about Yvonne, which I really, really like. Someone said that she only managed to amass about 3,000 votes. Perhaps you could look into that as well, Roshan. How many votes?
3,400 or something, yeah.
So not the strong performance, I guess.
No, she seemed to be quite confident beforehand that it was between her and Labour. But for whatever reason, she hasn't got as many votes as she expected. I'm just calling her. The line's busy.
That is a shame. It was unlikely that Yvonne would have won says Achi T. In Newcastle, our hopes are with Birmingham. I think that's very true. Birmingham,
Can
hopefully.
loudspeaker? Can you put it on loudspeaker? Or is it fine?
Wa alaikum salam. Yvonne, can you hear me?
Yes, but you sound as though you're in the end of a very long tunnel.
Yes, I'm far away from the phone, but you are speaking to us live on the live stream. Can you?
Right. Okay.
Could you give us
no
your?
swearing.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep your language nice and halal if you can. I know it's been a bit of a disappointing evening for you. Could you just react to us and tell us about the result?
Well, I didn't win, but I came fourth out of 7, and it was disappointing. And sorry, there's a bit of excitement in the back there. There was, as you can imagine, there were 2 independents in this race, and it was quite hostile at times. And
Do you think you took votes off each other?
Or the person who came 7th, the other independent, has just walked past, and that provoked those cheers or jeers in the background. Obviously, it's been a bit of an ill-tempered campaign because of the arrival of the second independence candidate, and I would imagine that sort of reaction will be replicated up and down the country in places where people put themselves ahead of simple mathematics of who would win and who would lose. It actually made no difference in my case, even with the votes of the other independents. It wouldn't have changed my position, although I would have pulled ahead of the Tories. But I guess the most alarming thing from this is that Reform did incredibly well. And thankfully, we don't have that sort of... oh, sorry, somebody else from the independent side has just walked past as well.
Sounds like chaos there, Yvonne. It sounds like a riot's taking place or something. Yvonne, did just one question from me. I know Newcastle's a very mixed area, and there's probably not a massive amount of Muslims there as well. But the Muslims that were there, did they deliver for you?
The Muslims in my constituency amounted to about 12%.
Okay.
And I have to say, had they all voted, it wouldn't really have improved my position because the Labour candidate was too far ahead.
Okay.
Although she was down 4,000 votes from the previous election.
Okay. Robert, anything else?
No, I'm just going to go home and watch the results on 5 pillars and keep up to date with what's happening. So I'm down, but I'm not out. Alhamdulillah,
Alhamdulillah.
This is it's been a test for us all,
Okay.
and I'm just a little alarmed by the potential backlash in other constituencies when the results do come out.
In terms of reform. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean by that, Yvonne? I don't understand.
Well, you've got in East London 4 or 5 independent candidates, and this, as I say, if the feelings of hostility are replicated down there as they are up here against the other independent candidate, it's this election has had a bit of a negative impact. It's split some communities, But it's also solidified other communities as well. So,
Okay.
you know,
All right.
unity, that's what we've got to remember.
All right, well,
Strength and unity.
Yvonne, Dilly's come back from his prayer, so I think Dilly just wants to say salam to you before we let you go.
Oh, right, okay. Salam alaikum, Dilly.
Yvonne, how are you, sister? Commiserations.
He's saying commiserations.
Okay. As I say, I'm down, but I'm not out. You know, I mean, commiserations are for the people of Gaza.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, I'm going to go home and sleep tonight, and know I'm going to have a home in the morning. And so we're still a lot better off than the people of Gaza.
Exactly.
This is for sure.
This is what we did all this for, ultimately. They're the ones that we did this all for. Yvonne, we'll let you go back to your family and your home. And I'll speak to you soon, inshallah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's a bit sad, isn't it? But it's interesting. While you were out, Dilly, Yvonne was talking about vote splitting, which happened in her constituency.
Yeah.
And she said that there's been quite a febrile atmosphere up there, people at each other's throats because of the vote splitting, problem. And this is happening all over the country in Muslim areas. And she feared that Muslim is going to, after people realize what a detrimental effect this vote splitting has had on winnable seats for us, there's going to be Muslims at each other's throats.
There will be, and I said this earlier on in the show, that's why we have to accept that after July the 4th or any general election date, you have to live with your fellow Muslims or neighbors, whether they are tribesmen, whether they are relatives. You have to live with them afterwards. But such is the nature of party politics and the tribal way in which some of these constituencies vote, especially Labour loyalties. You get thuggery, you get heightened emotions, you get bust-ups and punch-ups, you get very dirty politics. And unfortunately, in those constituencies where we would have hoped that Muslims would have got together behind a single candidate, there's been split voting, and that's going to cause fitna amongst the Muslims.
Yeah, it's a massive issue, this vote splitting business, and it's very nasty and it's very avoidable, actually, as well, in some cases. I think there are some areas where it's a total joke. 5 pro-Palestine candidates apparently all in one area, and it's clear that some of these candidates are just pushing their own little ideology, like communism, for example, which has no stick in the game.
So Stratford and
Bow,
Stratford and Bow is an interesting constituency because we had Sister Halima reaching out to us and saying, "Look, guys, support us, give us some coverage. I'm the Labour whistleblower and so forth." But then you had, I keep on forgetting her second name, Fiona from. She stood
Lally or something.
Yeah. So Fiona stood.
I'll bring up the list.
She became very viral after her Suella Braverman showdown on GB News. And then she ran on the pro-Gaza ticket after Halima announced for Workers' Party candidacy. And then it was for the Revolutionary Communist Party, which believes in a two-state solution, which specifically states they believe in a two-state solution, one of which being a Jewish state, right? Clear Zionist tropes, because who else uses that type of language besides the Zionists? So that was of concern. And you had this situation replicated elsewhere. What's your thoughts on Stratford and Bow, Robert? Did you look into it?
Again, it's a total mess. I mean, you also had someone that the Muslim Vote organization endorsed, his uncle actually, Omar Farouk, who also got the endorsement of some senior local power brokers like Islamic institutions as well, were behind his campaign.
Some of those endorsements got revoked, though.
Well, yes, but I mean, initially he seemed pretty strong, and he had some local support. So again, he had perhaps a strong claim also, as well as Halima. But then you've also got Steve Headley, another pretty strong pro-Palestine voice of a left wing.
Is this the ex-teacher or the?
I don't know Steve Headley's background, but again,
he's the teacher,
the unionist guy,
and he's gone viral several times for talking up for Palestine. And he talks good. What I've seen of the guy, he seems like a genuine supporter of the Palestinian cause.
Let's look at Stratford and Bow.
What a mess!
Let's look at Stratford and Bow, because there you've got really, really prominent, outspoken pro-Palestine. You got Halima Khan. You've got that gentleman there. You got Fiona, who became viral after the Suella Braverman debate, and then you got Omar Farouk, who had the support of local Muslim stakeholders. That's 4 pro-Palestine candidates in a constituency which has more than 15 or 20% Muslims in there.
I don't even know what the solution is, to be honest with you, Dilly. But the fact is, it's one of the biggest obstacles that we face. And if we're not going to overcome it, then quite frankly, I said after Blackburn, I don't even know if this is the solution. But I said, if you can't resolve the split and it becomes a point where Labour's obviously going to win and no Palestine candidate's got a hope in hell of winning, then what is the point? Everyone should just step down, end the fitna, and just scupper your votes and just accept the fat loss for Labour, you know, because at the end of the day, you've got to get a solid campaign going behind one candidate. There's no point. I just don't see the point. Do you know what I mean? Apart from creating a fitna, which is of help to no one, least of all the Palestinians, what is the point? What is the point? I mean, why are there candidates running all the way to July the 4th, standing on stage with your little banner on or whatever it is you've got, your little party badge, and watching Labour celebrate? I mean, I would literally have stepped down because I can't be bothered to waste an evening on July the 4th if I was one of these candidates in an area like this. And it's nothing personal. I know candidates take it very personal. That's something I've learned from these harsh comments. But vote splitting is an avoidable issue. I don't know how we're going to avoid it, but we have to find a way. I mean, at the end of the day, there were times in Muslim history when Muslims were fighting among themselves. And sometimes it took a tough guy to come along, beat them all off, unite the community behind a strong, solid leader, and then go on and fight the true enemies of Islam. Do you know what I mean? And I'm sure a few examples spring to mind. So maybe the lesson is here. Yeah. We have to go in hard on vote splitting. We got slammed for going in too hard, apparently. Maybe we have to go harder. I don't know. How do we resolve this issue?
I think we need to come to terms with how many candidates are generally egotistical narcissists. I'm being honest. No, they may not know it.
Hard to figure out,
yeah,
isn't it?
But they simply just want a platform where they can be the center of attention for 4 to 6 weeks, get some coverage and attention exposure that they've never received in their life before. And as you rightly mentioned, to be able to just dress up and have your rosette in whatever color you're going to have it on and think that's you've done it. But then
push communism,
that's it.
Push Marxism, push whatever else you want.
And hand that seat over to Labour. I think once people understand that, you know, standing for election, especially this specific general election where Gaza has taken a centre role in, if there was ever a general election to put your egos and career aspirations aside, it should have been this general election. But there's lessons to be learned, and there's going to be loads of lessons to be learned from it.
We really need to brainstorm this. Someone needs to figure this out. I don't know, get all the major scholars from the country in a room and figure it out, or something. Get the Muslim vote to figure it out. Someone needs to sort this out. I mean, maybe having a pool of Palestinians who you can parachute into areas. So if there is a split, who's going to stand against the Palestinian? Do you know what I mean? Shame them into stepping down. Who on earth would step up claiming to be pro-Palestine against the Palestinian candidate who maybe the community has to parachute in order to end these splits? Maybe that's the solution. This is what we need to do. We need to figure this out and end it, because otherwise every election it's going to be vote split, vote split, vote split. I'm going to get sick and tired of it. And if Robert Carter pulls out, then what's the point? Do you know what I mean? But honestly, we've got to overcome these issues, or else it's going to be the same thing again and again and again. And then the brothers who have said voting is haram, don't do it, this is a Catholic country, then well, absolutely, I mean, they're proving us right, because there's not even any point, because we can't even end the split.
Will people even remember Gaza in 5 years? That's the sad reality.
Are
we going to look back in 2024 and said there was an opportunity which we missed,
historical opportunity,
or that we resort back to going back to Labour's and forget the positions that they took in 2024 with regards to the genocide? That's my concerns. Will people even remember 5 years on what happened in 2024, what happened with the Gaza genocide, to gear themselves up to punish Labour again? We suffer from short-term memory loss, selective amnesia.
So this is just some analysis I've just seen from a brother in Scotland called Umar Afzal, who's one of my main contacts in Scotland, in Glasgow. And this is just a bit of a tangent I'm going down, but the SNP has been eviscerated in Scotland. The SNP led by the Muslim Hamza Yusuf, who was instrumental in that decline. And he's giving the reasons being that Labour voters Labour voters that SNP took a decade ago are migrating back to Labour. Yeah, so there's a move from the SNP back to Labour. It's a natural desire after so many years in Holyrood. On domestic issues, the SNP has been questionable on education, health, justice, transport. Also, they've backed trans rights in Scotland, which has been very controversial, not just amongst Muslims, but non-Muslims as well.
Many
They
Christians,
don't like that, very Christians. The SNP lost the Highlands and Islands over the ferries and infrastructure issues. And, of course, the pummeling they took over the Sturgeon Murrell financial scandal. That's the former First Minister there. So, yeah, the SNP down to about 10 seats in Scotland. Scottish independence probably on the back burner for at least another 10, 15 years because of that, because obviously they're the party pushing Scottish independence. So that's a big win for the British state, for the unionists, for the people that want a united kingdom. And I blame Hamza Yusuf. I think Hamza Yusuf, he has to take part of the blame in this because he was clearly underqualified. He'd failed in every ministry he'd ever been, but he'd always failed upwards because of his connection with Nicola Sturgeon. Literally, he failed upwards. Literally, he failed in health. He failed in justice. But he kept on getting promoted because of his close connection to Nicola Sturgeon. He was a guy that played the system. He was an insider, and that's why he got promoted. He was clearly incompetent as Scottish First Minister. I think our issue with him was because of his blatant espousal of positions which were kufr.
Like
blatant. Like, I'm not calling him a kafir, although I have my personal views on that. Yeah. But I think what is indisputable is that he espoused positions which were kufr. Okay, that's my main issue with him.
Oh, that's standard. When did SNP have that massive majority? Was that 2015?
I think the last election they had 50-something seats.
I think they lost seats, but the massive majority that they had when Scotland, when the map was practically all yellow, was that 2015 or 17?
Maybe, I'm not sure. 17, I think.
Yeah. But to see them being eviscerated like this is crazy, and it's a massive win for the Tories and for the Unionists. George would be happy because George is a unionist as well, isn't he? He was for union, isn't he?
I'm not saying it's Allah's punishment or anything like that, but ultimately there's no barakah in campaigns by Muslims which have no Islam in them. That's my position.
When has there ever been a campaign by Muslims with Islam in it in British politics?
Never.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Never. Yeah.
I was just saying earlier that we need a political wing of 5 pillars. Maybe that's the answer to all of our issues here. What do you want to?
We get shut down.
That was your idea, like the coin toss.
First lane to Rwanda.
You'd be the party chairman. You'd be the head of the national executive
and the candidate,
and the candidate as well.
We'd have a civil war. Do you think there's going to be? I know this is going too far, but do you think there's going to be a bit of a? Should I say this even? Is it all right? I'm going to go there. It's 2:00 in the morning. No one's watching. Is there going to be a Muslim civil war?
Nah,
like not fighting each other, but a political civil war, because we have these diehard Labour voters.
You'd be surprised how quickly people
diehard Labour voters, and they're scuppering all our plans. Do you know what I mean? And they are serving the establishment. And can we get on with these people?
I believe life will just move on. I think life will move on. I'm telling you, because for my neck of the woods in Bedford, in Luton, where we have hardcore Labour supporters, even now. The fact of the matter is, July the 5th, they are your uncles, they are your relatives, they are your tribesmen. You're not going to stop speaking with them and engaging with them, even sadly, of this issue of supporting Labour. No, thank you, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think if the sure.
This is our dinner substitute. We didn't have dinner.
That's the only bonus I get here at 5 minutes, but that will have to do. I think. Yeah, if the Gaza issue doesn't carry on, as you mentioned, it could die down after this election. In fact, especially if the Israeli genocide that we're currently experiencing sort of ceases for a time. Obviously, Gaza might fall off the agenda, unfortunately, as Palestine so often does. But what could become the big issue going forward is obviously Islamism in Britain. Because if Reform UK and these other right-wing forces, even the Labour Party, are pandering to Reform now, everyone is pandering to the Reform vote to undermine Nigel Farage's chances of getting to Westminster, then obviously our fight will be against this far-right fanaticism that's taking hold of not just Britain but Europe, by the way.
Yep.
And that would be a thing which Muslims would have to come together and fight against. So it's quite possible.
Netherlands, Holland.
Just look at Europe. Europe is scary.
Hungary.
It's like, okay, hello Hitler, welcome back. Do you know what I mean? That is Europe, and we're literally just not even paying attention to it because we've got so many other issues going on. But it could very well arrive to the shores of Britain very, very soon. So yeah, I think that that's something which could bring us back together after this very divisive situation. But I think there's going to be a lot of bitter thoughts, I think, especially people who are literally like the Labour Muslim network. You better keep your comment section off for good, because if you give me a chance to comment under you, I'll be like a lifelong troll for that organization. Yeah, there's going to be some bitterness. There's no doubt about it. There are people that I'd wonder if I can even say salams to these people after what they've been doing and saying for Labour amid the Gaza genocide. I don't know if I'm being too harsh here,
but in those cities and towns where there is a significant Muslim population and they live in very concentrated areas, they literally are within your family members, bro. They are literally relatives and tribesmen, and people won't stop talking because they supported Labour on July the 4th and the weeks building up to that. 2 updates. Blackburn voter turnout 53%, which is quite low.
It's low.
That's very low. And St Pancras and Holborn, which is Andrew Feinstein and Keir Starmer's seat, that should be announced around about 2:30.
All right.
So, but 53% for Blackburn's very low. No?
I'm trying to find a contact for Galloway. I don't think he's answering his phone, but I can get his secretary maybe, or his campaign manager, sorry.
Yes.
Just give me a second.
You met, was that the first time you met Galloway?
No, I've met George before.
What do you make of Galloway? What do you make of him?
I mean, that was the first extensive conversation I've had with him. I mean, he was friendly and courteous and respectful. Off camera, we spoke very briefly about Syria and the Uyghurs and that situation. I mean, he had me blocked on X for years.
Why?
Because of the whole Syria thing.
Okay.
And I'm talking 2013, 14, 15 time. But I've actually, believe it or not, also shared a panel with George. I remember there was an event in Waterlily in East London, and it was a Stop the War event. And I spoke at it with, funny enough, Rabina Khan was on the panel, my aunt through marriage. George was on the panel. And there was this really old school Stop the War feminist lady. She's quite well known. I forgot her name. It starts with G. I'm becoming very bad with names recently. But no, that wasn't the first time I met George. He was respectful and courteous. He was a good host. He didn't really want to speak about Syria and the Uyghurs in detail at all, actually. And I understood why. Obviously, strategically, it would have been unwise, especially with how much they were relying on Muslims this general election. I think it would have been a strategic own goal and unwise to go into detail about his positions on Syria and Russia and the Uyghurs. But these positions are known. They're not old positions. He stood by most of his positions, but he didn't really want to speak about it during our interview. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, he was pleasant. He was respectful, and he sang your praise, Robert. And yeah, otherwise he was all right. It was an okay conversation. I wanted to talk about that other stuff, but I knew he wasn't going to. You know, with an election around the corner, there's no way he's going to risk, losing Muslim votes because of his support for Assad or, denying that.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Yes.
You okay? Let me just take you off loudspeaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So we've got online. So, brother, are you George's campaign manager?
No, I'm not a campaign manager.
Oh, I thought you were campaign.
Be a part of this campaign.
So you're at the vote count in Rochdale.
Yeah, we're still here. The count is still going on.
How's it going? Give us an update, inshallah.
It's a tricky one. It's pretty close. No one's calling it because nobody really knows at the moment. Reform have had a decent showing. That's one thing everybody could agree on. It looked pretty close. Then at one point it looked like George was ahead. At another point it looked like Labour was ahead. It's 55% turnout. They've just announced.
That's low, isn't it? That's quite low. Why so low?
I don't know. We were expecting a high turnout, but it was even low within our Asian populated areas as well.
Does that work against George or for George? I guess it works against them, doesn't it?
Yeah, because if Rochdale's 20% Muslim population, so that's our bank vote that we're fighting for. So the lower that turns out, the worse it is for us. But the one advantage for us is that Reform's had a good showing in the non-Muslim areas, where Labour would be doing pretty well and the Tories would be doing pretty well as well.
Yeah.
I think they haven't just taken the Tory vote, they've taken some of the Labour vote as well.
What time is a result expected, brother?
They've not given us a time. They're putting them in piles at the moment. But one interesting thing about this count is we've not divided it by wards. So when we walked in, we've not known which ward was where. They've just put team 1 to 9 on the tables and sporadically just spread out the votes, the ballot papers.
Oh, so that usually gives them. So when they do it by ward, they would have had an indication of how many votes are coming from wards, and certain wards have more Muslims than others.
Exactly.
But they've mixed it this time. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, bro. It's Dilly. You all right?
How are you doing, Dilly?
I'm good, my brother. So it wasn't separated by ward. It was all mixed, was it?
So what they've done, they've got team. I'll send you pictures on WhatsApp. They've got teams 1 to 9. They've got teams 1 to 9, and they just put out boxes. And half the time when we asked what the box number was, they were being pretty aggressive with us.
Okay.
Another thing, we were in the car park and the car pulled up and pulled out 2 more boxes of postal votes, 1 in the morning, showing up.
Bloody hell.
How's it going out? Yeah, sorry, go on, brother.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you wanted to rig an election, this is how you should do it. Because
whoa, you serious?
Well, they've got teams 1 to 9, so we don't know which boxes are going where. And we've just caught some guys bringing in 2 boxes from the back of the car of postal votes. 1 in the morning.
Sounds well dodgy.
It sounds dodgy, doesn't it?
Yes, quick one. Any dramas at the voting stations today? Any dramas? Any argy-bargies?
Not that I know. We had one Workers' Party comrade pushed.
Yes.
I missed it. I don't know the details.
But nothing.
Other than that, we had.
Okay, that's good. Alhamdulillah. So it's mostly clean, yeah.
Nothing serious, but we did have a number of police on some of the Asian polling stations, and they were there from morning till evening.
Okay.
We didn't find them at any other polling station, just from the Asian polling stations for some reason.
Okay.
What? Yes. Any news from any other areas and the Workers' Party? Are you optimistic about any seats? What about James in Birmingham? James Giles.
I've not spoken to anyone. I'm going to be honest with you.
All right, brother.
Apart from yourselves, I've not spoken to anyone. A lot of people are asking for updates, but you're the only guy that answered.
Thanks, Yas. Jazakallah khair, Yas.
Jazakallah khair, brother. Okay, thank you, brother. All right, take care.
No worries. Take care.
All right, assalamu alaikum.
So that's Yas. Even though he's not the campaign manager, he is definitely a senior
He's insider,
guy.
yeah.
He's definitely a senior guy in Galloway's team. That's interesting. The very low turnout. So 55 in Rochdale, 53 in Blackburn. So I guess they're banking on or hoping that low turnout is from the non-Muslim areas. Or maybe the anti-voting dawah worked amongst some, who knows?
It doesn't surprise me that nationwide the turnout is low because people are fed up of politicians and politics. But it's not a good sign because we are supposed to be mobilized as a community. So if it's in our areas, then that's not a good sign.
So voting app, oh my God, I can't believe when GB News gets hold of this live, our areas.
Our no-go areas.
No-go
our Sharia-controlled areas.
55%, 53%. That's
the average for a British general election is something like
67
or something like that.
Yeah, so there's always about a third of the apathies, between 25 to 33%. So it's even lower than that. That's pretty bonkers.
Let me try and take some comments while waiting for Robert. A lot of people talking to each other about Khilafah on the walls. A lot of people asking what's going on in Bethnal Green because there's still this. I'm seeing images. I'll try and actually show them in a while when I get a moment. But there's some kind of protest outside Bethnal Green police station.
That's because the brothers that were arrested for having the campaign Digivan against Roshan.
Oh yeah, right.
And Roshan and her team allegedly reported them to the police.
Gateshead Central and Wickham, Labour hold. I'm not sure if it's a Muslim area or not.
High Wycombe is, yeah.
No. It's Gateshead Central and Wickham. I think it's a different part of the country. Northeast, that is.
Gateshead is next to Newcastle.
Yeah. Leanne Mohammed, we don't know yet. I think most of the results are going to come in probably between 2:30 and 4. Then it'll be like a flood of like results. Should we play out a video?
Faddal, Bismillah.
Yeah. Should we play out something inspirational while we take stock and maybe try and look for updates?
Sure.
Ahmed Yakub. Okay, he's one of our biggest hopes. And I filmed him making this rather inspirational speech in a Birmingham restaurant a few days ago.
We have the most important election of our lifetimes in a few days' time on the 4th of July. Why I say this is the most important election of our lifetime? Because for far too long now, the Labour Party, the genocide enablers, the Zionist Labour Party have been taking our votes for granted. When they don't stand for nothing that we stand for. Instead, they stand against everything that we stand for. We send Muslims into the corridors of power and they remain silent when a genocide is happening, when our brothers and sisters are getting murdered, massacred, when our kids are being starved to death. Keir Starmer, the gutless human being, I can't even refer to him as a human being, the soulless coward, said it is okay to starve our brothers and our sisters in Gaza. It is okay for them not to have any electricity, water or food. I've got 4 little children myself, 2 of them are here with us. I couldn't take it any longer. That's why back in November I challenged Shabana Mahmood, not anybody else. I challenged Shabana Mahmood's seat, which is the biggest constituency in Birmingham, and now we are this close from toppling here. Imagine we wake up on the 5th of July, Fajr time, and we hear the news that Shabana Mahmood's seat has fallen to us. Not to me, to us, to the people of Birmingham, because the people of Birmingham were united under the banner of La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. And that is the banner that when we go to be judged by the biggest judge of them all, we know we can say to the Lord and be proud about it that we didn't support genocide enablers. We didn't bring genocide enablers into our homes like I see some of our Muslim brothers doing these days. They should be ashamed of themselves. They say they stand with Palestine, then they let hypocrites into their homes. This is the Ummah of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam getting divided to take some pictures so they can go back home to Pakistan or Kashmir in their village to show people pictures. I took a picture with Shabana Mahmood, Jess Phillips. What are they going to get out of that? When they go and feel the wrath of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then they will find out. But we here today, we have a choice. Everybody is here today because you are on the right side of history. But we need a bit more effort, my brothers. Please, even the sisters at home, we need a bit more effort. And come 5th of July, we can rest after we win this seat. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Shabana Mahmood, I've attended a few hustings that you haven't turned up to. I challenge you to a debate. We can have someone like George Galloway to host it. I'll make it happen. I'll make arrangements. Please come and have a debate with me. That's what your constituents want. We still have 3 or 4 days. You're nearly losing the election. This is your chance to show the constituents what you stand for. Come on, Shmala.
Assalamu alaikum. That was Ahmed Yakub in Birmingham. He's quite an orator. Yeah,
I think one of the things which frustrates the political establishment, racist Islamophobes, the far right, is that Ahmed Yakub and Shakil Afzal and this caliber of candidates represents everything that they oppose and they despise to the core, right? So you'll find a lot of the criticisms to do with Ahmed Yakub, Shakil Afzal, it's the way they talk, it's the way they dress, it's the way they... So you can just imagine having these guys potentially, even being in the discussion and being in a constituency where they stand a chance. It's been a nightmare. And look, he practically just gave a little bayan there. You know, that was was his support big when you went down?
Yeah, I mean, I only spent some time with him, and we went to a small restaurant, and it wasn't a big rally, but he has attended many big rallies. I'm expecting him to get a really big vote.
70,000 votes you got in the West Midlands mayoral election. That's massive.
I think if Shabana Mahmood wins, then it's only going to be by a few thousand. I think he's going to get a big vote. Yeah,
and she has a massive majority in there. I'm talking like
we got a. I mean, I don't want to sound too negative here and like getting my excuses in early, but we've got to remember the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. These are election-winning machines. You know, they've got everyone's data. They know exactly who to target. They've got all the data. They can chuck millions of pounds at this, and you know, decades of experience. That's what we're going up against.
By houses and streets, they literally know who's voting which way. Are you now doing a U-turn then? Because you basically said earlier on in the show, no MPs, no wins, we've basically lost instead of the Muslim vote.
I'd be very dispirited if we get no wins. If we get 2 wins, then I think it's acceptable. But yeah, I'd be very dispirited. And I think whatever happens, we're going to have to do a massive post-mortem. But let's get Abu Bakr on. He's waiting in the behind the scenes. Abu Bakr, assalamu alaikum. So this is Abu Bakr from the Muslim vote. You're like the face of the Muslim vote. It's a bit misty there where you are. You're in like a fog storm or something.
No, you know what? It's just I've come just back to my brother-in-law's office, makeshift space as it is. But
where are you, brother? Are you in London or what part of the country are you at?
So I've been in Leicester, spending time with Claudia and the team in Leicester South.
Okay,
looking very positive at the moment.
Oh, really? We just spoke with Shoka about 20 minutes ago, and he wasn't sure, to be honest. But the turnout is quite low. It's 59% apparently.
Yeah. So, well, you know, from what I've been talking to the teams on the ground there, it seems like the turnout in the Muslim areas was a bit higher than in other parts. So, you know, it's a 22,000 majority. If he wins or not, I can't guarantee you, but it's looking very likely that it's going to be very close. And is a candidate who can really. And it's an area where 2 years you can win it.
You're on with Dilly, by the way. Dilly and Robert, who's just gone to pray, is coming back in a
second. Abu Bakr, how are you, bro? You okay?
Wa alaikum salam. Alhamdulillah.
Good to have you on, brother.
How do you feel generally, Abu Bakr? How do you feel the night's going? We're a little bit dispirited because, according to the exit polls and the vibes we're getting, it looks like Labour have held on to the majority of the seats which we were targeting.
Well, initially quite dispirited. I've had a number of very positive feedbacks in the last half an hour or so. Yvonne Ridley, 15% Muslim area. She won about 8% of the vote. Labour lost 11%, and that was an area that the BBC were predicting Labour would increase by 2. So if that holds on and that national average holds on, I think there's a number of seats up for grab, especially in Birmingham. Be very key to look out for Birmingham. But it looks like Corbyn's won, and the Muslim vote in that area was very key to pushing him over the edge. With 13,000 Muslim voters, he's going to win by 1,500. And it looks like the Muslim vote has played a huge role in that one as well.
Has it? Because I mean, I was looking at your statistics, and when I looked at Islington North, what is it? About 12% Muslim density there?
12% Muslim, yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
but it's because it's such a close run race towards end. So we had a Muslim vote van in the area today, not for Corbyn, just promoting a Gaza message. So we had
If
a van
Corbyn
out there.
wins, if
So
Corbyn,
Corbyn wins, the Muslim vote will have had a decent role to play in that
we
campaign.
claim that as a win then. I'm claiming that as a win if we get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we get it, we're claiming that one. Got to claim everyone we have.
So you're thinking Corbyn, Birmingham, anywhere else?
Dewsbury and Batley will be one to look at. A very experienced campaign team up there. They won a swathe of independent candidates in the local election recently. Very experienced, been at this for a long time. So hopefully that's another one that I would look at. And like I said, I think the BBC and the polling companies have got this wrong in heavy Muslim populations because the polls just don't account for that. But we will wait and see. At the end of the day, I do think that there is still a silent Muslim vote for Labour in many areas, particularly amongst our older generations. And that will take time to break. And, we will continue to work on to do that.
My final question before maybe I hand over to Dilly and Robert Abu Bakr. Any reflections from you? I know it's a bit too early to do. I know it's a bit too early to do some kind of echo happening here. It's a bit too early to do like a post-mortem, but any general reflections from you? It's been 6 weeks of non-stop work from you. Any general kind of highlights, reflections?
Well, it was 6 weeks with a Hajj in the middle for me.
Oh,
the
wow.
lack of hair. Alhamdulillah. So, it was the most hectic 6 weeks of my life. Alhamdulillah. And probably the most hectic 6 months of my life working on this campaign since I started. And I think really what we have is we've mobilized, right? And the Muslim community is very good at mobilizing in moments of crisis. We have to continue doing this. We can't just take parliamentary elections as our only barometer. If we only do the Muslim vote and then stay silent for 5 years and then do another Muslim vote, that won't be a success, right? We have to stay active in the middle and carry on challenging this ongoing genocide, carry on challenging the counter-terror laws in the UK, carry on challenging Islamophobia, issues within our school, NHS, and we have to stay an active and involved community because there's so much injustice in the world, and we have to be active in challenging it. I think that's really what we want to do.
Robert, Dilly, any questions for Abu Bakr?
Are we hoping, Abu Bakr, that some of these swings that are going towards independents or non-Labour candidates, that we're hoping that we can use this momentum to keep Labour in check and to account? My only concern with that is how much of this energy do you think we can sustain for 5 years, Abu Bakr?
Well, that's the question. I remember working on the BDS bill, the second reading, before it went to the third. This was before October 7th. And I remember we were having a lot of difficulty getting any masajid to really get involved in opposing the bill. Then October the 7th happened, and then the third reading came out, and everyone was coming out of the woodworks going, "What are you doing about this BDS bill?" I said, "Well, we told you 6 months ago." And it's genuinely a really systemic issue that we have to face and we have to challenge. If we want to oppose the challenges that the Labour government are going to give us, and they're going to be more than expected due to the rise of the reform, they might go very anti-immigrant, very anti-refugees. We're going to have to be organized and prepared, and we can't just claim 2 or 3 victories and stay silent. We have to carry on mobilizing in these key seats for 5 years, because if we don't, then unfortunately reform are going to capture the narrative and Muslim communities are just going to be pushed to the side. So I mean, look, if people want to stay quiet and they want to only do 6 weeks of work, then sadly for them, then we're going to carry on suffering. But and not just us, I think the people in Gaza really are going to pay the cost of this. But if we carry on mobilizing, then we can provide an alternative to the reform outcries.
Robert?
I've only just come in, so unfortunately I haven't caught the full conversation. I don't know if this would be useful just to give you an update on the results.
Yeah, please.
So Labour have currently either held or gained 11 seats. Yvonne Ridley, of course, was a very disappointing loss. I guess that's the one area which I recognise as being key for the Muslim vote. The Liberal Democrats have actually gained a seat from the Conservatives. Harrogate, and the Conservatives have held on to Wickford. So 1 for the Conservatives, 1 from the Lib Dems, 11 for Labour so far.
So not many seats have actually come in yet, have they? They're all going to come in like in a massive flood, aren't they?
It's very early at the moment, and we're still waiting on key areas like Birmingham and things like that. It's been projected by some sources, including Sky News, that apparently Jeremy Corbyn does look set to win, but obviously that's still too early to call exactly, but that's what's being reported. It seems as if, according to an exit poll information, that George Galloway's Workers' Pie is not predicted to win any seats whatsoever, but it's still too early to call what's happening in Rochdale. So we're going to keep a very close eye on Rochdale. That could come in fairly
Were you
soon.
here when Yas was on the phone? I can't remember.
No.
Oh, you weren't? Yeah, we were just talking to Yas.
Okay, so you've discussed that already.
Yeah, he was saying, well, he was talking about.
He basically said a car pulled up later with a box full of postal votes, and it came out. It came in the back of the counting centre.
Well, this is there's a lot of strange things happening with the postal votes. So have you seen the headlines? This is not necessarily Muslim vote related, but postal voting is looking very dodge. They've actually been discussing this on the mainstream a little bit as well, and then some investigations are being held. I think I don't know. I'm going to Google the headlines and discuss it maybe.
Habibi, elaborate a bit on the point you made about Yvonne and Newcastle, because you had a bit more of a positive take to that. Elaborate on that.
I think realistically, look, Newcastle was 15% Muslim. It was never going to be an area where Yvonne would win. But it's bucked the national trend, right? Labour have been going up 2-3% everywhere else. They're down 11% in Newcastle. That's a quite a sizable percentage. And Yvonne went up 9 from a base of 0. So it does show that, and this was an area where Labour were predicted to gain votes. So they've actually had like a net swing negative of -15 compared to the BBC projections. So I do think that there is something really positive to say that the Muslim community there didn't just get behind. And I think there was a former mayor, Habib, who ran as well. He did split the Muslim vote a bit. Yeah, he won about 4% of the vote as well, which means, put the two together, you're getting 12-13% of the vote, which would largely be Muslim voters, it would seem.
And if you had this replicated,
sorry,
if you had the Newcastle situation replicated in other constituencies, what's the overarching positive take from it?
Well, it means that these constituencies, which Sky have been saying are 99% sure to go to Labour, are not 99% sure to go Labour. Ilford North would still be up for grabs if we take that to be. I've just had someone texting me saying that West Streeting's very worried in Ilford North. So how true that is, I don't know, but it's someone who's at the account who's messaged me this. We've had, it would mean that the seats in Birmingham are definitely up for grabs. It means we have a very good chance of getting rid of Khalid Mahmood finally, which would be a great victory for the Muslim vote and the Muslim community. It'd just be a great victory for the UK and the Ummah. Like, this would be a historic moment. So it really does mean if you extrapolate this out nationally, that there is a chance for us to have a few upsets. I mean, at 10 o'clock, I thought we'd have 0. Maybe now we'll have 2 or 3, which, would be quite impressive for a very new organization, a very new movement, and something really that we can build off and prove to people they just don't have to vote Labour or Conservative blindly. They actually can find local alternatives.
Abu Bakr, I think we might try and catch up with you later when more results have come in. So we'll let you go for the time being, inshallah, brother.
All right. Jazakallah.
All right.
Abu Bakr, take care, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Shall I give Atik a call?
Sure.
See if we can get him.
Yeah.
But this is Atik Malik in
Luton
South.
Yes. Independent candidate.
Let's see if he answers the phone. Assalamu alaikum, is that Atik? Atik, it's Roshan calling. How you doing, brother? From 5 Pillars.
Yeah, good, brother. Good.
We're live on air, by the way. We're just calling. I'm here with Dilly and Robert. Just calling for an update. What's happening?
So the council going on, and yeah, it's been a long, hard campaign. We've had a lot of good traction. Just waiting to see what happens next, really.
What sense do you get? Do you reckon you're going to win?
It's hard to say. I think it's going to be tight. So I think someone's just told me that there's one ward where I got more votes than the current MP, and other wards are still being counted up. But it's hard to say because remember, even in Luton, there's 7 different wards. So even if you win 1 or 2, doesn't mean you win the whole thing. But then bearing in mind that we are independents, we've come from nowhere on a snap general election. So yeah, as long as we get a strong turnout.
Yeah. What is the turnout?
I'm not sure of the numbers actually. I'm not sure. I think they're saying something 50,000. I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I can ask them why. Do you know what the turnout was? 50% turnout.
50%. Wow,
yeah.
That's quite low, isn't it, brother?
Yeah,
that is low. These are some low numbers.
Dilly,
I take Sonicum. Miss Dilly, how you doing, brother?
Good.
I'm good, my brothers. How did today go? Was there any argy-bargy, any dramas, any role at the at the polling stations?
Well, we had a lot of police flying around, and the agents, you know, the people inside the polling stations, constantly jumping out and calling the police over or coming over and saying, "Oh, you can't be canvassing outside." But the Electoral Commission clearly says we can. It reminded me of when black people in America were rising up for their rights, and the state would use police presence just to intimidate people because of the color of their skin. And really, that's the kind of thing that I think we've seen here. It's not the police actually doing anything; they're just present, but they kept being called for no reason whatsoever. You know, the Electoral Commission clearly says you can canvass outside polling station grounds. And yet these people working in there seem more jumpy than the police. Like, why are you here? Or why are you intimidating? The only thing intimidating is probably the colour of our skin, to be honest with you, the way they were carrying on. But it is what it is. We stand, we fight, and we speak truth to power, irrespective of who's in front of us.
Wicked. Atik, listen, if you have any updates, please do let us know. We'll check in with you maybe in about half an hour, an hour, inshallah. And we pray, inshallah, that you have some good news, and we have some good news from Luton South.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum.
Take care, Atik. So Atik is running in Luton South. Luton South is Rachel Hopkins. Rachel Hopkins voted for a ceasefire. Rachel Hopkins attended pro-Palestine events in Luton. He also had a split vote situation with a Workers' Party candidate being propped up there. So Atik had multiple fronts where he's been struggling with. But Luton South is a constituency which has more than 30% Muslims, but has historically always been Labour. So it should be interesting what comes out of Luton South. I know there's another independent candidate, Brother Mohsin, in Luton North as well.
Sayed, Tawqir.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just calling Shakil Afsar in Hall Green, Birmingham.
He said he's going to be alongside Jody and Ahmed Yakub, so you might get
all three of them,
all three in one go. Yeah,
let's see if he answers.
Yeah, mate.
I find it quite cute and brotherly how they're stuck together.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Literally, they've been inseparable for the last 4 to 6 weeks, and it's been really good, nice to see.
Well, do you know what the difference between, like, when I was in an area with a massive split, like Blackburn, and the toxicity that existed there? I know, but it's unavoidable, isn't it? But the stark difference between going to those areas and then to somewhere like Birmingham, where most of the time people were just united behind one candidate.
Wa alaikum assalam rahmatullah. Ahmed, how you doing? It's Dilly.
Dilly, my brother, how are you? I thought I'd answer this phone call.
What's going on? Alhamdulillah, you're live on air on our election live stream. We got Roshan here, we got Robert here. How are you, brother?
This is Ahmed. Sorry, brother.
Inshallah, Ladywood is falling. Inshallah.
This is Ahmed Yakub, the independent candidate in Birmingham Ladywood. One of the favourites, one of the constituencies where many eyes will be glued on. How are you feeling, Ahmed?
I'm feeling very good, man. Inshallah, it's nearly Tahajjud time. I'm going to pray Tahajjud shortly. And that's it, brother, man. That's it, inshallah.
Listen, you've been like the Elvis of this general election for the Muslim community. I'm being honest with you. You have been the rock star of this general election from the Muslim community.
Alhamdulillah.
Shabana Mahmood, was she canvassing today? Was she in any of the areas today?
I didn't see it personally, but one of my team members seen it in one of the polling stations.
Okay. And are you with Jody and are you with Shakil?
I am, but they on the other side of the room. So I don't want these guys to rig anything or cheat.
No, that's good. That's
So
good.
that's why I'm just glued to the tables. I'll be honest with you.
No, you have to be. You have to be. Ahmed, we're gonna have to let you go because Shakil's ringing us. I will ring. We will ring you back later on tonight, inshallah, with some good news of your victory, inshallah.
Inshallah, keep praying, brothers. Please.
No, we will do, bro.
Keep
Inshallah.
it to us.
Take care, bro. Assalamu alaikum.
Was Shaquille calling back?
That was Shakil, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what they mean by they're keeping an eye on
I'll call him in a
people
second.
is that what's happening now, the ballot papers are coming out. So what they do is they'll mark. So if you've been to counting,
No, it's too many times.
okay, so they'll be marking it off, isn't it, for
Yeah.
each candidate?
Yeah.
So there could be errors, there could be oversights, there could be other shenanigans taking place. So what happens is people just be sitting around there like that while they're crossing off, isn't it? So they're just keeping an eye that no funny business happens. And obviously in a seat like Ladywood, I think everyone's on their toes and everyone's paranoias and senses are heightened. Anything can happen.
He seemed quite confident, isn't it? Because you usually can tell how they're feeling by the way they're talking, and he's sounding quite confident.
Like I said, of all the Muslim candidates, Ahmed Yakub is the favorite. This is someone who can prove he has a democratic mandate.
Yeah.
This is someone who got 70,000 votes and has never, ever ran for any political office. And he came along in such a short time, got 70,000 votes. That's not a joke. He came third. And that's a huge mandate. What do you think, Robert? 70,000 votes. Could you imagine? Do you think you can get 70,000 X's next to your name?
I can get 7.
There you go.
my mum would vote for me.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. He's got some evidence backing him up about how strong his run is, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, if you looked at how he performed in the mayoral election, the area that he's actually standing in now as an MP,
He done well there.
he actually would have won if it was a general election situation happening. The amount of votes he got from the area for the mayoral run, he would have won there. So yeah, he has a very good chance of winning. The brother who was speaking earlier as well said that I think this is so unprecedented. They're not 100% accurate about these Muslim heavy areas and how it will actually perform. They're estimating based on the tried and tested systems that they've had in place from before, but we're entering unprecedented territory here now. So Ahmed Yakub's got a great chance, absolute great chance.
So I think what Abu Bakr was saying, that if Yvonne has gained from 0 to 9 and Labour has lost 8%, that basically means that there is a shift away from Labour towards independence. So that's hopeful for these constituencies. What I meant by the Elvis and the rock star of the general election, he has been.
He's been box office, isn't he?
Yeah,
TikTok videos.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy who said for every offense there's a defense. He bought the whole American style. No, that was his thing.
Oh, right.
That was his thing. For every offense there's a defense, because he's a criminal defense lawyer.
Oh, right.
That's how he went viral.
Yeah.
Birmingham Mail coined him the TikTok lawyer, the TikTok Gaza lawyer, right? So, and he's been very outspoken. He doesn't really care how he sounds or how he speaks, but the guy's honest. He's had a lot of support from the community. Doesn't mince his words, doesn't give long speeches, very succinct and to the point, very unique. And I think that makes many people uncomfortable to have the likes of Ahmed Yakub and Shakil Afsar, potentially in Parliament.
Yeah,
but out of all those candidates that we have there and others that we've discussed, bar Galloway, Ahmed Yakub has a very recent mandate. 70,000 votes is not a joke.
Yeah, absolutely.
And had that been a general election in that constituency, he would have won. Because the West Midlands mayoral election covers a much wider region, he missed it. But but he sounds confident.
Yeah.
Shakil, Jody, and Ahmed staying together. I also believe there is an element of Ahmed and Jody helping Shakil, because Shakil actually got the hard end of the deal. If you look at Birmingham, right? Ayub Khan isn't in a split vote situation. Ahmed Yakub isn't in a split vote situation. Jody is not in a split vote situation. Shakil is.
Yes.
The other three were endorsed by the Muslim vote. Shakil wasn't. So it's actually nice to see that Ahmed and Jody actually came together, and vice versa. Shakil's been it's just been nice to see them three together, and they've seemed quite inseparable for the last couple of weeks, and that's good.
There's something unique and special about the Birmingham Muslim community. I like them a lot.
That's one of our strongholds, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was just going to say earlier the difference in the feel and the focus of attention on the community. We're going after Labour. That's the focus in Jodi's area, in Ahmed's area, and even in Shakil's area as well.
The most
That's the
focused constituencies and city with the Muslim community. If in the last, since October the 7th, and since the general election has been announced, Birmingham and the Muslims of Birmingham seem to be the most organized and most dedicated in unseating Labour.
It felt good to go and report there. I actually felt uplifting. I felt like Labour were in a desperate situation. I felt like they were panicking. I just hope we can get some results.
They are in a desperate situation. They are panicking. Let's talk a little bit about Ilford North. We haven't spoken much about Ilford North. Liane Mohammed's sister, Palestinian sister, 23 or 24 years old. I remember Sister Liane when I used to go and give ice hockey events at UCL to see her run against West Streeting. And I think she's had, my personal opinion, she's had the most professional, the most slick campaign. It seems to have transcended just Muslimness or Palestine. She's running against a rising star in the Labour Party, that's West Streeting. What's your thoughts on Ilford North? And it's also it's a candidate that we didn't actually get to speak to much in the last 4 to 6 weeks. What's your thoughts on Liane Mohammed and Ilford North, Robert?
Well, I didn't go to Ilford North. I was supposed to at one stage and didn't go. So I can't really speak about the local stuff and goings on. Haven't had a chance to see Liane Mohammed's campaign up close. But I have spoken to her and met her a few times. She did speak to me before the general election was announced. And I think that she's a very nice person. She's young, and I think she's a great talent and a future potential. Whether or not her age is a good or a bad thing is, I suppose, open to who you ask. But to be honest with you, I didn't get a chance to go.
But there is a buzz in the air in Ilford North. There is.
It looks like it. I mean, great social media videos.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on Ilford North?
What's my thing? I mean, again, I didn't go. We were invited on Sunday, but we were just in Birmingham basically, so we couldn't make that. We haven't really covered Ilford North this campaign. I would say I don't know. West Streeting was on the BBC exit poll program. You know, when they announced the big exit poll at 10 o'clock, and he looked quite smug, which I don't think he'd been on that program if he was that worried, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a smug character, though. He's a very smug character.
He may have been pre-booked, and he might just have done, you know, a quick slot, and then he's off to his constituency. So I might be reading too much into that. But my general impressions, I don't know Liane. Obviously, she's Palestinian, and from everything I've heard about her personally, she's a lovely person. But I personally think 23 years old is too young to go into parliament. So that's the controversial thing I'm going to say, is that I think it's a den of wolves. And for a 23-year-old person, whether they're male or female, to go into parliament at that age, I just think it's too young. You know, and I'm someone who's generally a bit negative. You know, I look down on younger people, basically.
There was,
from my 50 years old age now. I think life experience is something that is very important, because it enables you to be confident about who you are and not to listen to everybody that's in your ear all the time, and to have the confidence to be who you are. And I think 23 years old is too young for that.
Well, we did have a prime minister once upon a time who was 24 years of age.
And I know it was William Walpole, wasn't it? Or something. No, it was Pitt the Younger.
Pitt the Younger, yes. A little history lesson.
So
yeah. But I don't know.
Sure, do you want to? Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna be quiet for a bit because my mic's.
What do you think, Dilly? Then age a problem, or
no? I don't think age is an issue, so as long as you've got your wits about you. But like I said, we've not really been on the ground in Ilford North, but there's definitely been an online buzz about Liane's campaign. The production has been slick. It has transcended just Gaza, and if you look at the endorsements that she's had, it's gone beyond like your prominent pro-Palestine or Muslim voices. So there is definitely a buzz and an energy around Liane Mohammed and Ilford North. Inshallah, you know, she's victorious. But no, for me, I don't think that age is a concern, because, you know, you can have people who are young, but you can have people who are young, but their heads are screwed on and they've got their bits about them. And you get older, you get those who are a bit more senior, and they freaking move like little kids.
Individual.
Yes. Now,
are there any issues? If the age is not an issue, are there any issues with Leanne
My
Mohammed's campaign at all, or?
my only thing would be with regards to not just Leanne, but any candidate that appeals to beyond the Muslim vote, right? Now, look, we Ahmed Yakub, Jodie McIntyre, Rochdale, Blackburn, you know, these constituencies, there's enough Muslims there and there's enough pro-Palestine support there to kind of bank on focusing on that and appealing to them. Ilford North, Leanne Mohammed is dealing with not just a Muslim population there. There's a very loyal Labour support network there. She's having to deal with other constituencies, which West Streeting can very easily weaponize, right? The LGBTQ community being one of them. We already know that there were allegations of West Streeting's campaign team members allegedly calling her an extremist at the doorstep. Now, when you face these kind of pressures, sometimes, not just Leanne, but any candidate that's running in a constituency where you have to appeal to people beyond the Muslim community, that sometimes you may have to tone things down a bit and say how things are said or done. That's not just to Leanne, that's just with any candidate that's sitting in a constituency where your appeal is beyond the Muslims. It is in those times where you'll have certain whispers in your ears, trying to tailor your message, trying to appease certain constituencies, and that could potentially bring you into a situation where you compromise or self-censor. I'm not saying that's the case with Sister Leanne. I'm saying that could potentially happen.
I think the only way to be an MP, from our perspective, is to do it like Claire Daly did it in the European Parliament. Go in there, trash the place. Absolutely trash the place. But again, Claire Daly is an older woman. I don't know, maybe late 50s. She knows who she is. She's very confident in who she is. She knows her politics. So she was able to do that without having, you know, she could just drown out the noise. I'm not sure whether Leanne or people her age can.
Well, the 23-year-old Leanne that we know so far, we know that she, mashallah, is very passionate about the Palestinian cause, being a Palestinian herself. She's an outwardly a practicing sister, a visible Muslim. She's someone who is very articulate, has fire and passion. And I just hope that, you know, inshallah, that she can harness that moving forward. Definitely, there's bigger things for her in the future. But I just think that once your appeal is beyond the Muslim community, because remember, Leanne is dealing with West Streeting. West Streeting is from the LGBTQ community. It's something that he has used and weaponized to bash the Muslim community with previously with the RSC bill and other stuff. Do you remember that, Roshan, a couple of years ago? So so she has to deal with those sensitivities. And when you have to deal with those sensitivities, you then at times may be advised to tone things down, or how you present things and how you convey things and who you appeal to. That's my only concern, but it's not a major concern per se. The age issue isn't a thing.
We've still got about 700 people watching live.
That's good.
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
That means people are up.
So alhamdulillah, but I noticed the numbers are going down, which I'm not surprised at all, given the time. People probably have work tomorrow. They've got to go to sleep. But I would say, brothers and sisters, the exciting bit is about to begin, probably within the next half an hour.
It is.
We're going to get a flood of results.
We are.
Yeah.
So if you can stay up, and obviously, what time's Fajr?
About 3-ish.
Yeah, just stay up for Fajr, brothers and sisters. Just give us that, yeah? Stay up for Fajr. And then you can pray, and then you can go to sleep, inshallah.
Fajr, Wembley, London.
We're in Wembley, by the way. We're in London at the moment.
So it'd be 2:54.
2:54.
Yeah, it's about another hour.
So got 50 minutes to Fajr, inshallah. And are we going to get some food, Jamal?
On its way.
It's on its way. How long?
Not long, I think. Maybe it's still flashing.
About 20 minutes?
Yeah, 10-15 minutes.
Oh, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, we haven't eaten, brothers and sisters. So I'm sorry, you're going to have to watch us with food dripping out of our mouths.
No. What we'll do is...
We're going to take a break?
No. We'll just take goals in eating.
You don't want people to watch you eat?
No, I don't think.
Is it? What is it?
That's what have you
ordered?
That's what they're hanging on for.
Yeah,
What
you ordered. Pizza. Oh, pizza's not that messy, is it?
Well, I think they call it a mukbang or something like that.
You can eat in front of the camera. I'm gonna.
Talking on camera.
Is that? It's not Islamic etiquette.
Yeah, it's not good. It's just not good cricket, is it?
Yeah. I don't mind. I'll spill it all over my clothes, and then I won't even wash my clothes the next day. Do you know what I mean?
You're a war correspondent. You. This is nothing.
Should we give Shaquille a call?
Yeah,
give
Shaquille try and get him on.
Yeah, I think from 2:30 onwards, we're going to get a flood of results, inshallah.
There's 18 Labour wins so far. 2 for the Conservatives, 2 for the Lib Dems, no independents so far. But obviously we're waiting for a flood of results, as you say. But Labour went on track to get their majority.
Walaikum salam, Shakil. It's Roshan here. You're live on air, by the way, with Dilly and Robert.
Sanka Shakil.
Brilliant. How are you guys? Assalamu alaikum.
How you doing, my papa? You alright?
Shukr, alhamdulillah. Yes, alhamdulillah. Morals are high.
That's it.
We're feeling buzzing, alhamdulillah. So it's good.
Yeah. Tell me, give us the latest updates. What's going on at the counting station, Shakil?
Counting station is very busy. The boxes are coming thick and fast. It's looking very good for my dear brother Ahmed Yakub. Likewise, same with Jody, from what we can see. But you never know until we get there. With myself, looking good. But again, I don't want to quote anything that's not there. We know there was a split in the vote in the constituency, and I think these numbers will tell who was the splitter and who was not.
What time do you reckon you're going to get a result?
I think they're expecting around 3-4 o'clock, something around that time, roughly. But if you'd like, I can give you, once I go back in, I can give you an update.
Please. So the 3 counts are happening in the same centre, are they?
Sorry?
The 3 counts are happening in the same centre, are they?
Yeah, so it's in the same centre in the ICC, just off the Broad Street, but they are different halls. We are in one of the bigger halls alongside with Ahmed Yakub and Jody's team. But Jody's team is separated over 2 halls, so we're not getting a full picture of everything because we're in the one hall and then the other counts happening in the other hall.
So you can physically see the ballots and how they're stacking up.
We can, yeah. So as soon as the ballots come into the halls, they put into the relevant section. Those ballots, then the tags are cut off, and those ballots are tipped out onto the table, upon which the people who are working here at the count will then start to put the ballots facing up, which then gives us the opportunity to sample them.
Dilly?
Yes.
Shakil, how you doing? Is Dilly, you alright?
Dilly, my dear brother, how are we?
Alhamdulillah, my dear brother. Quick one, any role, any drama today? Any of the stations?
Shukr, alhamdulillah, with what's going on up and down the UK, a lot of us kept decorum here in Birmingham.
Good.
There was a massive police presence. Now, I don't know why, but in Birmingham, there was a massive police presence. And from my information and ear to the road, there was a massive police presence in the Small Heath area, which obviously we know is a Jess Phillip ex-Labour seat. Well, hopefully ex-Labour seat.
Inshallah.
And even locally, my constituency, although there's been no hiccups, there was a massive police presence at every polling station. A bit unreal, really. I think just signifying the fact how West Midlands Police is totally aware of the disconnect between inner city areas and the Labour Genocidal Party.
Atik Malik from Luton South said exactly the same thing. He goes, in those wards and those areas where there's heavily Muslim populations, there was a high police presence, and you've literally just said the same thing.
Absolutely, and for somebody who's been involved, like my history with politics, I've actually been part of 2 major elections. So one being the mayoral election, and one being the election in 2019 when Roger Godzif was ousted by the Labour Party for standing with Muslim parents. And definitely much more police presence, much more robust presence along the whole of the city, because I was actually, for the full day, I was visiting all the polling stations. So I was actually on road and in communication with all the other the areas as well. And there was a massive police presence.
Quick one. We were talking about how Birmingham really has been the focus for many in terms of the pro-Palestine Muslim vote and the candidates that have come up from there. Now, you, Ahmed and Jody, mashallah, have been inseparable for the last couple of weeks, and it's actually been so cute and brotherly and warm to see. Why is that? Why has that been the case? How come you 3 have been stuck together, mashallah? What's the story?
I think it was, to be honest with you, there's no real story or plan. I think Allah is the best of planners, and it just brought me, Jody, and Ahmed Yakub together. I was quite close to Ahmed Yakub before even the mayoral election, but he gave us the chance to unite, and it just naturally happened. I met Jody met me. I actually met his campaign manager, and after that, we realised that us 3 together
are far more powerful. Although Jody is a part of the Workers' Party and me and Ahmed are not a part, and although we're endorsed by George Galloway, we felt, that everything that we are saying, everything that we want, the representation we're fighting for, was very much aligned with the three of us, and not only us, also with Brother Ayub, who's standing against the genocidal maniac Khalid Mahmood. So I find that we, as the independent candidates, have actually joined forces to build a sort of alliance going forward, and I think this is what will happen. I firmly believe up and down the UK there will be alliances built, whether elected or not now. Going forward, this is only the beginning for many of us, and I hope Labour, ups their game, because they are going to have a very hard task going forward, inshallah.
Inshallah. Last question, and this is something which I'm just going to have to put it to you because this is facts on the table. You are experiencing in your constituency what your other three counterparts are not, right?
Correct.
So, for example, Ayub Khan, Ahmed Yakub, Jody McIntyre. Number one, the Muslim vote have endorsed them. Number two, they're in constituencies where they are not dealing with a split vote. In your constituency, you've got yourself, two other independents, and have you got Workers' Party there as well?
No, we haven't got a.
So you got three independents, don't you?
Yeah, what we must remember, we have three independents, but without speculating or without going on a witch hunt, what we must remember that this particular constituency, the Whole Green constituency, is the largest Muslim constituency in West Midlands. It's 54% Muslim, and even some of the other candidates, just to provide a factual evidence, have been working under Keir Starmer in the CPS for many years as well, and have been heavily involved with Labour. So I think, without me speculating too much, it was very sinister how they were very, very adamant that they must not lose this seat. And unfortunately, if Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, can starve Palestinians of food, water and electricity, I'm sure funding a candidate to step up and split the vote to ensure his seat is not lost is very doable. But again, Allah knows best.
Shakil, we inshallah, hopefully you are victorious tonight, as are all the brothers in Birmingham. Keep us posted, please, and we may bring you back onto the show later on, inshallah.
Inshallah, feel free. I'm available all night. And what we must remember and tell everyone in this procedure, we were here before the election, and inshallah we'll be here after the election, regardless of the result.
Inshallah. Take care, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu
alaikum. I think what we can do is when there's like a relevant constituency, we can maybe just turn the sound up.
Yeah,
that's all right, isn't
it?
Yeah. We won't show any images, but that's what we'll do, inshallah.
Results are coming in thick and fast now. Labour in a pretty strong lead at the moment. They're taking a lot of seats from the Conservatives. They're also holding on to many seats as well. The Liberal Democrats have gained 2, the Conservatives just 3, Labour sitting comfortably at 27 so far. George Galloway has tweeted that apparently an assault has taken place outside the Rochdale counting place, and it was one of his counters that was beaten up. He says there's footage of the incident. He hasn't shown it yet, but we'll have to wait and see. There's more allegations going around of foul play here, intimidation tactics, and it seems as if Rochdale has become very, very violent. That's what it looks like.
An update from Blackburn, and this is
really my ears prick up.
A neutral brother, but a reliable source said the word on the Blackburn counting floor is that it is starting to look very tight, and the 3 candidates are neck and neck.
Oh wow!
Yeah, with 39,047 votes, the candidate needs around 12,000 to win.
12,000? I thought it was about 18,000.
No, it's about 12,000. So
whoever's because of the low,
because of the low turnout. But apparently, it's very tight in Blackburn. No one announced our calls in Blackburn, brother.
Yeah, who are we gonna call?
Who do you want us to call on Blackburn, brother?
I think I'd get lynched in the way by both sides. You know what I mean? How were you treating Blackburn?
I told you,
did you have an armed guard with you?
No, I'm okay. There's something about you, Roshan. They want to lynch you when you go there.
Just don't ask them any questions. They don't like to be asked questions, apparently. So yeah, as long as you don't do that, then you'll be all right, I suppose.
Look, the brothers in Blackburn showed, mashallah, when I went down there on last Sunday, they showed me a lot of love and respect. They conveyed salam. That's the first thing I told you. It's just that coin toss thing. They just it's just that coin toss thing that they couldn't get over. But if it is tight in Blackburn, then what a shame it would be that as a result of it being that tight, that somehow Labour gets an edge.
Well, if one of them win, then all is forgiven. But if Labour wins and it's tight, then it's obviously the vote splitting, isn't it?
That is
so the only way Blackburn can get out of this is if Craig Murray or Adnan Hussein wins.
Wow, it's very, very close. It's nail-bitingly close. Nail-bitingly close.
Well, what you say? But is that just one? Is that a good source? Or
Whoa, Reform UK. Reform UK has just won their first ever seat.
Wow.
Reform game from the Conservatives. Ashfield.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've got to mute myself, haven't I, when I do that?
Reform UK have an MP in Parliament. This is a right-wing party.
No, that's huge.
This is a right-wing party with its leadership openly attacking Islam. Literally, they've attacked Islam. They've attacked. As well.
This is
humongous.
Yes, and this is a party whose leaders campaigning Clacton had campaigners that called Rishi Sunak an effing P word, said that migrants should be shot down on boats.
There was a guy, a Reform UK candidate, I think. He said that Islam was the same as Nazism. Nazi Germany is the same as Islam. They're the same thing. So that's what he called it.
I get it, but you have to also understand the levels of IQ you're dealing with as well with reform. It's the truth. The caliber of people you're dealing with aren't exactly the brightest or the sharpest tools.
A lot of MPs, including Labour and Tories, they're all stupid. We're talking about idiots here.
But look,
but the fact is that Reform UK are really, really hostile.
And let's just highlight something about the significance of this. When UKIP were at their peak, they had 2 MPs, and those were 2 MPs that they didn't win via mandate. Those are 2 Tory MPs that defected over to the other side. They've come in from a mandate, and if we're going to see this, if Reform get 15 to 20 MPs in, that's massive. Even 10 MPs would be a massive victory for Reform, and Reform is hard right.
Yes,
it's as hard right as you can get. I mean, they're just a bit short of Tommy.
Yeah, well, they've got his endorsement, so
you voted for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the difference between Reform Party and Tommy Robinson would be suits of Stone Island, really. Other than that,
let's see. I mean, that looks like that's going to be the big takeaway. Hopefully, there'll be other takeaways, but right now it looks like Reform UK are going to have possibly a nice little chunk of the seats in Westminster. How that's going to affect the politics here, we don't know.
You know the whole Keir Starmer and his comments about Bangladeshi migrants. There's a lot of questions around why did he do that? Why Bangladesh? And I was hoping that I was going to get this opportunity to explain at least why I think he did that.
Yeah.
Keir Starmer chose to single out Bangladeshis because he had 2 choices. It was either going to be Bangladeshis or Pakistanis. He chose Bangladeshis because, number one, he has less Bangladeshi MPs than he does Pakistani MPs. He has 8 Pakistani MPs, 4 Bangladeshi MPs. Who are the 4 Bangladeshi MPs? Roshan Ali, Rupa Haq, Afsana Begum, and Tulip Siddiq. Out of those 4, 1 is somewhat outspoken, and even then it seems somewhat of a pariah within the party, Afsana. The other 2 are very conformist. They're not going to bat an eyelid about anything, and same with Rupa Haq. And out of those 4 Bangladeshi MPs, 2 of them are standing in constituencies where there's significant Muslim populations. Compare that to now, if he was to attack Pakistani migrants, he's now dealing with 8 Pakistani MPs in 7 constituencies where there's a high Muslim Pakistani population. But why Pakistanis or Bangladeshis? He was appealing to the Reform voters. What's the point of attacking Afghans and Iranians? There's not that many Afghans and Iranians in this country. There's not that many Syrians in this country. If you're going to show a real commitment to that Reform voter constituency, you have to attack one of the 2 big Muslim groups, which in the UK is either Pakistanis or Bangladeshis. So It was a calculated call, and he wins. If I'm going to upset a couple of 100,000 Bangladeshis, I'm going to gain millions more votes potentially from those who would have voted for reform. And I think that's just simple maths. So even hoping on Labour to have some kind of self-reflective moment in these constituencies where they thought they were going to get a huge majority, I think they're banking on the fact that demographically, reform type supporters and voters actually outnumber Muslims and pro-Palestinians. I think they banked on that. What do you guys think?
Yes, absolutely. I think, like you say, they're just they're pandering to the right. They're not leading. They're a party following public opinion, which I think is very dangerous, very scary. Roshan said many times, this country has a problem with racism. This country has a serious problem with racism. And if you have someone who claims to be representing the left party, you'd assume that Labour's going to lead on the immigration issue and actually tackle it and take it on. But they're not. They're literally falling in line with public opinion, which happens to be swinging to the right. And it's falling into this wider tsunami of far-right attitudes across Europe. So, I mean, people are talking now about Nigel Farage one day becoming a prime minister in this country. Maybe not now, maybe in 2029 or beyond. But, I mean, Hitler started off on a very low level, didn't he? But we're talking about far-right politics here, sweeping across Europe. We're talking about far-right politics here. I don't know. I think it's a very scary thought. It's a very scary thought.
The only thing I've got to, I'm not sure if you said this because I was focusing on the updates, but he gave that speech at a event sponsored by the Sun.
Yes.
So it was very deliberate, I think, what he said. Yes. And then he kind of apologized or backtracked for the misunderstanding on a Bengali channel, which no one watches.
No one watches.
So it's very, very calculated.
ATN, yeah.
So he gets to apologize to the Bengali community, but he also knows that the right-wing audience, which he was addressing that day on The Sun, will not watch that channel.
Absolutely. Spot on.
Politicians, they're snakes, man, all of them.
But I also believe it's easy maths for him. He gains more from appealing to that constituency than upsetting a couple of 100,000 Bangladeshis or 1 or 2 million Muslims. You gain more from taking that kind of dog whistle approach than being just. I mean, you know, when you said as being the, quote unquote the left party, you'd think that they'd take on immigration. It'd be political suicide if they were to attempt that. It makes absolute sense why he's appealing to the reform and the hard right, because that's what's going to get him his seat. That's what's going to get him his majority.
Yeah, it's just that you taught about politics as if, you know,
I don't have his number. But yeah, I don't know. Well, I might do.
They talk about politics as if you have different ideologies, different leaders, candidates who argue from their position, and they win you over. They win you over to their argument. But it seems like that's a total farce, isn't it? It's just we have so-called leaders. We have so-called leaders who are not leading; they're just falling in line. And I just think it's very scary. Well, there we go.
Forget about the election. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Jamal, take it from him. That's fine. We got water.
It's okay.
That's a scandal. That's a scandal.
Fahim, take. Yeah.
Please smash that. You guys smash that.
Should I give Ajmal Masur a call?
Yeah.
I think I've got his number. Let's see if he answers. People are saying call Ajmal Masur. Don't think he's going to answer. He might call back. Who knows?
He might call back. I'll drop him a message, inshallah.
Okay.
If I may just add, you know, Bethnal Green and Stepney and Ladywood in Birmingham, the reason why these two constituencies were so important for Muslims to unseat Labour was because it's the two constituencies where you have two Labour front benches who abstained from voting for a ceasefire. And they also happen to be in constituencies that have the highest concentration of Muslims in the entire country. So if Bethnal Green and Stepney cannot unseat Roshan Ali, and the Muslims of Birmingham and the pro-Palestine people in Birmingham can't unseat Shabana Mahmood in Ladywood, it is quite damning. If you can't unseat the abstainers, the enablers of genocide, then it's very damning. So I think that's what's been a lot of focus on.
I just had a crazy idea.
Go on.
Because you've got right-wing contacts, haven't you?
I do.
Do you want to give him a call? Ask him about reform? Is
Okay.
that a good idea or a bad idea?
That's fine. I'll call Nick Griffin.
They're asking us to call Nigel Farage. You think I have every number of every politician in the world on this phone?
Right, I'm ringing Nick.
Nick Griffin. Here we go, Nick Griffin.
Nick. Nick, it's Dilly. How you doing? Nick, call me back if you want to talk about reform getting the first MP in.
What happened there?
It could be. He might not.
He might be asleep.
Yeah, he might. Let me try. You're asking me to ring them at 2:30 in the morning.
They must be freaked out, innit? Why is Dilly calling me this time?
Who have you got in your phone book? We can call.
Far right contacts, you know.
Call Obama.
Oh, by the way, Jada, Jim Dowson, Nick Griffin, even Mark Collette, and all these kind of like dissident ethno-Christian right-wingers, they just see reform as just a Zionist party.
Oh yeah,
like just a straight up Zionist party. It has no real interest for the white people, or the British people, or the Christian people. They're all asleep.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm trying Jim now.
Brothers and sisters, I am going to tuck in.
Yes.
I don't think Dilly's going to do it, but I'm going to go for it. Just look away now.
So yeah,
you're going to tuck in as well?
I think I will. So yeah, I guess everyone at home, just if you've got anything you want to eat, get it out now. Now's the time. Go and make your drinks and whatnot.
None of the right wingers answered.
They're underground. Yeah, so Labour's still running away with it, it seems. Holding on to a lot of areas, gaining a lot from the Conservatives as well. 40 seats for Labour so far.
I think
only 3 for the Conservatives.
All right, great. I think if there's an interesting seat, let's put the sound up so people can hear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So far, nothing.
Jim, how are you?
I'm all right. How's yourself?
Are you asleep or you awake?
No, I'm watching the elections and all that stuff.
Fantastic. You're live on our show. What's happening? You all right?
Oh, I'm very well indeed, sir. How are you?
I'm good. This is Jim Dowson. Jim Dowson was the founder of Britain First. He was the economic brains behind the British Nationalist Party, currently based in Belfast. Jim, what's your thoughts on the first reform electoral victory in the constituency? What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, it was expected, but, a lot of stupid idiots think, Nigel Farage is going to be the Prime Minister tomorrow morning. He's not. They're going to win about 10 seats, I think. But what they have done is they've caused a total collapse of the Tory vote, which is allowed in Labour, a massive majority that nobody can now stop them doing whatever they want. And that all those parties, Labour, Tory, Reform, they're all pro-Israel. So what we're going to see now is a ramping up of the war against not just Gaza, but a war against Hezbollah, against Iran, and terrible times ahead, brother. That's it, bottom line.
Jim, let me ask you something. As someone who describes himself as a Christian, as a nationalist, what does reform represent to you?
Mossad, CIA, Atlanticism, simple as that.
Seriously, I mean, our viewers and listeners are tuned in right now. We've got hundreds of people tuned on. Why do you hold that position?
They're not a serious right-wing party. Look, Nigel Farage said his greatest achievement was destroying the BNP and destroying the right-wing generally. He said that. He's got several videos. If anybody doesn't believe me, Google it. He's got several videos where he said that on television and interviews and big shows, where he says he's proud of destroying the right wing. I am right wing. Nigel Farage is a city banker. He's a globalist. He's pro-immigration. He's pro-abortion. He's pro-homosexual. He said just last week on television, if you're anti-gay, you're out of the party. If you're if you're a cultural, what do you call it?
Cultural Marxist.
No. If you're an ethno-nationalist, you're out of the party.
Okay.
Well, there is only one type of nationalist. That's an ethno-nationalist. There is no other type. So, no, the whole thing, look, he's just another part of the establishment. What I do feel sorry for is the decent people in Britain who are genuinely hurting, genuinely need an answer, genuinely need a hero. So, I mean, you've got two choices. If you're a working class person, Tommy Robinson's your hero. Wow. And if you're sort of middle class, Nigel Farage's your hero. Both of them are cut from the same cloth.
How does the politics of Nigel Farage and Reform differ to that of Britain First when you were part of the organisation, or BMP when you were part of the organisation?
Well, I mean, Reform, the people who vote Reform think they're voting for a anti-immigration, right-wing conservative Christian group. It's nothing of the sort. And let's be honest, Reform is not a party. Reform is a private, limited company where Nigel Farage owns 51% of the shares. Now, this is unheard of. But Nigel Farage, what does he stand for? He wants to stop immigration, does he? No, he just wants to stop Muslim immigration. He's the same as Geert Wilders. He's the same as all those people who have been promoted to positions they shouldn't really be in. But they're giving people false hope. And, at the end of the day, if they win 9, 10, 12, 13 seats, what difference does it make? There's 650 seats in the UK Parliament. So what on earth difference will 15 seats make? None. But he's not right wing. I'm right wing.
Last question before I let you go, Jim, because I know it's late. What's happening in Belfast? What's it looking like in Belfast in terms of?
Oh, it's not good. I mean, I think the heart has been kicked out of the unionist people because of these sex allegations against the leader of the sort of unionist cause. This has been a big blow. Jeffrey Donaldson's fall from grace, although he's not been convicted yet, I must add. But he's up now for an extra. He was up yesterday in charges, and they've added another 6 historical sex allegations on. So that's really that's took the wind out of our sails. Sinn Féin obviously are riding high. But what's the most worrying situation in Northern Ireland is the Alliance Party, a rabidly liberal, godless, atheistic, pro-gay, pro-trans party. They're the big success story. They're getting more and more and more votes. And sadly, nearly all the votes, about 80% of the votes, are from women. And I'm going to say something controversial. That is why women should never have had the vote. Period.
Jim, you're going to get us into a lot of trouble and pickle with those aged views, some would say.
We've got. Some would say, but how can a house stand if it's divided upon itself? So if a woman votes different from her husband, that's not acceptable. So why don't just give the husband 2 votes and cut out the middleman?
Last question before I go. A lot of people had an issue with my recent engagement with yourself, with Nick, with Jada. I mean, the interview with Jada nearly reached 300,000 views, got taken down in a couple of days. Why do you think people have had a massive issue with our recent engagements?
We've got breaking news. You better take a seat.
Well, the thing is, like everything else, people get frightened. Look, you've no changed being a Muslim. I ain't changed being a fundamental Christian. None of us are going to ever change our views. But look, we're human beings. All of us are made in the image and likeness of God. If we can't deal with each other as reasonable, honourable men, well, we're not reasonable, honourable men at all. And I think people just get frightened because it challenges their stereotypes of what you should do and what you shouldn't do. I'm a child of God. I don't fear anybody. I don't fear you. I don't hate you. And I think the only way human beings can progress in life and grow as human beings is by engaging in each other. At the end of the day, I'm no more or less a Christian. You're no less a Muslim for us having that discussion. So as human beings and made in the image and likeness of God, we should always try and communicate. As somebody once said, jaw is better than war. And that's true.
And on that note, Jim, I'll have to let you go and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you very much.
Take care, Jim. Bye. That was Jim Dowson, the founder of the far-right group Britain First and the financial brains behind the British Nationalist Party, and also a member of the Knights Templars. What breaking news have we got, Robert?
Well, brothers and sisters, breaking news. This is probably the biggest update we've had so far. Rochdale has been lost to the Labour Party. George Galloway is out for the count. He has failed to hold on to Rochdale after winning in the by-election there. George Galloway is considered by many to be a very, very strong, supportive voice for the Palestinian cause and has spoken up for Gaza. He's the head of the Workers' Party, a party which many were hoping would be able to secure perhaps 1 or 2 seats in Westminster. So Galloway's loss is continuing on from Yvonne Ridley's earlier defeat in Newcastle, but Galloway is different because many believed that he had actually a strong chance in holding on to the seat, a seat which has a lot of Muslims voting there and a seat which he had already been able to win. Obviously, we remember from our coverage there, Roshan, that Galloway's by-election win was a little unusual. Obviously, Labour's chances were kind of ruined very early on simply because the candidate that they had put forward, Azhar Ali, had created a massive anti-Semitism controversy over comments that had been leaked that he had made about October the 7th. And they basically ditched him. They dropped him as their candidate, essentially ruining their chances there. So Galloway's win was unusual. Perhaps he wasn't challenged in the way that he normally would have been if Labour had been able to maintain a candidate there that they were backing. So potentially he was sort of an unproven winner there. But the fact is he had won, and now he has lost. So very disappointing, I think, for many, especially people who are fans of Galloway. And there are many British Muslims who do support Galloway, do like him, do think he's a good voice for Palestine, and they do support the Workers' Party as well. So very, very disappointing for the Workers' Party camp. And I think, I think we all were hoping that perhaps Galloway could stay in simply because of what he's done for Palestine in the past. So
I'm looking at the results
quite a disappointing
now.
result there.
So Paul War, Labour, got 13,047 votes. And Galloway came second with 11,508 votes.
Very close.
So about 1,500 difference.
Agonizing.
So it was 32% vote share to 29.
So I assume that many Muslims continued to back him just as they backed him in the by-election.
Yeah,
so
he got a bit more. He got about 14,000, didn't he?
Yeah. So
Muslims basically haven't voted in the numbers, same numbers.
You think so? Yes, possibly. Well, I think obviously locals will be disappointed. I think that they were riding high on the by-election win, and having Galloway in Westminster, whether you like him or not, and I know that many people do not like Galloway as well. He certainly upset the establishment by being there. Even the Prime Minister gave an emergency speech on the night of his by-election win, basically attacking Rochdale in quite a shocking display. The Prime Minister basically attacked the voters in Rochdale for backing a candidate who he personally didn't approve of because he had views he didn't like, things like criticism of Zionism in Israel, to say the least. So obviously Galloway, whether you like him or not, he is a character who rattles some cages. And I think from what I understand from my reporting in Rochdale is that local Muslims certainly felt that he was the man worth backing on the Palestine issue. Specifically, of course, he is controversial elsewhere, and we here at Five Pillars have questioned him on his views on Syria and other things, Russia and China as well in the past. But I think very disappointing for many who happen to believe that the Workers' Party are worth backing.
So this comment says Galloway is 20% Muslim. I think it means that the seat is 20% Muslim. Galloway could be 20%.
Well, not according to him. He's 100% Catholic, apparently. Always has been.
So he got GSGD says he got 29% of the vote. So that is still a great showing because they faced a real Labour candidate this time.
That was tight.
I do think that's a fair assessment that, Rochdale is a Labour area. Obviously, Galloway won last time because the Labour candidate pulled out.
Labour mobilised properly this time.
And they mobilised properly this time, and he still got very close to beating them. So it's a good showing.
That was close.
Yeah.
Galloway did tweet earlier on stating that there have been some violent scenes at the count outside the venue where the counting was taking place. I'll see if I can pull up his tweet now. Apparently, one of his counters, I think, was apparently beaten up or something like that outside. And obviously there's been complaints about postal voting, and there's a wider scandal actually in this election, which we haven't really discussed yet. But it's basically suggesting that there's something going on with postal voting that looks very irregular.
Galloway losing Rochdale is a massive upset because that was one of the seats where people were very optimistic and hopeful. And given that the by-election wasn't that long ago, sure, Labour would have taken it more serious this time and got behind Paul Wall, mobilised and put more resources to win that. But that was tight, but it's a massive upset.
According to one tweet, Workers' Party official has said the election has been rigged against George Galloway from the start. So that's a comment from a Workers' Party source, apparently.
There is some truth to this. I mean, if we consider that the way he's been excluded from the debates, the way he's been excluded, his party has always been included within the other category, whereas Reform has been given its own platform. So whenever you look at polls and other kind of media coverage, Workers' Party received little to none in the mainstream, and whenever they did appear in charts and stats, they'll always fall within the category of other or independents, whereas Reform got platform, Reform got coverage. He was excluded from the debates. So yeah, I think maybe not rigged against him, but certainly there were biases against him and his party.
It does feel that way. Ashton underline a Labour hold. So Angela Rayner has beaten another Workers' Party candidate, Aroma Hussain. So again, disappointing. Again, it was questionable as to whether she had what it took her campaign to win against Labour there. Roshan, if you could find the statistics for that, I'd be very interested to see.
Where is it?
Ashton underline. It's a Labour hold. So Angela Rayner, one of the parrots of the genocide policy that Keir Starmer has headed, has unfortunately held on to her seat. So she will, of course, be a key figure in a Labour government, of course. So disappointing there as well. So far, no solid results for the pro-Palestine anti-genocide camp, but we are still early. Results are coming in thick and fast. Labour in a very strong lead, even taking a seat from the SNP in Scotland. So it looks like Labour are running away with it so far.
Ashton underline, I think the Muslim population there is between 10 to 12%. So even banking on that and hoping that, and we saw that video of Angela Rayner with some of the tribal leaders of the local community. Remember that video that did the rounds where she was all on her own and she was appealing to a group of uncles? So that must have done the trick. But I'm interested to know how tight it was. I want to know how many votes she ended up getting. So from our live stream poster and the 16 candidates that we have there, 3 are so far unsuccessful. That's George Galloway in Rochdale, Sister Aroma in Ashton Underline, and Yvonne Ridley in Newcastle Central.
I'm still trying to find the breakdown of the votes. Just give me a second.
Yes, I would be interested to see that. Angela Rayner is speaking. Should I put the...
Yeah, put the sound up.
Yes, I would be interested to see that. Angela Rayner is speaking.
I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life.
It looks like Aroma Hussain has come in 4th place, securing just 2,835 votes. Angela Rayner performing very strongly, over 15,000 votes. Reform UK came in 2nd with over 8,000 votes, close to 9,000 votes. So they part of the strongest fight to take the seat from Angela Rayner, missing out by quite a few thousand. However, still an impressive performance for Reform. Aroma Hussain, I think, will be disappointed with that. I think she would have hoped to have gotten closer to 10,000, but couldn't even get more than Yvonne Ridley, less than 3,000. So not the strongest performance. Again, very disappointing for Reform because, again, they had pitted a lot and put a lot of energy into her campaign to undermine Angela Rayner and try and pull the seat from under her, a senior figure within the Labour Party. So again, a disappointing result so far all around for the Workers' Party. This was a party which George Galloway claimed would be able to win many seats and potentially could put him in line to creating a hung parliament situation. That was the best case scenario that Galloway was hoping for. It doesn't look as if that's going to be the case from what we see, but obviously it's still early, perhaps you could argue. But it looks increasingly like Labour is absolutely running away with this so far. Even the Conservatives off to a very sluggish start with just 6 seats so far. The Lib Dems even coming up behind them on 3, and Reform UK 1 as well. So not a good evening.
You stuck by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years.
So George Galloway has tweeted, "I thank the people of Rochdale who gave me 54 sitting days
and I am
in the last Parliament as their MP. Big thanks to my agent, my campaign team, the thousands who voted for me today. We took the government party to with 1,500 votes and served notice on Labour that we are here to stay in Rochdale. We will field a full slate of council candidates, establish a full-time office there, campaign to reopen the maternity ward and A&E, and keep up the pressure on Labour in the town." So that's George Galloway after his defeat.
He'd be gutted.
Yes, absolutely. The Workers' Party are facing disappointment so far only, very little else. Because again, as I say, Aroma Hassan, a lot of effort was put in by the Workers' Party to try and give her a good run at least to pressure Angela Rayner.
She was definitely one of the party's star candidates. So that means for Workers' Party now, really all eyes is on Jodie and on Chris Williamson.
Yes, absolutely. And again, Reform UK are performing pretty strongly so far.
Reform seem like the story of this election.
So far, it's quite
They're
possible they
emerging
will
as the
be.
story of the election.
Absolutely.
You're going to get kicked out, Roshan. You know that.
The country,
yeah,
they'd be doing me a favour. I want to go to Rwanda.
Every cloud has a silver lining, I guess that's what they say, isn't it? But yes, obviously that's a pretty big story. George Galloway failed to hold on to Rochdale.
Wedges.
I think I will have another slice of pizza to make up for it. There we go. Well, I have to say we didn't end up going to Rochdale this time. Oh, you went to Rochdale, didn't you?
I went to Rochdale.
Oh, I see. So I was going to say if we maybe if we went more regularly, we would have won, or Galloway would have won, because we obviously won in the by-election. He should have. Yeah, we won in the by-election.
You definitely took the credit, didn't you? You walked out like you won the
Yeah, why not? Why not? Well, we got a standing ovation. We got a standing ovation when we left. We were just sort of coming out quietly. Disappearing off into the night, but everyone stood up and cheered us on.
People showed you lots of love.
Yeah.
Shall I call Yas again for a quick reaction?
Yeah, absolutely. I must admit, I enjoyed my time in Rochdale. The brothers up there were amazing.
Yep.
Amazing food, yes, as well.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Can you hear me? It's Roshan. Yeah, bad news, brother. Tell us your reaction.
Really disappointed. It was pretty close. The vote margin that we lost by was the Labour vote within the Muslim wards. So that's what I'm disappointed about.
Labour Muslims.
1,500. I mean,
Labour Muslims.
that was a couple of thousand less than last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was. It wasn't expecting. There was a low turnout everywhere.
Yeah.
But with the campaign we ran, we expected to pull out a much larger vote count from the Muslim population.
Right, and so basically, not enough Muslims voted for you. That's the reality.
Yeah, the reality is we need to pull out our base, and we need to pull out a larger percentage of our base to really make a difference. If we had a solid bloc vote, we would have won that. Like I said, the loss was from the Labour votes within the Muslim areas.
Wow,
that's disgusting.
Yeah,
that's an indictment.
One of the wards there was about 1,500, about 1,200. In another ward there was about 1,000. So you're looking at about 2,500 Muslims voted for Labour within our strongholds, and if that didn't happen, we would have won this seat.
How's George feeling?
I've not spoken to him. I'm still just leaving the count. Labour are celebrating. The Muslim Labour councillors are celebrating hard also. So I've just left him to it.
Yeah.
Okay, brother.
Yes,
Labour Muslim
yes, commiserations, bro. I know you guys worked hard for this campaign. Send our regards to George, and we'll probably try a game on the show later on. But all the best, bro. Take care.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, bro.
All right.
Allah Hafiz, bye.
It's those Labour Muslims again. They better keep their comment section off. That's what I'm saying.
No,
keep your comment section
Robert, look,
off.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah,
too?
go on then. Go on.
And both of you don't be offended, yeah? I don't think you guys actually understand that on a grassroots how old the grips. Actually, no, Roshan, you are old school, so you'll definitely understand. But the grips of Labour in the heartlands of these Muslim constituencies is so strong and so deep that they will shamelessly party and they'll celebrate these wins.
Let me just stop you there, Dilly. And I'm the type of guy I get a bit animated sometimes.
Okay,
so it's not against you. It's not against anyone particularly. No one's got more long-standing ties than me.
Yeah.
Working class background from this country, born and bred for generations, and that's not. I don't care about that. I don't care where you come from. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm talking about. So if someone's going to talk to me about Labour roots, then I've got those roots. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I literally invested hard in Labour in the past. My family has, and when Jeremy Corbyn stood up, I jumped on board, got involved. I'm embarrassed to say it now, but I gave it my all, and I really believed in the pie of Labour. Do you know what I mean? The fact is that if I can come to the conclusion that this party is dead in the water as far as Muslims are concerned, then there is no excuse for Muslims to say, well, we've got ties here. We voted from a couple of generations. Come on, man. Like, let's get out of this way of thinking.
We're talking about a system of patronage where for 30, 40 years, Labour will literally send their people to collect postal votes, to literally, bro, take votes per family, per tribe, per caste, per region. You know, I'm talking about even in my town of Bedford, where certain families are pro-Labour, and there were brothers there that wanted to either not vote or vote independent. They were like, bro, we came down and my dad had given my postal votes to next man. Now think of that in a big scale. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that, brother, you didn't put your time and commitment to Labour, but I'm saying that, did you experience it within the tribal system though? They just won't let go, but they will. Look, 40,000 people have been killed in Gaza. You will have Muslims with beards who pray 5 times Salah, campaign for Labour, and they will be celebrating.
Yes.
They will be shamelessly celebrating because they don't see it the way we do. And I don't think, I think, yes, there has been a shift, but we have to also accept that 40, 50 years of Labour in the ethnic immigrant Muslim communities, it's a long relationship, one where it's deeply embedded. It's going to take some time to move away from it. That doesn't surprise me. What Yas just said to me about 1,500 votes coming from the Muslim majority wards in Rochdale, which they should have won, that doesn't surprise me. It won't surprise me when Attic lets us know a similar reality. The fact of the matter is that whilst there has been a shift away from Labour, the core and the bloc is still very strong.
I just find it hard to believe that, because I think that you've got to assume that Muslims are, these types of Labour Muslims are a bit naive then. If that's the case, they're just going to vote Labour because they believe Labour is the best for them.
What about those?
I just don't believe that they're that naive. Do you know what I mean? I think there must be something else at work here. I think highly of them, that they're not going to do that, that they're actually, there's more of a thought process in there. I struggle to believe that it's just they're on some kind of autopilot and that they're just, I don't know.
Bro,
maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Look, I think in those constituencies where you have a more of a younger Muslim population, right, who are more in tune with what's happening, you may see somewhat of a rebellion against the old Labour Guard. And I keep repeating this point home because it's true. I'm talking about Labour people within our families. It could be your father, could be your uncles, could be your grandfather. And this is a tribal elder, or just so in terms of the Pakistanis and the Kashmiris, they'll have tribal elders. In terms of Bangladeshis, you'll have regions, right? Whether you're from Bishnat or Jagannathpur, you'll have, and literally it's per family, per tribe, per clan.
Yes,
and that's how it is, bro. And I think to move away from that it's going to take a while, and that's why I'm glad we spoke about it early on in the show. Managing expectations, being realistic, that Labour's tentacles of influence is still very much there and embedded. But the shift has started. I think we just need to have a bit more patience and keep the momentum up if we're serious.
Yes.
If we're serious to keep the momentum up.
There's one argument which I hear, which, to be honest, actually makes sense for me. And again, it normally comes from older generation elders. They just admit, like, look, we're limited in what we can achieve here.
Yes.
We're very, very limited. And we just have to be honest, like, maybe we can't help Palestine that much because we're in a country which is literally a Zionist, immoral country. So at the end of the day, what is the point in wasting time when, you know, we could just do our little bit? We could pray for Palestine, for example. That's a very powerful tool. When it comes to politics here, it's a bit of a waste of time. It's a bit of a waste of time.
Can I just say, brothers and sisters, I banned the wrong person from the chat. I don't know how to unban you as well. There was basically this guy calling us terrorists, and I was looking to ban him, but because the comments are moving so fast, I banned the wrong person. So J Bon, you didn't do anything wrong. I banned you. I've deleted you. I didn't mean to, and now I don't know how to unban you. Please accept my apologies.
Just take a note of the user.
They'll never know because you banned them, so they'll never get the
No, but hopefully they'll hear this. You know,
just take a note of the name. And inshallah, we can see if we can unblock him back.
All right, J Bon.
Lewisham East has been held on by Labour. I don't know if
Lewisham East. I don't think that was one of the targets.
Oh, okay. There's people talking on Twitter about the candidate in Dewsbury and Batley doing well. Independent candidate Iqbal Mohammed.
Yes.
We don't have the results of that yet, but there's rumbles on Twitter that could be the first Muslim vote win. So there's still hope. There's still hope. Let's not give up hope yet. I mean, at the end of the day, Galloway is good on some things, bad on others. So perhaps he's not the one that we need necessarily in Westminster. It's in Allah's hands, perhaps.
It's Roshan who thinks if we don't get one seat, we've lost. You know that it's Roshan.
Yeah.
Doom and gloom here.
What you think if we get 0 wins? You'll be celebrating.
Celebrate.
Yeah. No MPs. Oh, there's another one. Ealing North. I believe that's Palestinian Workers' Party candidate Sameh Habib. He's not made it. Labour have won that.
The way you
seat.
said that, I was getting excited.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah,
what
sorry.
are you doing that for? Why are you building up hope and doing that?
I was doing it in reverse, but I'm sorry, Habib. A wonderful Palestinian brother who has faced abuse from Labour supporters because he stood up. Another Workers' Party hopeful and favourite.
Update. Keir Starmer has won Holborn and St Pancras. Andrew Feinstein came second.
Whoa,
that's massive.
Was that close?
Not sure how close.
He was never going to win, but if he came second,
he came second.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Though. Is it a strong second? I wonder.
Not sure if we can get the numbers up, but
can we put Keir Starmer on? I think can we put that up?
Yes, we can.
Let's see what he has to say.
Confirmation for you that the new MP for Holborn and St Pancras is also likely to be the next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We'll be listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour game. Key Labour target in Essex and a bellwether since 1983 was Robert Halfon's. The Education Select Committee was his old seat. He was standing down. 223. And they were and you can see 3 pages of people standing, waiting for their moment in the sun by standing with the would-be Prime Minister in Holborn and St Pancras.
I love the idea that we have, and I don't think it's same across all democracies in the world, that you've got incidents that happen, and the way our democracy works, you can have an elmo character.
So Keir Starmer won pretty comfortably on nearly 19,000 votes, 18,800 for Keir Starmer. Andrew Feinstein coming in second with 7,300 votes. Not too bad. Not too bad.
How much did the Bengali guy get? That independent.
He's not in the
Labour
list.
plant.
He's not in the list.
He's not even in the list.
He's not even in the list. So he would have got less than 2,000.
Okay.
Because the Reform UK came in 5th with 2,300. So he didn't even make the top 5. So a complete waste of time.
Complete waste of time.
I don't know exactly how many votes he got. but it wouldn't have made the difference because Keir Starmer held on pretty comfortably. But not a bad run, I'd say, from.
Sorry?
Keep eating.
I'll keep eating. I know I had the other box, so I was leaving that for Dilly, but I'll have one more. I'll have one more slice.
I'm good.
Right, Keir Starmer is speaking, so we'll put that on.
Over the last
audio
6
now.
weeks and beyond.
Boo!
Every
Boo!
every
Genocide.
leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area.
Over 700. A bit more than it was half an hour ago.
Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not,
A teak third in Luton.
I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back,
Liar.
fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So Sir Keir Starmer has won, unfortunately. Genocide supporter there. But
commiserations to Andrew, a great gentleman, a very principled man.
Yeah.
Someone whose reputation precedes him. Top man. You know what a. I mean, look. When I interviewed him, he said, "Dilly, I'm in it to win it," and I think that's just certain people have certain mindsets, and they need to keep the motivation, the momentum up, and the mindset of winning. But the fact that he came second is something that is worthy of praise.
It was a good run.
Yeah, it was a good run, and here we are. Oh, Waste Mia got 600 votes.
I'm hearing Luton South, where Atik is standing, is a Labour hold. Yet to get more details on that.
Labour South has been confirmed. Labour hold.
Okay, so
do we have the breakdown?
Not yet. I'll have to look for it.
So that's Luton South has fallen.
But yes, also Ealing North, Labour hold. Disappointing because that was a good Palestinian candidate there who, again, Workers' Party were really hoping would perform very, very well. I don't have the breakdown yet for him. We'll have to wait and see how he performed. But this is someone who is Palestinian, who has faced abuse on the campaign trail. There was a supporter of the Labour Party who heckled him outside the tube station where he was canvassing. And he said that he was going to vote Labour to spite him because Palestinians are foreigners and Labour needs to get Palestinians out, something like that.
Atik came third. He just messaged me.
He got about 5. Oh, Atik messaged you.
Yeah, I see what he's saying. He came third.
So far, disappointment.
It would be interesting to know how much the Workers' Party candidate, how many votes he got in Luton South.
Yeah, we should work that out, shouldn't we?
Yeah. But if Labour's winning these with massive majorities, then that split vote might not even be an issue. The only time the split vote becomes a blatant issue is when it's pretty tight. The majority with which Labour wins could have been lost had there been a unified candidate, right? Otherwise, the split vote situation doesn't matter. For example, if Attic came third, our Workers' Party came fifth. If you put their votes together, it doesn't come anywhere close to what Labour wins, then that split vote really wasn't an issue there. I mean, it was an issue, but it wasn't an issue to dictate or hand the constituency over to Labour. Right, so that's...
Apparently it's neck and neck in Burnley. I assume that's a big Muslim area.
Yes.
But the TMV endorsed candidate was actually a Lib Dem, Gordon Birtwistle. So I don't know whether that...
Imagine that. What, an independent Muslim candidate wins and beats the Muslim vote endorsed Lib Dem guy?
No, there isn't. No, there isn't an independent Muslim vote candidate.
So
the candidate that is endorsed is a Lib Dem candidate.
Okay, fine.
So I don't know whether that counts as a Muslim vote win or not, just because it's a Lib Dem, right?
Well, the Muslim vote will consider it a win.
If the Muslims voted for him, then I suppose it is. But yeah, I'm not sure about voting for Lib Dems. I mean, they're just soft signers, aren't they? But yeah, I don't really. I consider them to be one of the traditional parties.
Yeah. I'm hearing things are tight.
When will we have good news tonight? We just want one piece of good news, don't we? So one tuck beer, one. I don't know.
I'm going to pray for you.
Yeah. I'll go. I suppose later after. Any other news, Robert? Any other breakdowns?
Nothing yet. I'm still trying to find
Just
out.
make sure you don't have a breakdown, yeah?
I'm just trying to find out how Ealing North performed, but I haven't got any statistics yet.
What are you looking at? The BBC website or the Sky News? Or?
Sky News at the moment. Perhaps I should look at the BBC.
Their live blog.
Yeah.
Right. If you look at Sky, I'll look at BBC. Yeah, the results are coming in at once now.
Yes, thick and fast. Labour are running away with it at the moment. So it looks like they're performing as they've expected. Let's see. Result, Ealing.
We need Birmingham to come through.
So Ealing North, the Workers' Party candidate came in fifth place.
Sammy.
Yes, he came in fifth place with just 3,139 votes. So not a very strong performance compared to Labour, James Murray, who got over 20,000 votes. Reform UK even beating the Workers' Party there with 3,900 votes. Even the Greens as well. So I dare say that many of the anti-genocide voters would actually have voted for Green. So a split between Green and the Workers' Party, let's assume, a combined total would have taken it to almost 10,000 votes. So even then, would have still fallen short.
Won,
but it would have gotten them to second place.
Yeah, it would have been an impressive vote.
It would have been an impressive vote. So I think what we're seeing is Labour are they're winning. And they're winning pretty comfortably, but they would have won even more so comfortably. There is still a rebellion taking place, which is worth thousands and thousands of votes, but it's just not proving to be enough.
Do we have Luton North?
Luton North. Let's have a look. So, Luton North. Again, Luton North. Labour winning, Sarah Owen, 14,600 votes.
Oh, did they win Luton North as well?
Luton North is a Labour hold.
Right. And where did Sayed Telkir come?
Is he Luton North as well?
Yeah.
So Luton North. Telkir came fourth place with 4,393 votes, again behind Reform UK, who got 4,666 votes. So
who was second there? Conservatives.
Conservatives were second with 7,100 votes. So Yeah,
Labour,
a pretty split. Labour of 14,600.
Okay, what about Luton South, where Atiq's standing?
It was a pretty split seat, Luton North. The Workers' Party scooped up about 4,000 votes as well. The Greens also secured almost 2,000 votes. So it was pretty split. I mean, a combined vote there would have put them very much behind the Labour Party. So again, it's this vote splitting situation, which is holding us back. A united candidate there would have perhaps really given Labour a run for their money. Let's see. I think Ealing Central actually has another Palestinian there who's lost out.
Did you do Luton South?
So let me just do Ealing Central first. So Ealing Central and Acton, another disappointing result. A Palestinian who stood up for the Workers' Party again, Nada Jash, she only managed to get 1,700 votes. So a pretty poor performance. Labour securing a very comfortable win. Rupa Haq, the Muslim MP, she secured a 22,000 majority. Conservatives coming in behind her with just a mere 8,000 votes. The Greens actually performed better than Workers' Party with 5,444 votes. So Workers' Party are not performing particularly well overall anywhere, including their Palestinian candidates, which is a real shame. Let's go to Luton again, Luton South. Luton South, independent Atiq Malik secured 5,384 votes, putting him in third place behind the Conservatives and Labour. Labour winning with 13,593 votes. Atiq Malik performed pretty well, beating Reform UK, but it was split. The Workers' Party candidate, Yassine Rahman, 3,110 votes. So if he hadn't stood there,
9,000.
yes, he would have come in probably second place. He would have come in a nice second place, not too far behind Labour. So it would have been.
The Labour win was how much?
The Labour win was 13,593. Atiq Malik was 5,300. If he had managed to not split the vote, then yeah, he would have come in a very strong second place. So Workers' Party there, not good. They've split the vote there, and I think the Greens as well. If they'd not run, they're obviously not involved in negotiations over vote splitting, as far as I know. But again, Labour could have been beat there if the pro-Palestine side, all the actors, would have gotten in line behind one candidate. But the Greens are not open to negotiations, as far as I understand. So it's a bit of a write-off there. More disappointment, it seems. More disappointment. Ealing Southall as well is a Labour hold.
Ealing what?
Ealing Southall. So again, an area, I think, with
Blackburn. Is Blackburn coming?
Not on my list. They're coming in thick and fast.
If you got Blackburn, I'm hearing there's a result in Blackburn, but I'm not 100% sure.
We've got.
Could you confirm that, brothers and sisters?
It's nothing on my list so far.
Let me check for Blackburn.
Blackburn is important. Let me check my list as well. Nothing for Blackburn yet. It might be premature, but we will see. Perhaps they're updating as we speak.
Faisal Shaheen is lost in Chingford and Woodford. Green.
Yes, we still have yet to see any wins for the anti-genocide camp, I believe.
I'm looking at Chingford and Woodford Green.
There is another win.
Ian Duncan Smith, Conservative hold, increasing his majority to 5,000. Faisal Shaheen, former Labour candidates, both won 12,000 votes. So she's got a big vote, but she lost clearly to the Conservative candidate. And Faisal Shaheen was Muslim vote backed.
Faisal Shaheen, wow.
Yeah. So Ian Duncan Smith holds that. I can't see a Blackburn result yet.
No, not yet.
There's somebody who said that one of the candidates won. The
SNP have won one seat in Aberdeen North, for anyone who's interested. Lib Dems sitting with 11 seats. So Lib Dems performing not too badly. Conservatives on 17 only. Labour way ahead with 107 seats. And they're taking many Conservative seats as well as holding on to their own.
Okay, I think the results are going to keep coming, so we're going to keep on this.
Enfield North, where I was born, is a Labour hold. That was a split vote area as well.
That's always been Labour, isn't it?
Yes, pretty much. I think it was close, perhaps Conservative for a time.
Claudia Webb has lost in Leicester East.
Whoa.
The Tories have taken that back.
Wow.
Not a massive surprise, though, is it? Because once she became an independent...
there was a massive complaints by her camp of a vote split. She actually was complaining about a Muslim candidate had stepped up for the Liberal Democrats, who had apparently secured some local power broker backing. I didn't particularly investigate by that stage. I was pretty sick of vote splits, but I thought that Claudia Webb, given the stance that she's taken on Hindutva, as well as Kashmir, Gaza, and a few other things which are of interest to Muslims in the past, an anti-war career MP as well, I felt that she deserved some coverage. So very disappointing there. She was liked by significant chunks of the community and has done a very good job on issues in the past.
Claudia Leicester.
Claudia Webb has lost the seat to Conservatives. Her team were complaining bitterly of a vote split in the area. Initially, apparently, this is according to her and her supporters, they secured pretty much unanimous Muslim vote backing, even among power brokers in the community. Until the Liberal Democrats Muslim candidate, who's again well known locally in the area, was able to convince some power brokers to back him instead, splitting the vote. It'll be interesting to see how the vote broke down, so I might look into that now. But disappointing. Still have yet to secure a strong win anywhere for the anti-genocide side. Claudia Webb did perform the best out of the independents with 5,500 votes. Excuse me. The Liberal Democrats actually came in third. So it appears that the Liberal Democrats, Zufar Haq, a Muslim candidate, was actually the candidate with more local support. So perhaps, with hindsight now, Claudia Webb perhaps should have stepped down and passed on the anti-genocide vote to Liberal Democrats, although that's very controversial because obviously we are against all the main parties.
Robert, let me just understand this. So the Tories won that constituency?
Tories won the seat.
With how many votes?
14,500.
How many did Claudia get?
She got 5,500.
How much did Lib Dems guy get?
6,329, so just shy. It's shy of the Conservatives, so actually wouldn't have made a difference anyway.
Yeah.
But still, it would have put them in second place.
Yes, and a strong second.
A strong second. It was quite a few independents as well, but the other independents between them couldn't amass very much at all. But yes, Claudia Webb, she's out of Westminster now after quite a run.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I think so.
A principled woman and a friend of the Muslim community in her constituency.
Yes, I believe so. And someone who has been targeted by the Hindutva lobby as well. Yep. Because of the stance she's taken on Kashmir, among other things. Results continue to come in thick and fast. We're reacting to them as much as we can in real time.
I do have to love you and leave you guys in about 10 minutes.
Okay. I think we'll get a few more results before then.
Okay.
Inshallah. How long have I got to pray Fajr?
You've got
an hour.
Fine, yeah.
Okay. So we're still waiting for Jeremy Corbyn. Has Corbyn been? You've got an
hour and a half. Sunrise at 4:52.
Okay. Islington North still hasn't been declared, right?
Not to my knowledge.
No, otherwise that's a big one, isn't
that's
it?
That's a big story. Yeah, everyone will be talking about that.
So we're still waiting for Ilford North, Leanne Mohammed. We're still waiting for Birmingham.
All the Birmingham ones.
We're still waiting for Dewsbury. So we've still got about 5 possible seats, which could be wins.
Ilford North still.
And they're probably going to come in within the next half an hour.
Yes.
I would
Yeah,
have
they're
thought.
coming in thick and fast. Labour running away with things.
A BBC source said the Muslim vote had gone down by about 30%, but that's not confirmed. That's just a BBC insider talking. So we'll have to wait and see what happens on that front. Okay.
Voting apathy amongst Muslims is generally there or
I think
thereabouts
the two headlines I would say so far is
reform.
Too many, well, apart from reform, too many Muslims voting for Labour still, and the vote splitting, which we thought would be the main headlines, and it's coming true. Blackburn as well. We have to wait for Blackburn.
Those are the two big problems which have to be overcome.
Okay.
If I think the Muslim votes do
Dewsbury,
well.
has Dewsbury come in?
Not to my knowledge.
Someone said that the
No.
Independent has won, but I want to get this confirmed.
Not.
Because that would be the first Muslim vote win if it's true.
Nothing so far.
Dewsbury and Batley?
Nothing so far.
Okay. Unless it's literally happened moments ago.
Could be.
And that would be Mohammed Iqbal, I think. I don't have his number, otherwise I'd call him.
Did we do anything with Mohammed Iqbal?
No, we didn't really do West Yorkshire that much. We were kind of warned off West Yorkshire because of the vote splitting, and because of lack of resources and stuff like that. So it's one area of the country we didn't cover like we'd hoped to.
Labour performing well overall, including in Scotland so far. The SNP have only managed to get one seat. So again, the SNP looks set to have a bad night. And we can blame Hamza Yusuf for that, I guess.
I remember, I can't forget when SNP had that absolutely massive majority. I think it was 2015 or 17, where the whole of Scotland was pretty much yellow. You know when they do the map?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And they'll do red, blue, and yellow, right? I remember whole of Scotland was yellow. I forgot which year, I think it was 2015 or 17, to now think that they will be fortunate to even get 10 seats, if that.
Our friend Mohammed Shafiq is certain that Jeremy Corbyn has won in Islington North. Usually reliable in terms of what he says. I don't know whether he's got any inside info there. So I think we're going to claim that as a Muslim vote.
You can claim that as a Muslim vote.
Corbyn is live. Let's bring that
As
up.
an independent in Islington North.
Here we go.
To you in just a second, Beth. Thoughts?
Well, I think this is a slightly different case than the one I was just talking about.
It's not been
before,
announced
because
yet.
Obviously, that whole issue that was there that needed to be dealt with around anti-Semitism.
Well, still,
Brothers and sisters, this is Jeremy Corbyn now. Results coming in live. We're listening in.
Jeremy and Keir,
Can I just say I've always supported Jeremy Corbyn. I've always thought he's a great guy.
Great courgettes.
This had to be handled in a different way.
Come on, Jezza.
To draw that clear line. But, that reflects, I think, if I'm honest, the person that Jeremy Corbyn is in terms of how he's regarded by his community. You can't get a vote like that without putting in the work, being well liked in your area, somebody that people want to support. I mean, that speaks for
Breaking news. First independent win since 2001.
Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat in Leicester South.
Oh my goodness me.
To an independent candidate, and I believe that was one of our Gaza seats.
Let's pause. Listen to
Jeremy Corbyn has also won. Jeremy Corbyn has also won.
Has lost his seat. Shawkat's won.
That's 2 wins for Palestine. Jeremy Corbyn has also won.
Should you put Corbyn on?
And can I first of all thank you and the returning officer and all the staff that have arranged this election for the very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work that you've done in those respects. I also want to place on record my enormous thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me for the 11th time.
Clacton's declaring.
Clacton.
Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016.
Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,000.
Oh, he's won it.
Yeah, I think they were reading those, they were weighing them, I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48.
So he's still going to be on GB News.
Tony, Independent, 317.
All those invitations are turned down.
Osborne
He's famous,
Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons.
Can I just call Haziq?
Heritage Party, 33.
Listen to the Conservative
Farage, Corbyn, and Showkat.
Illegal immigration, 160.
Welcome, Salam, brother. You're live on air with Dilly, myself, and Robert. This is.
I didn't want to necessarily be live on air, but we've got fantastic news for you.
Yeah, just tell us what happened. What happened?
Well, I'm just having the feed come through myself because I couldn't be there this evening. But alhamdulillah, Joker's just given his speech, and he's won by at least 1,000 votes, 14,000 plus votes. I've sent you the final figures across, so you'll get a chance to look at that. But alhamdulillah.
And what is, as a Leicester, as someone who knows Leicester very well yourself, what does that mean to the people of Leicester?
It means everything. It means everything. I mean, the grassroots support across for Shaukat, who's spent decades campaigning for Muslim issues, across issues, in fact, that affect so many members of the community, from the Sikh community, the issues around Islamophobia within Leicester. He's a local businessman that's strongly, welcome within the community, a healthcare professional. And I think the unity behind Shaukat's campaign really speaks volumes, particularly across other regions in the UK today, where we've seen the split votes and what that's done across our other constituencies.
Well, he had a split vote in his constituency, but he still won.
He did, but there was predominantly unification behind Shaukat. We did have a Muslim candidate behind the Green Party, and another independent that got very little votes. But there was generally consensus behind Shaukat, and I think that's the big lesson for all our other constituencies. This is the way it needs to be done. And for Shaukat to have done this within a very short amount of time is unprecedented. We're making history. I'm so emotional. But, yeah.
Okay, brother.
I need to go now, Roshan.
Yeah, no, we'll try and get Shaukat now. Okay, congratulations, brother. I know you were involved in the campaign and you were canvassing yourself, so congratulations and well done.
Well, I've done very little. There's a lot of people behind Shaukat in Leicester. As I said, it's been a mobilization that's grassroots driven, and Shaukat's got the temperament, he's got the acumen, he's got the support of the wider Leicester community. Like I said, it's not just the Muslim community. Across the city, Leicester is Shaukat is well respected across the whole city, and I think this is going to create some shockwaves. Pardon the pun.
Okay, Jazakallah. I'll let you go, brother. Jazakallah khair. Speak to you soon. Okay, well done.
Take care, brother.
So yes, obviously, news coming in thick and fast. Nigel Farage has won in Clacton. So leader of the Reform UK party is in Parliament for the first time ever in his career.
Yep.
Jeremy Corbyn has won. He's held on easily. So that's, again, a very positive sign that the pro-Palestine campaign is going to do well. And then, of course, an arguably even more fantastic win is the one in Leicester South.
No, that is the biggest
win.
Is
the biggest win.
A Muslim vote
that
win.
Is a Muslim vote win. So that's the big win so far. Very uplifting, very encouraging. We look set to perhaps get some more then. So what fantastic turn of events.
We can get the elephant out and ride it and stuff.
So fantastic news.
Ajmal on a
Fantastic
horse.
news.
I should have said horse. I'm from Sri Lanka, so it's elephant for me. But yeah, Jeremy Corbyn, 24,120 votes. Labour got 16,800, so he's won by over 7,000 votes. So it's a comfortable win. Like we all thought it was neck and neck, or he was going to lose. I tell you what, who's going to be really pissed off? Sorry for my language. Jewish Chronicle, Jewish News, all the Zionists are going to be fuming. And they were sending out tweets, all those, Lee Harpin, these people, they were sending out tweets saying, Corbyn's losing, Corbyn's losing. Yes, yeah. Oh, they're going to be so
It's
upset.
fantastic. So this is a great win for the anti-Zionist movement in the UK, I guess.
From a Muslim
all the Zionists are going to be
angle,
upset.
it's like a half win, isn't it? Because it's a 10% Muslim population, but I hear that the Muslim organization did put a lot of effort into there. So I think we can claim it.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
we can say half lefty, half Muslim.
Yeah.
Half courgette, half Muslim.
Half green. But yeah, no, absolutely. A positive result, because obviously it will upset the Labour Party as well. They were hoping that they could just get rid of him. Especially with all the issues that they've had with him and his leadership in terms of his stance on Palestine and the left-wing purge and everything like that. So the fact that he's staying in is without a doubt a win. So fantastic news. It looks like we've still got a good chance of getting some more seats, as we haven't even yet touched on Birmingham among other areas, which we remain very hopeful for a result.
I think Birmingham may surprise us.
Birmingham may surprise us. I mean, I have to say that when I've been there, it's a fantastic feeling.
It's all happening. Are you still going to leave?
Well, now that you've stuck on me on live and thing, you're making me feel bad.
Stay till 4. Stay till 4. 25 minutes, inshallah. Because I think more. Let me see if I can get Shaukat on the phone.
Wow, Shaukat smashed
it. You carry on, guys.
Shaukat smashed it.
I'm just watching the results, keeping a close eye for any other major developments. This is fantastic news. Celebrating, I guess I should celebrate for Palestine. Woo! But yeah, let's see how it goes. We're still keeping an eye on Blackburn. Nothing yet. Nothing yet from Blackburn.
Anything else coming in while we were Ahmed Yakub? Nothing yet. Leicester done us proud.
Nothing yet. So yeah, I guess
that's a massive win in Leicester. Shaukat smashed it.
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Again, it just shows that the Muslim vote in this country has power, has capability. Slough Labour hold. So obviously, yeah.
Salman won't be too happy.
Yeah, exactly. Salman will be disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get the details of that win there.
Robert, has Bedford come out yet?
Shaukat will
nothing from Bedford so far.
Shaukat will be with us in 15 minutes.
Fantastic.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, what's happened in Bedford? Go on, tell me. Your home constituency. What happened?
I feel the Labour safe seat. An independent candidate, Workers' Party candidate. The Muslim population in Bedford is about 7 to 8%. I don't think it's enough to swing or dictate, to unseat Labour. I think Labour will win Bedford comfortably.
So Slough, Labour won, but not that much, by just a few thousand. The independent Muslim candidate came in second with 11,019 votes. Labour only secured 14,600 votes.
3,000.
So very, very good performance. Workers' Party were there. They only scooped up about 1,000, so it wouldn't have made the difference anyway.
Would have helped.
But it would have helped, of course. Very close. Labour were put under serious pressure in Slough. Serious pressure in Slough. And the Muslim Independent came in a strong second.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's another good performance there.
Yeah, Come on, guys. That's a massive performance.
Come on, guys.
So what did Tandesi get?
He got 14,666. Number 2, Muslim Azhar Cohen, 11,000.
Welcome, Salam Majid. You're live. Don't swear. You're live. You're live with Dilly and Robert. Your reaction to Shaukat's win? Your reaction to Shaukat's win, Majid. You're live on air.
Allahu Akbar. I think this is the biggest upset of the elections, bro.
So far, yes, most definitely, without a shadow of a doubt.
MashaAllah,
biggest upset of the election. I was checking the odds just the other day. You won't believe it, bro. The odds for Ashworth to win was 1 to 200. So if you put down £200, you get back £201. And guess what the odds were for Shaukat?
Go on.
They didn't even have him on there.
Oh, that's mad. That's crazy.
They didn't even have him on there.
Polling got it wrong then.
They said, no odds available for him. Bruv, it's crazy.
I think your video, your doorstep won it for Shaukat, right? John Ashworth.
I think there's a lot more to it.
That contributed. Like, hang on, what, 2 million views or something?
Bro, you're right. Yeah. There's a lot of collective effort, like on the ground. The whole community's got together. People from all backgrounds, young, old, people putting a lot of time and effort into it. And Shaukat didn't stoop to their levels, bro. He didn't stoop to their levels. He's very principled. And you know what? He deserves it, man.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
deserves it.
He's a very impressive man, yeah.
At all the polling stations today, Shaukat supporters were at all the polling stations today.
Any plans for a celebration party?
Who's going to win? Who are you voting for? Everyone was coming out saying, we're all voting for Shaukat.
Yeah.
Wicked.
Is he going to have a celebration party? He has to, right?
I'm actually just about to go into the place right now.
Yeah.
Where they're having where they just announced it right now.
Send him the video link and tell him to.
We're speaking to him. Yeah. All right, Majid, we'll let you go, brother. Well done. Congratulations, Mabruk.
Exactly like that.
All right, assalamu alaikum, brother.
You know what it is, bro? The guy was being racist, bro. He tried to get the far right vote.
Bangladeshis, yeah.
A lot of people heard the Starmer interview.
Yeah.
Where he attacked the Bangladeshis.
Yeah.
But most of the people missed the fact that he did the exact same within 24 hours. John Ashworth did the same on Newsnight. He attacked Indian, Bengalis, and Albanians.
Wow.
And I think that come back to bite him.
Deliberate.
He had a very strong Bengali support who had been backing him for all these years, and they were shocked to hear him go on Newsnight and slate them like that whilst they were out canvassing for him. So they all switched sides after that.
Imagine we're going to try and get Shaukat on the phone now, so we're going to say goodbye. But Jazakallah, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
There is very quickly an update from Great Yarmouth. Reform UK has won another seat. So Reform UK are doing well in the coastal right-wing towns.
So holiday there. I've been on the caravan holiday.
Yeah, no more Muslims to Great Yarmouth, our main hotspot.
They're manning the seas, they're manning the shores, mate.
They're getting ready to deploy straight into the boats.
Yeah, the rubber dinghy rapids.
Yeah, man, they're putting up the walls.
Look, I'm going to pray, yeah? I'm going to be back in 5-10 minutes.
All right. Yeah. That's fine. Let's see. A lot of Labour results coming in. Can't see any areas of focus for us, but a fantastic result already recorded.
Blackburn don't declare that.
Just trying to catch the latest places.
Did you spend much time with Shaukat?
No, I didn't. No.
Did you go down Leicester at all?
I did, but I was with Claudia Webb, and then Roshan went there again as well. I was more focused on Birmingham and some London places. Yeah, I feel like I travelled so much, but now looking back, I feel like I've missed out on so many areas.
Bro. You were busy. You covered a lot of ground, bro.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I tried to dedicate as much time to it. I think that's one thing which so many people were frustrated by us, was why you're not coming to our area. We've reached out to you, and I physically couldn't make it happen. Do you know what I mean?
Resources, halas.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest problem with 5 pillars. Obviously, if we had one of those fat state-backed finances, we'd be able to get a fat office and loads of freelancers.
Or that Tory donor that gave £10 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Wants to kill Diane Abbott.
What could we do with 1 million? Do you know what I mean? We could really make a massive difference. We've got the quality, but just not always the resources we need to get the job done. But we went to some good areas and did a good job, and I think we were well received wherever we went. I just enjoyed my time in areas like, I say, Birmingham again. Keep talking about Birmingham, but it's just because, again, the focus. It's like this campaign in Leicester South. The focus was obviously on taking the fight to Labour, and they've got a fantastic result there. And it was in those areas where you really felt energized to actually get out there and support these campaigns. So yeah, a fantastic result there, and it just looks very, very good for the rest of the evening. Especially what you said earlier about they just don't know because obviously they just can't predict how Muslims are going to vote because they just don't have those mechanisms in place. You know, they just assume that they're going to vote for one of the major parties. So definitely the general election for independence, I think, as well as the Palestine issue. That's what's going to be taken away here. I think independents are going to do well overall. The Muslim vote has strength, it has muscle, it has the ability to get results. That's what we're getting at this stage. That's the very encouraging sign that we're taking away from Leicester South. Results coming in still thick and fast. Labour taking a lot of seats from the Conservatives. The Conservatives are struggling, really struggling. They're not keeping up at all. In fact, they're very close to the Lib Dems, really. It's kind of a dogfight for second place at the moment. Yeah, the Liberal Democrats a little bit behind them in third place. But yeah, the Conservatives are performing so badly right now. So badly. I mean, obviously, I think the main focus for them was damage control at this stage. But my goodness, with Reform UK securing some seats as well, I mean, the future of the Conservative Party, I think, in general, is sort of in doubt here. Reform UK are just kind of destroying the right.
Could we possibly see a merger of the two, Reform and Tories?
It's been discussed. I mean, I think that there are forces inside the Conservative Party that would ideally have liked Nigel Farage in their ranks and to become a Tory MP. And I'm sure that certain stages that was discussed behind closed doors. I'm sure of it, but it obviously fell through. Wasn't happening. Sunak, I'm sure, didn't want anything to do with that. So Nigel Farage decided to back Reform and to go his own way. And I mean, Nigel Farage, interestingly enough, thinks that he's done the Tories so many favours in the past, including backing them in other elections and giving them a chance to gain powerful majorities. He takes personal credit for all of that. But now it seems as if he's completely lost his patience with them and wants to go his own way. And it looks like he has the power to undermine them to such an extent that he could perhaps destroy the Conservative Party for many, many decades, it seems, if he continues on this trend. It looks like Plaid Cymru getting a couple of seats in Wales, not very much. Labour again running away with things there, and also Labour running away with things in Scotland. So you know, this is going to be a powerful Labour.
Oh wow, massive update in Blackburn.
Whoa, what have we got?
Second recount in Blackburn, 50 vote difference between Labour and Adnan.
Whoa, where's Craig Murray?
50 votes between Labour and Adnan.
Sort of Labour taking it.
No, it's the second recount.
Oh, they haven't said who's ahead.
No. So 50 votes to Adnan. So Adnan won by 50 votes. Recount in Blackburn on 50 votes to Adnan between Labour and Adnan. Second recount.
So Adnan's performing really well.
So Adnan's
first count he won from the sources.
Okay.
So they're doing a second recount. That is serious.
Yes, it's not.
Thoughts, Roshan?
Let me have a look at the breakdown.
Wow.
Where are you reading this? Sky?
I'm getting this from reliable sources.
Oh, right. From people in the count. Okay.
In the counting centre right now as we speak.
Yeah, because there hasn't been much news about Blackburn at all.
Yes, there's nothing on my feed at the moment. My mainstream media feed.
Mohammed Shafiq, who's usually on top of things, recounting Blackburn, independent candidate Adnan Hussein, who stood on Palestine platform, ahead by 50 votes to incumbent Labour MP Kate Holland. $50 votes ahead.
That's crazy.
So that'd be a recount.
And that is a clear split vote situation there. That's
wow.
That's not even a question there.
Well, if that's correct, then it's clear that Craig Murray should have stepped down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought that it was a lost seat.
Same,
I thought that
same.
Kate Holland would win by about 8,000 votes. I thought Adnan would come second, a strong second, with about 10,000 votes. And I thought Craig Murray would get about 6,000 votes. That's my prediction beforehand. It looks like I was wrong, and Adnan had a much bigger. And at the moment, it looks like all those Muslims
No wonder he was vexed at the
that
talk
were all those Muslims that were propagating for Craig Murray as the obvious candidate with the most support were wrong. But let's wait and see.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
That's provisional.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's hope Brother Adnan gets it.
I'm just trying to keep
Duaz in the recount.
Just trying to keep up to date with all of the results coming in very, very rapidly. Nowhere else I can see that's of big interest to the Muslim vote.
Who did Five Pillars want for Blackburn? The truth is, we just wanted a pro-Palestine candidate to win. That could have been Craig Murray or Adnan Hussein. That's what we wanted. Wanted them to win.
We had no horse in this race.
We didn't have a horse. All we were asking for was the vote not to be split.
We're going to be, and if what we're getting, if the reports we're getting is accurate, then we were right.
Yeah, well, you could argue that we were wrong in the sense that he's won even with a split vote.
That's true.
If that's the case. But let's wait and see. But obviously, it would have been a much more comfortable victory.
Wow, that's still such a strong statement to have won in such a. I mean, that's a big split.
I genuinely thought Blackburn was lost.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought Blackburn was lost.
Absolutely.
I thought Blackburn was a lost constituency.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. I think both Adnan and Craig thought it was lost as well. Privately, I think they thought it was lost. That was my reading of the situation.
Waiting for Birmingham, everyone's saying.
I'm waiting for Blackburn.
I'm waiting for Birmingham.
You'd be waiting for Blackburn for time.
Let's see what have we got here.
I'm going to quickly pop to the gents.
So Blackburn won't be in for at least another hour if there's a recount. More than that, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yes. Wow, what a tense environment that must be. Let's have a look at the comments. What about Ilford North? Nothing from Ilford North at the moment. Manchester Central, I didn't see. I don't know who's standing in Manchester Central.
Yeah, is Manchester Central, I'm not sure. I know Manchester Gorton is Afzal Khan, isn't he? So Sher Adam, we're going to get him online, but in about 15 minutes. You can imagine he must be very busy with people congratulating him and probably people asking him for an interview as well. So he will speak to us, but it'll be in about 15 minutes, inshallah. Going to do a little bit of retweeting. Forgive me for my silence, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I'm just reading the comments, trying to see. Dewsbury and Batley, there's no result yet, but things are looking good there. That could be the next constituency, which sees a very strong Muslim vote win. We're going to wait and see. Still no result from there. Let's see. Burnley. Labour gained from the Conservatives.
Andrew Feinstein says, an amazing 18% swing to us. This is in Keir Starmer's constituency. We've always said, whatever the outcome, we're not going anywhere. We created an incredible grassroots campaign. It's the beginning of a community movement that will continue to build long after tonight. Thank you to everyone who supported us. Sher Adam already tweeting, thank you to everybody. I'll give you an update once we get the results. Oh, this is before he won. Mohammed Shafiq says, recount in Blackburn, independent candidate Adnan Hussein, who stood on Palestine platform ahead by 50%, 50 votes to incumbent Labour MP Kate Holland.
Wow.
So
I'm basically going to save my reaction and thoughts
until
after the results.
Yeah, we need to.
I've got a lot to say, but I'm going to wait for the results.
It looks like either Adnan has won an amazing victory, let's face it, or he's come a very, very close second. ahead of Craig Murray. But I don't know what the Craig Murray vote was.
Tottenham is a Labour hold.
That's David Lammy,
I
right?
think that's David Lammy's seat.
Yeah, that was expected, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a shame because David Lammy, don't like him at all.
Yeah, he's gonna be the next Foreign Secretary, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's someone I've heard nothing but bad things about, particularly.
Oh,
but
sorry,
there we go.
Yeah. On the recount, has it finished? Okay. All right. Okay. So we're hearing that on the recount, Adnan is ahead by a bigger amount than 50 votes.
That's fantastic.
But it's not finished yet.
Yes,
but the recount is coming towards an end.
Yeah, I pray for a result. There's no doubt about that.
What happened in Wakefield with Keith Mason? I think he didn't win. He was never going to win, was he?
I haven't seen Wakefield come up. Let's have a look. Wakefield. Yeah, Wakefield hasn't come through yet. Labour are literally running away with this election. Literally running away with it. I think the Conservatives were basically doing damage control. We knew that. But my goodness, they're literally being absolutely pummeled here. They're being totally pummeled. Everyone's kind of taking a chunk out of the Conservatives.
This is the declaration for Leicester South. Just Sher Adam is one of our own. Yeah, lots of MPs are parachuted in from other areas, aren't they? But Sher is born and bred in Leicester. So it's looking like so far we got Sher Adam, Muslim vote win, Jeremy Corbyn, half a Muslim vote win, or should we say a complete Muslim vote win?
Yeah, it's a complete win, I think.
All right, and it's looking very promising for Adnan Hussein.
Yes,
as a Muslim vote win.
Wow, fantastic.
And then we've still got, but even with those three, I think we've got a positive narrative to sell. It hasn't been a wasted campaign or a wasted night. It certainly felt like that an hour ago, and we still got Birmingham to come, and we still got Dewsbury to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's a few other seats as well that we haven't even thought of that could perform very, very well.
So I predicted we'd get 2 wins. I wasn't counting Jeremy Corbyn because I felt that wasn't a Muslim vote win, but yeah, 2 or 3 wins. We're already on that.
Wow.
So if we can get a couple more, then it's a great night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Can you imagine that little corner, that little Muslim vote corner in Westminster? I mean, what an amazing feat that would be.
How long will it take you to get home, Dilly? About an
hour? Hour, 10 minutes, and I'm knackered.
Should we give you a call when you get back home?
Yeah,
check
give
in
me
with
just
you? Final kind of.
But some concluding thoughts on Adnan potentially, or pretty much as one Blackburn. That's massive.
You think he has one now?
I think it's looking very likely that he's going to win. And because the first count, he was ahead by 50 or something votes. The second count now, I was told from guys at the centre as we speak, was 96 votes ahead. There's going to be lots of questions around Craig and his guys and to do with this. Because even with a split vote, he's ahead or he's neck on neck.
Do you think we were right in our actions? I think we were, because look, if he wins, he's winning by like 100 votes.
Roshan,
so close.
Our position was always to just unify the people behind one candidate, and we had people from Blackburn reaching out to us, and we just wanted people to get behind one candidate. I don't think we did anything wrong at all. We just did our job. The fact that Robert went down there and carried out a solid news report, which was appreciated by many, but we got attacked by both camps, which means that he did the right thing. He spoke to both sides. And we got both sides.
Do you know what Craig got?
Don't know yet.
I think we should hold our words until we get the final result.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have a lot I want to say, but I'm not going to say it now.
Yeah, we can have that. We can conclude it, and maybe if
give ourselves some
maybe Dilly might be home by then, and we can just get him on the phone and just for a final thought before he goes to sleep.
Yeah, fine.
Because I'd like to hear his. Yeah, I think let's shut our mouths until. Yeah.
Do I have your permission? Do I have your blessings to leave?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Brothers and sisters, I thoroughly enjoyed today, and I think there's still some results to come out that will be pretty significant. Due to the audio technical issues at the beginning, do forgive us. But I hope you all enjoyed and will continue to enjoy today's live stream. How many people have we got online, Roshan?
We've still got 639 online.
That's impressive.
Which is impressive.
That's impressive. There's still
another win for Reform UK. Richard Tice, the former.
Oh,
wow!
He's one. He's one.
He's the thunder of Reform UK.
Boston and Skegness. So that's another major win for Reform UK.
He's never been there before. Like Richard Tice.
Yeah. That's.
Where's, oh, you're off, are you?
Sure.
Just don't leave me here on my own.
No, I won't leave you around. Oh, wow, this is good. How many seats do you think Reform's going to end up winning?
Reform, well, they said 13, didn't they?
Yeah.
So I think the exit poll is usually very accurate, within 1 or 2 votes, 1 or 2 seats. Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, everyone's waiting for Birmingham now. Birmingham and Blackburn.
This could be an update from Blackburn now.
And Dewsbury and Batley.
Yep.
Yeah. Brothers and sisters, Robert and me will stay online until we get all the major seats in. We won't break off before that.
Jamal, how long are you staying on for?
All right, yeah. We said till 5 o'clock, didn't we?
No, it's cool.
Yeah, I think we'll wrap it up in an hour.
Just take your time. Ka-ching.
Ka-ching, you hear that? Ka-ching. Recount is being called as we speak in Blackburn.
What do you mean, like it's? Should we put it on the Sky News or something? Or?
Yeah. Oh, Blackburn's going to be announced in minutes.
In a few minutes?
Yeah, in a few minutes.
Should we go on Sky News and say,
yeah.
See if they're going to go to camp?
This is obviously 5 Pillars was in the thick of Blackburn, wasn't it?
See the comments about you.
What about me?
What?
Someone wants you to stay.
Who wants me to stay?
People's goods.
Okay.
They take your jacket off.
Nah, my dear brothers and sisters, I have to. Unfortunately, I'm not in London. I've got to drive back to Bedford, and I want to stay awake.
Did Zara Sultana win?
I'm not sure.
What does Roshan think about Zara Sultana? I think that this person knows what I think. That's very I don't consider it a win for the Muslim vote. Obviously, she's Labour, right? So even though she's pro-Palestine and has said some nice things about Palestine, she represents the Labour Party, and the Labour Party policy is decided by the leader of the Labour Party, the leadership. So I think that she should have resigned from Labour and stood as an independent, and then I would have encouraged people to vote for her. What do I think of her more generally? I think she's a Muslim who doesn't behave very Islamically by supporting fahisha and all kinds of nonsense, which is un-Islamic. And for that reason alone, I wouldn't want her to be a prominent Muslim in Parliament, because I feel she's giving a bad impression of what Islam is to millions of Muslims and non-Muslims. Like with Sadiq Khan. So those are my general thoughts about Zara Sultana.
And Zara obviously is very ideologically passionate about the LGBTQ stuff, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
Very, very much so.
Yeah. She's a leftist politician. I wouldn't describe her as a Muslim politician. I would describe her as a leftist politician.
Still chairman, what would you be saying to him now?
So we're just waiting for the feed for Blackburn. We can't show you the images, brothers and sisters, but we can play the sound.
We keep saying that, but when has there ever been a proper Muslim MP who stands by Muslim values and principles? They've always been within the Labour Party.
None. 5 Pillars did nothing wrong with the Blackburn coverage. Jazakallah khair. Dilly, you should stay in London. Dilly pretending to yawn so he can get away. Yeah, so some people are saying that the exit polls aren't applicable in Muslim areas.
Pardon?
People are saying that the exit polls aren't applicable in Muslim areas.
They're not, because they just don't know how we vote. That's it.
Yeah. Ilford South. That's not Leanne, is it?
That's not Leanne, no.
That's a Labour win. Independent came second. The name of the independent escapes me there.
Leicester South, and if Adnan wins Blackburn, makes things very promising and likely in Birmingham, right?
How does it affect Birmingham?
Because it just shows that, number one, the exit polls can't work out these Muslim constituencies. Number two, if a split vote situation in Blackburn can give Adnan the edge and potentially win, then very hopeful for Birmingham. We could just kind of take similar trends, extrapolate similar trends from there. Adnan may win with a split vote situation. Ahmed Yakub didn't have that situation. Jody McIntyre didn't have that situation. And they have similar numbers of Muslims in those respective constituencies. This is the heavily Labour Blackburn that backed Jack Straw unequivocally after the Iraq War. If Adnan can win this with a split vote situation, things look promising for Birmingham, where Ahmed and Jody didn't have those obstacles. So that's what me thinks.
I'm still thinking of Blackburn.
Yeah, that's what.
That's the heaviest in my mind. Where's that?
Blackburn. People are just waiting, gathering outside.
Right. I mean, 50 votes, it could go either way, couldn't it?
Labour's very worried about Dewsbury as well.
Yes, still nothing from there.
Brothers, do I have your permission? Do I have your blessing?
Yeah, no, you should go. You should go. Got a family to get back to, inshallah. So, but we'll give you a call in about an hour.
In about an hour and a bit.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum. May Allah bless you and preserve you all. Thank you for tuning in, and stay engaged. Keep the comments alive, and share this video. Assalamu alaikum. Robert, take care, brother.
Yeah, take care. Take care. Inshallah. What an evening. So I guess quick look at the comments.
Okay, you have a look at the comments. I'll have a look at the live feed.
Waiting for Blackburn so I can finally get some sleep. Ilford, still nothing from Ilford. So it looks like people are desperately waiting for Blackburn results. People are waiting for Ilford North. A lot of people are talking about Rochdale. Freedom for Palestine says, I think Labour were running around with dirty tactics in Rochdale. Everyone's saying salams to Dilly. Blackburn, everyone's talking about Blackburn. Blackburn and Birmingham, that's what our viewers want to know. And I think we join you in that. I'd love for Ahmed and Shakil to win and to be sat next to Farage or another reform swear word. I won't repeat that. That's from Mohammed. I agree with you. I mean, the fact is, we're going to see Reform UK in Westminster. Nigel Farage for the first time ever in Westminster. I never thought I'd see the day, but this is someone who is him and other Reform UK candidates. They're very hostile, not just on immigration, but they're actually hostile on Islam in general and Muslims, Muslim mobilization, and they're calling it sectarian politics and things like that. But this is a party who are going to say some very nasty, despicable things, and they're going to have parliamentary privilege now to attack people and to attack us in unique ways, which they can get away with. So having people in Parliament who are going to hit back and give them a good knock on the nose, metaphorically speaking, of course, would be fantastic to have. You know, this is something which we have to be aware of. A lot of people, someone asking about Parachute Luke Akehurst. This is something we haven't discussed at all this evening.
North Durham?
Nothing so far.
I think he's going to win. It's a safe Labour seat, right?
Durham City has had a result, but that's not his seat. We're waiting for North Durham.
Where is Chris Williamson? Is he Derby North?
No, Derby South.
Oh, Derby South. Yeah, Derby North is Labour. Right.
So yeah, let's discuss Parachute Luke Akehurst, the the Zionist, Zionist pro-Israel lobbyist he's been described as an extremist lobbyist, as an extremist supporter of Israel. He's been described as someone who is he's basically a lobbyist. He's an absolute lobbyist who's been parachuted into an area that he has no ties with, no links with whatsoever, and that happens to be North Durham, which is a seat very close to Newcastle. It's somewhere where there's a very small number of Muslims. The Muslim vote is not significant there at all, and it's a mining community, an impoverished area. This is somewhere which is a Labour stronghold seat as well. So what many in the pro-Palestine scene are complaining about, including many locals in North Durham, is that this guy's been forced on them. He's been forced on them by the Labour Party, and essentially Keir Starmer is trying to parachute in hardcore loyalists of his who also happen to be staunch Zionists or former military people. He's parachuting them into all these Labour safe areas in order to shore up his supporters within his own party and to basically get some very concerning individuals potentially into positions of power where they can continue their lobby efforts on behalf of whatever, the military, war, Zionism, those types of things. And Luke Akehurst is one of the most troubling characters who has been brought up. I went and reported in North Durham. That's a report which you can see now. It's active on our social media platforms, so you can check it out. It's on our website as well. We attempted to go up there and to find Luke Akehurst. Many attempts have been made by other journalists too to try and track him down and to ask him some serious questions about why are you here? Why are you in North Durham? What are you doing here? The locals don't particularly seem enamored with your presence, so why are you standing here? You have a history from Oxford, I believe it is. So what on earth are you doing in North Durham if it's not just to be parachuted in to basically get your Zionist lobbyist activities into the party of government, which will probably be the Labour Party? We had no luck in finding him, but we did find locals, including a rival Workers' Party candidate who was slamming the fact that an outsider had been parachuted in here in such a way that was basically insulting to the locals and seems to show quite a bit of hatred of democracy, the democratic process, it seems, by the Labour Party. Something worrying to see. What are you?
I'm actually just trying to download Shokat's victory speech. So if you could keep going for a minute or so.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go and have a look at the results.
You want me to count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, carry on talking for a minute. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to basically. Shokat's victory speech was sent to me just now. It's a 3-minute speech. It looks like we're being delayed in getting him on the line. So inshallah, let me download that speech and try and play it out.
A lot of people hoping that Dilly would have stayed. Let's see, Hassan Ahmed.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, 1, 2.
You can hear me now? Great. So it looks like Penny Mordaunt has lost. She's obviously quite a prominent conservative character. So she's lost to Labour. Let's see. I'm going through the comments now. So any questions or points that you want to raise? Where can you watch Blackburn live? I think Liam Mohammed is going to win Ilford North.
So
some people saying that they're crushed by Galloway's defeat. Yes, the Zionist shift lord, I will use. Less colourful term. That's Luke Akehurst. He's a self-described Zionist shift lord. So that's all you need to know about him. It's quite likely that he will win. North Durham is such a Labour strong seat that the idea, especially now when the Conservative Party are facing a massive thumping across the country, and there's a huge appetite for people to basically get the Conservative Party out of government by any means necessary, it's very unlikely that anyone but Labour is going to win in North Durham. There are alternatives like the Workers' Party candidate there, but unfortunately he's a less known candidate. The Workers' Party appears to be performing pretty badly across the country so far. So it looks like we're going to have a very hardcore Israel lobbyist. Who knows? He could even be projected into a government position. That could be the plan for him. But I think, again, I mean, Westminster is basically full of Zionist lobbyists, isn't it? Labour Friends of Israel organization is full of people who are supporting Zionism in British politics. And I think that one of the main problems which we're hoping will be tackled by a strong win in the Muslim vote camp would be we can finally take on Zionism in Westminster, because obviously Israel and Zionism is disproportionately represented. Even prime ministers, opposition party leaders, these are all people who defend Israel and Zionism to the hill, who genuinely defends the concerns and positions of British Muslims, of the Palestinian camp. Don't tell me that these Labour pro-Palestine Muslim MPs are doing a good job, because they certainly aren't. They had their chance and failed, particularly under Jeremy Corbyn. So obviously we need some genuine representation now, and I think that this general election is all about getting real representation in there, and the best way to do that is probably through these independents backed by the Muslim vote, ideally a Muslim candidate as well, a local born and bred Muslim from your area who may be standing in the election. That would be fantastic to have a little block somewhere in the corner of Westminster advocating for Palestine, advocating for Muslim issues, passionately so. That is what we would hope to see, and we already have at least one from Leicester South.
Okay, you know, about 20 seconds and I can play out the video of his victory speech.
Fantastic.
It looks like Shaukat may not be able to join us this evening, simply because he's being mobbed by his fans and well-wishers and media. So we might not be able to get him on, but we are going to play out his victory speech, inshallah, in about 30 seconds, as soon as it uploads.
Fantastic. There still isn't any massive results coming in, so we will wait and see. Labour still running away with
Birmingham,
things.
Blackburn, Dewsbury, Ilford North.
Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
These are the ones we're waiting for, and then we can all go to bed.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't care about Keir Starmer becoming Prime Minister, do we? It's all about Ilford North for us.
Yeah,
all about
absolutely.
Birmingham.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I think the hope is that we could turn Birmingham into a sort of pulling it away from the Labour red, a strong Labour city, and turning it towards the green, black, red, and white of Palestine instead, with some strong independent candidates, maybe even a Workers' Party candidate as well.
And Bethnal Green as well.
Bethnal Green.
Another one.
Yeah, there are others. Batley.
Okay.
Let's see.
Internet's a little bit slow here, I think, because everyone's using it at the moment. Okay, I can play out Shaukat's speech now. So this was Sher Adam, his victory speech in Leicester South about half an hour ago.
I have no papers to rustle in front of me, and that may give you an indication of something or another. But I can say that I don't think I have the vocabulary or the tongue to articulate what I am feeling at this moment in time, except that this was a grassroots, community, constituency-run campaign, which is an indication to those that have been in power for so long that you cannot forget the people that you serve. I stand here thanking everybody who has made this possible, especially those that are staying in so late, counting and making this process seamless. But I am here to represent those that have found that live in a city within a city without a voice, those that really genuinely cannot heat or eat, those that see that they have no future, those that feel that the National Health Service, which we love and cherish, has no place for any more other people, and they blame other people from other countries. It's not the inefficiency of the system that is letting us down. And I am here, I can assure you, for this city that took me in as a child, that nurtured me, that schooled me, that raised me, that I love sincerely, that was once very united, and now people are weaponizing to cause chasm between friends and neighbors, and I will ensure that I will fight everything that I have to bring the unity in this city that we deserve. I would like to say thanks to my incredible team, all virtually volunteers. I don't even have an official campaign manager, but we as a city have done this. We as a city are a shining example to the rest of the world that it is the people that matter, not the people that rule over us. And finally, a voice for the voiceless. It's very small. It brings nothing to those across the world. And it's a humble token, a humble gesture. This is for the people of Gaza.
Free Palestine!
Mr. Lord Mayor, it has been the greatest honour and privilege of my life.
This is not
To
protocol.
serve the people of.
Oh, we don't care what he has to say, do we? John Ashworth.
John Ashworth. Boo! Yeah, you loser. What a bunch of losers.
It's an amazing achievement, actually.
This is a win for Gaza. Yes. Come on. Oh, Labour. So glad to see you lose, man. Oh, that was so satisfying. Well
you know,
done.
John Ashworth, his
well done.
His wife, he's a Blairite basically, and his wife was revealed to have basically been one of the main plotters against Jeremy Corbyn. She worked in Labour Central Office, and she hated Corbyn. And there's accusations that she basically intentionally kind of scuppered his chances. So that's who John Ashworth is.
What an absolute loser. You're a loser. You are a loser.
And Keir Starmer, he won 10,000 fewer votes than in the last election. So his vote dropped massively.
Wow. So what a bunch of losers. I mean, they're obviously going to claim a big win and be the party of government or whatever, but still, I mean, that seriously sends a powerful message. You know, even if they're losing so many votes, they're forming a government on such a piffling mandate.
Yeah.
That,
well, they'll say 300 seats majority, but yeah.
That deep down they'll know that they are getting less than Jeremy Corbyn got. Do you know what I mean?
Khadija, when are Blackburn results coming? We don't know, but there's been a recount, and apparently Adnan Hussein is ahead on the recount, but it isn't confirmed yet.
Some news coming in. So Derby South, Labour hold. Obviously, Chris Williamson was standing there for the Workers' Party. Again, that'll be bitterly disappointing for the Workers' Party. Chris Williamson, to be fair to him, has been a staunch critic of Zionism in British politics, an outspoken supporter of the Palestinian cause. He actually came in behind Reform UK, so he sits at third place. He got about 5,200 votes, so I suppose he might be pleased with that, but obviously he lost out to Reform UK and Labour. So another disappointing result for the Workers' Party, who have yet to get a single seat. Even the leader of the party, George Galloway,
Ilford
failed.
North, I'm hearing, has come in.
Oh gosh, okay, Ilford. Ilford North, Labour hold in Ilford North. Leanne Mohammed. Oh, that was so close. Oh my goodness, that was close.
What?
Oh, a few hundred votes difference. That's it. Labour Party, Wedge Streeting, 15,647. Leanne Mohammed, 15,119. She'll be bitterly disappointed with that. What a fantastic campaign. She tried her best and came in very, very close. It was not split. If the Greens hadn't stood, she would have won. If the Greens hadn't stood, she would have won. So the Greens, I guess you could blame for that, or you could put the blame elsewhere. What a very strong performance.
Yeah, that's
very
amazing.
close.
That's an amazing effort.
That's a nail-bitingly close performance.
From 0
wow.
to 15,000 is an amazing effort.
The saddest thing for me is it looks like no Palestinians will get into Westminster. That was the closest a Palestinian's going to get getting into Westminster, I believe. Very close. Very close. What a shame. What a shame. Leanne Mohammed, it wasn't meant to be. That is a very big shame. A Palestinian nail-bitingly close to getting into Westminster.
They should have a recount.
What can I say?
Is it 500?
Why wasn't Leanne Mohammed on 5 pillars? Who's responsible for that? I don't know. She should have been on, but it seems as if there was radio silence after the general election was announced. What a disappointment. What a disappointment. It could have been. That could have been. Wow. How close was that? A couple of hundred would have done it. Wow. and she had massive support from the Liberals, from the lefties. They put massive amounts of effort in there, but for some reason she wasn't appearing on 5 Pillars. Do you want to speak about that at all, Roshan?
Well, I don't know whether we should really. I mean, it's like I thought she did a lot better than I thought she would. I thought maybe she should have gone for the Muslim. She should have tried to mobilize Muslims more in her strategy. And given that Ilford North, I think, has a 21% or something, it's a reasonably high Muslim population. I think it's over 20%. But that was my thoughts before. But now that she's pulled that kind of vote out, I think that's impressive.
That was
so I'm not sure if I'm right. I think it's just an impressive vote. And I think to go from 0 to 15,100, I think all you got to do is take your hat off to her and her team, and basically clap your hands, basically, because that's an amazing effort.
Amazing effort, but it's disappointing as well, Roshan. I mean, what a chance! What a chance! A Palestinian, an independent Palestinian who is answerable to no one but herself, getting into Westminster, getting Wes Streeting out. He's going to be a government minister, isn't he? What a chance! What a chance! Oh my goodness, that's heartbreaking. It hurts a little bit. That hurts a little bit. The idea of a hijabi Palestinian sister in Westminster standing as an independent, answerable to no one. What a shame. What a shame. That would have got the Zionists really upset, and the far right, and the right wingers, and all of these Islamophobes and these disgusting genocide supporters. What a shame. What a big, big shame. Very disappointing. I'm going to go straight to the comment section.
I mean, Nazmeen says disappointing fibers didn't platform Leanne. I'll just say that wasn't through our choosing, although we were invited to an event on Sunday, but we'd already had plans to go to Birmingham on that day. So yeah, it is what it is.
Before the election was announced, I'd conducted a couple of interviews with Leanne, and it was on 5 Pillars. After the general election was announced, we weren't able to get an interview for whatever reason. We don't want to go into the details, but there you have it. Very disappointed all round. People are there's some broken heart emojis. I'm feeling it. I'm very disappointed. I'm so sad by that. I'm so sad by that. So close. I bet she's gutted. Her family are probably gutted. But do you know what? It was meant. Whatever happened. We're Muslim at the end of the day. It's in Allah's hands, and it happened for a reason. And I think that was a fantastic run. Oh my goodness, you sent a strong message to Labour. Wes Streeting, you lucky little so-and-so. You are under serious pressure, and I hope they get you next time. I hope they get you next time, you little genocide parrot.
He's going to become
Keir Starmer bootlicker. Keir Starmer bootlicker, you little genocide. What's happening elsewhere? That hurt. That was so close, it hurt. That was so close, it hurt.
Okay, so who are we waiting for? We're waiting for Ajmal Masroor in Bethnal Green, Dewsbury, the Birmingham seats. That's it, really.
Still nothing from Birmingham. Solihull, very close to Birmingham. I think that result is in, but it's not a significant result for anything. Wow. So for anyone just tuning in, Leanne Mohammed, the independent Palestinian candidate in Ilford North, has come in second, agonizingly close behind Labour. She secured 15,000 votes, over 15,000 votes. Labour 15,600 votes. So it was agonizingly close, My goodness. But still, a very strong message. That in itself is a powerful message. Don't mess with the Muslim vote, because we will come for your seats, and we could win those seats. And we have won a seat or two already, and it looks like, inshallah, we're going to have a few more recorded by the end of the night. Very close. What a shame. What a shame. I can't get over it. Prospects of a Palestinian hijabi sister in Westminster would have been fantastic. Would have been fantastic. Labour still running away with this, 272 seats. Many they have taken from the Conservatives, so they're pulling back the red wall, I think it was known as before, it looks like. Reform UK as well. They're performing well so far. They'll be pleased. I think they'll probably be hoping for a couple more wins by the end of the night. Reform UK, of course, far-right party, which has attacked Muslims, attacked immigration, attacked Islam as well, even head on. So this is a very concerning development, something we'll have to deal with going forward, as I'm sure Reform UK will not only be taking their hostile anti-immigration policies into Westminster, but they'll also be attacking Islam and Muslim communities as well whilst they're there. Poplar and Limehouse, Labour hold. So that's who's that? That's the Labour hijabi, Poplar Limehouse, Begum, Upsana Begum. She's held onto her seat.
We're expecting a result for Sunak soon. I wonder if he's going to. It's been a Tory. Another thing we haven't focused on. It's actually been a Tory bloodbath tonight.
Yes.
And we've had prominent Tory ministers like Penny Mordaunt, who's lost a seat in Portsmouth, and she was tipped to take over from Rishi Sunak as leader of the Conservatives. She got within a whisker of becoming Prime Minister a few years ago.
Oldham East and Saddleworth. That's a Labour hold. That'll be disappointing because there was a local Muslim effort. I think so. Yes, I'm just going to investigate that. That'll be disappointing again. I think for the Workers' Party as well.
Upsana Begum we don't care about really because she's not a Muslim vote. She's a Labour person.
Yeah. So Oldham East, a Labour hold. Disappointing result for the Workers' Party again. Shanaz Sadiku. She was hoping to do well there. She came in 4th place. And also Oldham West as well, another area where the Muslim vote did mobilise, but hasn't done well, it seems. I'll just investigate that. Oldham West. Okay, independent candidate. Zafar Iqbal coming in 2nd with 8,256 votes. Labour 13,000 only.
So it's a respectable second.
A respectable second. It was a vote split area, it seems. There was someone else, another independent running there, who secured about 2,000, just under 2,500 votes. Wouldn't have been enough to have made the difference, but it would have strengthened Zafar Iqbal's 2nd place, certainly. So Oldham, disappointing. I think perhaps Oldham could have done better. Wasn't so. But still, again, it looks like Labour are not strong there. I'm sure in a normal general election, Labour would have had a very strong performance there compared to the Conservatives or the Reform UK, for example, or Lib Dems. So it looks like Oldham actually has undermined Labour's strength there. So, you could take a positive from that for sure. Muslims mobilising, undermining Labour in Oldham. Liberal Democrats in 3rd place. They're not far behind the Conservatives. The Conservatives are really, really performing terribly. They're down 139 seats. So they've lost those to either the Labour or the Liberal Democrats or even Reform UK. So serious down. The Conservatives are being absolutely annihilated here. The SNP are also being annihilated. Scotland is turning very red. Scotland is turning very, very red indeed. The SNP also annihilated so far with only 4 seats. Only 4 seats. So there you go. Hamza Yusuf, well done, mate.
Blackburn update. Labour alleging 250 postal votes gone missing.
Whoa.
Source Lancashire Telegraph. So Labour are disputing this. This looks like it's going to get messy.
This is going to get very messy. It's already a bit of a mess. But to be honest, if Labour's under pressure, then good. I hope it's messy for them. The saddest part about Blackburn is I thought that Labour had it easy and that they were running away with it. But if things are getting messy for Labour, then let it be.
I mean, you could argue that if it turns into a disputed situation where Labour are disputing it, if it had been a unified candidature, there'd be no dispute about it whatsoever, right? It would be a clear win.
Yes.
Clear win.
Yes. Yes. So it depends what way you want to look at it. Again, we're waiting for that final result. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, this postal vote issue has actually been quite a scandal elsewhere. Again, Blackburn could become the centre point of this scandal as well. We'll have to wait and see how it affects the vote. We're waiting eagerly. Still have yet to see anything from Birmingham. I'm still waiting for Birmingham, anxiously so. There's 3, 4 at least results that I'd very much like to see, and some very high hopes for successes there. Let's continue to go to the comment section.
Birmingham is tight, people are saying.
Watch out for news from Dewsbury as well. Yes, we're eagerly awaiting information from Dewsbury. The count here in Blackburn is braced for a 96 vote shock as independent Adnan Hussein takes the seat from Labour. Wow, wow, wow. It looks like this is in the comments section. So
right.
Let's see how.
Our comment section. Don't take notice of that. These guys aren't reliable.
That's my source for all news.
Like, trust
Five
me, bro.
pillars.
That's their like evidence. Trust me, bro.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
I thought you said that like it was Sky News or something. Like it's like breaking BBC.
Yeah, if it came from
breaking Five Pillars comment section. Come on.
All right, all right. Take it easy on our dear viewers. Poor things. Roshan is very sick.
I mean, look, at the beginning, half of our viewers were telling us they couldn't hear us.
Someone
half
said
of them were saying we could.
Someone said someone says the moon is made of cheese. Breaking news from the Five Pillars pool of information.
The only true thing one of our viewers has said tonight, they're recounting Blackburn. That is true. I can confirm that.
Update from Dewsbury. We're waiting on Dewsbury. There's still nothing from Dewsbury. If you've joined us, the big results, Ilford North, Leanne Mohammed lost. She came in second. It was so close. It was so close. Oh my goodness. It hurts me to think about it even now. Leanne Mohammed, what a fantastic attempt, but she just couldn't make it.
As you say, it's for the best. I still stand by my assertion earlier. She's too young to be in Parliament. She's done amazingly well, and she'll get another go in a few years' time. She'll be 4 years older and more experienced.
So, here we go. More breaking news from the Five Pillars comment section. Dilly, Robert, and Roshan need to stand in 2029, inshallah. I think we'll have to seriously.
Never enter
I think
that
we'll have
cesspit.
to. I think we'll seriously have to. I might enter.
Enter that.
I might enter Blackburn if Labour win. I'll take on Labour in Blackburn if Labour win.
As I said,
that was a joke, by the way. That was a joke.
Believing practicing Muslims should not be in Parliament. Simple as that. It's cesspit.
Breaking news from the comment section.
Are we bothering with BBC and Sky News?
No way. I don't believe them. I'd rather believe GSGD from our comment section, who says breaking news: Robert Carter to be elected Prime Minister. There we go.
Silly,
very believable there. Okay, let's go back to the actual headlines. And away from Dream World.
Well, Abu Jannah is saying
Rishi Sunak arrives in Richmond for the count. We'll wait and see.
Abu Jannah is saying it's very close in Bethnal Green.
Bethnal Green.
Haven't heard anything from official sources on Bethnal Green so far.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye on that. There's so many seats we're probably not even thinking of, but when they come up, we'll be thrilled to hear what they have to offer. Labour running away with things in Scotland and Wales, as well as in England itself. Wow, Labour almost on 300 seats. The Conservatives sitting at 56. I mean, my goodness. Labour are running away with it. What a dictatorship this is going to be for the next 4 years. A Zionist dictatorship headed by genocide Starmer, kid starver Starmer. My goodness. What a sad, depressing situation. But that's not all hope lost, as we already have recorded a couple of wins. And I think realistically, if we can get a couple of very proud, passionate Muslim voices in, who are independent, who are answerable to no one, who are willing to defend and represent us, that will be a win in itself.
One thing that I think is encouraging is that if it's taking so long for these areas to declare, it probably means it's close. Or it could mean it's an area with a lot of people, which Birmingham might be. Yeah, the later ones are usually the closer ones.
Yes, because they're obviously
they might do recounts or whatever,
recounting and stuff like that. Labour one.
Yes, brothers and sisters, I think a lot of people are just joining us. Maybe you've gone to sleep and woken up again. So we're still waiting for Dewsbury, the Birmingham seats. What else? Blackburn.
Blackburn.
That's basically it.
Absolutely. And
So
anything
like 5
else?
seats.
Yeah, absolutely. Bethnal Green, did you mention that? Bethnal Green as well.
Yeah,
a few other seats. I'm sure that there might even be a surprise or two, an area in the country which we didn't even cover in our travels on 5 pillars. So let's wait and see. But from what I can see in our comment section, everyone is eagerly awaiting Birmingham. For anyone who's just tuned in, Ilford North was lost. Liam Mohammed came agonizingly close in second place. 15,000 votes just above that she secured, but it wasn't enough. It was neck and neck. Labour also managing to get just a few extra 100 votes. I think they got about 15,600. So bitterly disappointing, I dare say, for many, many people across the country who were looking to Ilford North to see, I think for the first time ever in British history, that would have been a Palestinian elected to Westminster. I don't think that's ever happened before, Roshan. Can you remember in your years of experience?
Say it again.
You've been around since the dinosaurs, so you saw democracy flourish from its dawn. Has a Palestinian ever been?
When it began, yeah.
Has a Palestinian ever been elected to Westminster?
No.
No.
Well, Layla Moran is half Palestinian. Right?
There you go. See, I got it wrong. Half Palestinian. Okay.
She's not real Palestinian, is she? She's like one of those dodgy ones. Yeah.
There you go. There's another dispute you've opened up there.
Just Google her.
I think she got. I think
I'm lying, right?
Okay, I think she got the Muslim vote endorsement though, didn't she?
I've got no idea.
Absolutely no
Did she?
idea. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. But anyway,
you just thought you'd say it.
I don't know. Okay, well, there you go. So it wouldn't have necessarily been the first Palestinian ever, but the first Palestinian independent and a hijabi Palestinian. It could have been, but it is not. So
the BBC
sadly,
are even admitting that Gaza has cost Labour Leicester East. Or Leicester East or Leicester South?
Leicester South, I guess, because Leicester.
Why are you saying Leicester East?
Leicester East was Claudia Webb. Well,
oh wow, that might be another upset in Leicester East.
Oh, that's the Conservatives.
Oh, it's a Conservative gain.
Oh, Leicester South was from an independent. Yeah,
Leicester East.
Not sure.
Leicester. So basically, there was a vote split there, which let the Tories in.
Interesting. I don't know about Leicester East. If anyone watching is from Leicester East, maybe you could fill us in. The Conservative candidate, I think, has a Muslim name. I don't know if that upset things.
It's not a Muslim vote win, but I think basically what they're saying is Labour lost its popularity there because of Gaza.
Well,
and letting the Conservatives in.
Well, yes, absolutely, because the Liberal Democrats candidate is a Muslim who I understand was getting a lot of endorsement from local Muslim power brokers and is considered to be a strong voice for Palestine, actually. So it looks like the Liberal Democrats caused the upset there, as well as Claudia Webb. I mean, Claudia Webb was a former Labour MP, so I dare say she would have taken some of those Labour voters with her as well. She secured a pretty impressive 5,500 votes. So yes, okay, it makes sense now. Yes, I think Labour. Okay, so that's a win. That's a win for the Muslim vote, as far as I'm concerned. Leicester East should have been an easy win for Labour, and they've now lost it. Undermining.
Yeah, but the Tories came in.
Yeah, fair enough. We've said that. We've said that. No. We've said
that's not a win.
No. We've said that in previous episodes of Muslims Uncensored. Thank you very much. In some cases, even if the Tories are allowed to win, as long as we undermine the Labour vote, because this is a boycott of Labour. Okay.
Yeah.
The Muslims have no power here. So actually,
half a win.
Well, I don't know. I think that's a Muslim win.
You
the
convince
Muslim,
me.
the Muslim vote,
because I've said it myself.
The Muslim vote may not have won there, but has cost Labour. So I say that's a win.
All right, chalk it up as a win.
I say that's a win. That is a win.
I'm still not there with Jeremy Corbyn 100%, but
so very interesting.
Jeremy Corbyn's still a half. Yeah,
he's a half a courgette. But yeah, okay. Disappointed that Claudia Webb didn't win, but there you go. Actually, Leicester East can be chalked up to still a positive result for the Muslim vote. We have Rishi Sunak speaking. Has he won?
He must have won if he's speaking.
He's giving a speech.
Let's see what he says. Do you want to put it up?
The party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Before swanning off to America to live in California.
Yeah, and life of luxury. He has won his seat, but obviously he's lost the election. So it's now official. Labour have won this. They're the party of government. So that's, again, a breaking news update. Labour have absolutely won. It's going to be a thumping majority. The Tories are crawling behind. They've only managed to get 60 so far. Labour have passed 300 seats. So they're absolutely running away with this. This is an annihilation of the Conservatives. And this comes after years, I think, of the Conservatives basically destroying the economy and basically alienating and angering everyone here.
So just more context with Leicester East. So apparently Zafar Huq and Claudia Webb were two pro-Palestine candidates who received a reasonable amount of votes, which were obviously taken away from Labour, which let the Tories in.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think, yeah, let's chalk that up as a win. Yeah,
I think it's a win. Claudia Webb, unfortunately, I only spoke to Claudia Webb. I would have been interested to speak to the Labour candidate, the Liberal Democrats Muslim candidate, simply because he appeared to have genuine local support. A lot of Muslims in the area were speaking very highly of him for past work that he's done. Although he was representing the Liberal Democrats, which is not too great, he personally seemed to have a significant amount of supporters in the area from Muslim voters. So I would have liked to have spoken to him, but didn't have the time. Claudia Webb seemed to suggest that she initially had the united backing of Muslim power brokers in the community, but very late into the election, the Liberal Democrats Muslim candidate was able to nick away some of those endorsements from local Muslims and has obviously run away with some of the votes as well. So Claudia Webb, very annoyed by that, very frustrated, and was even leaning on Five Pillars to try and get involved, which we didn't. Luckily, we didn't, because I think vote splitting is a nasty business. But absolutely, I think it's still a win for the wider picture of things. It's still a win, undermining Labour and furthering the boycott of that party. You have to remember that boycotts, you have to be smart about it. You have to be strategic. You have to pick your targets. The Tories don't particularly rely on Muslim votes to win their seats. It must be very rare for them to do that, if at all. But the Labour Party certainly does. And we've already recorded some wins there by undermining the Labour Party. So boycotts, of course, pick your targets right. And the Labour Party is a prime target for a boycott. And it seems to be winning. Okay, Workers' Party, James. Okay, it looks like we're getting some results from Birmingham. We're getting some results from Birmingham. And also Hayes and Harlington. So Hayes and Harlington Labour hold. Hayes and Harlington is a constituency in West London held by the pro-Palestine Labour MP, John McDonnell. Now, there was a fantastic Muslim candidate representing the Workers' Party running against him, which we interviewed on Five Pillars, Rizwana. It's a shame she didn't win. I had a feeling she wouldn't, because John McDonnell is held onto that area for a very long time. And she was also fighting an uphill battle, trying to convince locals that although John McDonnell's record on Palestine is pretty good overall, that he wasn't the right one to vote for because there are pro-Palestine Muslim alternatives in the area. But it seems as if she's failed to convincingly make the argument enough to win. I will investigate and see what the turnout there was, but she'll be bitterly disappointed. She ran a nice campaign and she seemed like a very, very nice candidate, someone who was fresh to the political scene, but someone who genuinely cared for Palestine, genuinely would have represented Muslims very, very well, I believe, as well, from what I understood after meeting and speaking to her on a few
Birmingham
occasions.
Yardley, can we check?
So Birmingham, apparently there is...
I'm hearing Jess Phillips won
James,
Birmingham Yardley.
Okay, James Giles has lost. So Birmingham results are coming in. James Giles, Workers' Party candidate, has lost very narrowly to Labour in the seat of Birmingham Hodge Hill. He came in second with 9,089 votes. Labour came in first with 10,655 votes. So an impressive performance by James Giles. He was the United candidate there. If the Greens hadn't run against him and they had a Muslim candidate too, he would have won. So he's probably going to go on the attack and blame the Greens for his loss. Very close. Good run by James, but someone who...
I mean, if it was a non-Muslim Green candidate, I probably wouldn't say anything because the Green Party have a policy of just standing in all areas. But a Muslim candidate should know better.
There's no results yet from Birmingham elsewhere. So the
Yardley,
first...
I think, has come in.
Not here.
Okay.
Not here.
It must be seconds ago.
We're watching it as it happens. So the first Birmingham result is a Labour hold. The first Birmingham result is a Labour hold, and it's Birmingham Hodge Hill. Workers' Party candidate James Giles was hoping for a good result there. He is a very close associate of George Galloway, so Galloway as well, I think, will be personally disappointed with that. That was very, very close. Very close for James Giles, who ran what appears to be a pretty decent campaign. That is still not too depressing. I think Giles...
Yardley's come in, definitely. I'm getting too many people telling me.
Okay, so perhaps some locals...
And I'm glad he took it.
So perhaps some locals from Yardley are telling us. What have we got? I haven't got anything on my screens yet, so the establishment media are a bit behind it. I'm checking Yardley, still nothing. I'm desperately waiting for Yardley. We've got no updates so far. So it turns out that technically the Labour Party still need 13 more seats to officially win. But I mean, the former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has already declared Labour to be the winners. And the Conservatives are so far behind that it seems practically impossible at this stage. Still nothing from Yardley. There's, for anyone just joining us who's been waiting for the Birmingham results, we have one Birmingham result in so far. It's a Labour hold, but a pretty strong performance from James Giles, the Workers' Party candidate. So we're very, very close, it seems. Jody McIntyre, we've got Ahmed Yakub. These are people who have a chance of winning, it seems. And it looks like the fight is very close. So they could win or they could fall short. Let's see.
Are you monitoring BBC?
I'm monitoring Sky News. I'm monitoring Sky News.
I think Adnan has won in Birmingham, but we're not.
Blackburn.
I think Dewsbury and Batley, we might have another win there as well. But these are all unconfirmed.
Whoa, Dews and Batley, win for the independents. Dews and Batley, a win for the independents. Win for the independents. That's a pro-Palestine win in Dews and Batley. That's the next big result. Dews and Batley, they're coming in thick and fast. I can't see anyone else of significance. Dews and Batley is a pro-Palestine win. Dews and Batley is a pro-Palestine win. That's the next one. A Muslim vote candidate has won. So that's the next big win. What else is coming in? Anything from Birmingham? Blackburn, independent win from Labour. From Blackburn, an independent win from Labour. I'm going to find out who that is immediately. Blackburn result is in. Blackburn result is in. Blackburn result is in. It's Adnan Hussein. It's Adnan Hussein. A very close win. A very close win. Craig Murray coming in third place. It's a thumping loss for Labour. Craig Murray third place, 7,000 votes. Labour second, 10,386 votes. Adnan Hussein is the winner, 10,518 votes. That's nail-bitingly close. Nail-bitingly close. Craig Murray almost lost the seat to Labour. Craig Murray almost lost the seat to Labour. That is crazy close. That is crazy close. Adnan Hussein, congratulations. That is very, very empowering for him. This is someone who was slammed in the comment section and great lengths of time by Craig Murray supporters, someone who was accused of being the vote splitter because he ran his campaign behind Craig Murray's. Craig Murray announcing it first, Adnan Hussein announcing it second. Adnan Hussein was given quite a beating online by many Craig Murray supporters. This will be very empowering for him. He has won against all the odds. Oh my goodness, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. Adnan Hussein has won. That is a Muslim
Let's get Dilly on the phone. We need to
candidate who has won. This is an amazing result from Blackburn. How amazing for Blackburn.
Assalamu alaikum, Dilly. Can you talk? Are you back? You home?
Yes.
All right, let's have this out now. Adnan Hussein has won.
Yes, he won, and we nearly handed it over to
So
him.
how much? Just remind us of the votes, Robert.
So Adnan Hussein, number one with 10,518 votes. Labour's Kate Holland, 10,386. So just a couple of hundred.
And Craig Murray?
Craig Murray, third place with 7,105 votes.
All right,
it was crazy
let's
close.
Let's go around all
crazy
three of us.
close.
I'll start. Okay. What we thought privately, and we didn't make it public because we were determined to stay neutral in this constituency where there were two viable pro-Palestine candidates. But our hunch was always that Adnan had more votes in him than Craig. And that was always our private conversations, that Adnan would get more votes than Craig and Craig would get significantly less votes than him. But we all thought, all three of us thought, and including Adnan's team and Craig's team, by the way, privately thought that without unifying the vote, they would lose to Kate Holland comfortably by over 5,000 votes. So Kate Holland got significantly less votes than we thought. Now, this means that if anyone was the vote splitter in that constituency, it was actually Craig Murray. And I think that there was so much commentary online pro Craig Murray, and it was misleading. And I always felt it was misleading because it was coming from outside of Blackburn. Roger Waters is a very famous guitarist. He does not have a vote in Blackburn. Julian Assange, all these supporters of great Craig Murray and all these famous people, none of them have votes in Blackburn, and none of them influence the Muslims of Blackburn either. So Craig Murray was the vote splitter, not Adnan Hussein.
I'd even go as far as to say that the very fact that Craig got 6,000 or 7,000 votes, he bloody done considerably well, but those votes should have gone to Adnan.
He nearly lost this election. He nearly lost this election for Adnan.
Had the more stakeholding support, and that's obviously Adnan, and we kind of knew that behind closed doors anyway.
Yeah, and it was completely misleading. The commentary online was completely misleading. We knew this, okay? But we didn't want to break our neutrality. But the fact is that Adnan won by a whisker, Dilly. He won by a whisker. If he'd have got a few hundred votes less, Craig Murray would have cost the pro-Palestine candidate this election.
Yeah, 100%.
Do you think we did anything wrong?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look.
Do you think we owe Adnan Hussein an apology?
For what? Owe him an apology for? For you offering the point?
For not endorsing him?
No, I think we did the right thing by sticking to what journalists and media understood, and that's remaining impartial when the Muslims themselves weren't necessarily entirely or disproportionately unified. But obviously, the results suggest otherwise. Imagine Adnan lost by a couple of hundred votes. That would have been shocking, unforgivable, actually. But behind closed doors, in our private conversations, we always felt that Adnan had the edge, if not more, over Craig, but we just never publicised it, to be honest.
Yeah. Robert, your thoughts?
Well, I have to say that Adnan Hussein has proven all of his critics absolutely dead wrong. What a fantastic win under all the pressure, under all the fitna, under all of the vote splitting, under all of the nasty tactics at times by the Craig Murray side. I'm not naming any particular individuals in that, but just as a whole, how things turned out. I think that Adnan Hussein has done fantastically well and has proven his critics to be dead wrong. And I also think that, you know, Craig Murray was very irritated at the fact that I suggested he may have lost the Muslim dressing room in Blackburn, and actually he found that particular comment to be very offensive. But the fact is he you know, he was the vote splitter.
There's one more thing to say, okay, and this is very important. So the Muslims of Blackburn have to a certain extent redeemed themselves because they have given 17,000 votes to pro-Palestine candidates.
Absolutely.
Okay. And they gave 10,000 votes to the party of genocide.
Wow.
So that's 10,000 too many. But alhamdulillah, the town that disgraced British Muslims by continually voting in Jack Straw, that warmonger, the guy who was responsible for the blood of our brothers and sisters in Iraq. The Muslims of Blackburn, the mosques of Blackburn, the imams of Blackburn kept on returning that guy to power in the most shameful way. To a certain extent, Blackburn has redeemed its reputation, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
you know what? Just to my party comments is that look, we had no horse in this race. We were criticised by both sides privately and publicly, and all we ever wanted was a unified candidate and no split vote. And because we were being contacted and lobbied by people from Blackburn from both sides, that's why we got involved more than any other constituency. But all we ever wanted was a unification behind one candidate. And Adnan done well, and congratulations to him and his team.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Well done.
Akbar.
Well done.
Allahu
Adnan
Akbar.
Hussein.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep it up. I'm watching live anyway.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
The fact of the matter is that politics can be a very dirty business, and obviously it's an arena where you have to be a fighter to win, and people are going to doubt you sometimes. But if you have what it takes to be a winner, you will power on through and get those results and prove everyone wrong. That's exactly what Adnan Hussein has done. I'll be totally honest. My gut feeling was to endorse him from when I arrived in Blackburn.
Yeah.
But
you changed your mind.
I'll tell you why I changed my mind. Both candidates, after I interviewed them, Craig Murray and Adnan Hussein, told me if you go to the streets of Blackburn, ask any Muslim you find, they'll tell you they're backing me. When I was on the verge of advising that we endorse Adnan Hussein, I decided, you know what, I will do that because I'm very split on this. I'm not sure what's the right thing to do. So I wandered the streets. I swear as a Muslim that this is true. I wandered the street for about half an hour. I approached random Muslims in the street. They must have thought I was a complete and utter lunatic, some random white guy approaching people asking who they're going to vote for. And the response they gave me was very mixed, to the point where, again, I didn't have any hard proof that either camp had a clear majority. And clearly in this result, as you see, there were strong amounts of support for both camps. Adnan Hussein was clearly the stronger candidate. But it was not possible for me to see that in the 2 days that I spent there. So was it responsible to endorse a candidate? It was not. In hindsight, if we did, it would have been fantastic.
I still think.
But at the time, I felt a duty of care to the ordinary Blackburn Muslims and to the wider Muslim community that we shouldn't endorse because we were outsiders, and I didn't know 100%.
You just didn't know.
We just didn't know.
No,
Adnan
impossible.
Hussein was disappointed in Five Pillars for a number of reasons. We had heated conversations off the camera.
So was Craig Murray.
So was Craig Murray. The idea that we went to Blackburn and threw our weight behind anyone, directly or indirectly, is totally false. We went there with the best intentions to cover the news and to see if it was worth endorsing a candidate. We decided we weren't in the right position to do so. We left it to the Muslim vote and to the people of Blackburn to make up their mind. They have done. Adnan Hussein has won a powerful win. This is a powerful
There's a couple
win.
of things I want to say. One is that I still stand by my position that one of them should have stood down. This is a high wire act. Okay, it shouldn't have been a high wire act. It should have been a clear win for the Muslims. Instead, both candidates have chosen to walk a tightrope. They've walked a tightrope here. And alhamdulillah, they've come out at the right end of that tightrope. But one of them should have stood down. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to go through this drama. And it could very easily have gone the other way by a few hundred votes. To tell the full story about this, our inclination was to endorse Adnan Hussein at the beginning, okay? Simply because we thought he had more support than Craig Murray. Not because we thought he was a better candidate. Obviously, Craig is more experienced, etc., etc. No one had heard of Adnan, until 6 weeks ago. But we just thought he had more support on the ground. But when you went there, as you say, we couldn't find conclusive proof of that. We still had a hunch that he was going to get all votes, but we couldn't say for sure. So when we don't know for sure, we can't make a dogmatic decision and statement on behalf of somebody. So I think we took the responsible position to remain neutral, even though my heart was saying Adnan. We also had some reservations about the qualities of the candidate, to be honest, and more about their human qualities, I guess, through our dealings with them. I won't go into private conversations, whatever, but we also thought that, both candidates, we felt that their human qualities did not match the level of someone representing a constituency and the people and the Muslims of Blackburn. So for that reason as well, we decided not to endorse. And we were very sure in the last week that we weren't going to endorse any candidate. Anyway, Adnan Hussein has won, and inshallah, he will go on to be a good MP. He will represent the Muslims of Blackburn in the best possible way. I suggest that Craig Murray pack his bags, go back to Edinburgh. He's a vote splitter, okay? He's a vote splitter. He should go back to Edinburgh. He should never come back to Blackburn.
Well, there we go. Now, let's quickly go over to another area where a fantastic result has been recorded. This is a brilliant win. This is a brilliant win. We're going over to Batley now. Dewsbury and... Yes, go on. Final comments.
Tiger Patel.
Tiger Patel.
Did he have any influence over it?
I'll find out. He actually threw his weight behind
his
Craig.
To Murray.
Possibly. So Craig Murray
so
potentially
he could be a vote splitter as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So there's more to unpick from Blackburn. Before we analyze Blackburn anymore, stay tuned. We might discuss Blackburn a bit more shortly. Let's go quickly to Dewsbury and Batley. A very powerful win. Powerful win for the Muslim Independent, the pro-Palestine Muslim Independent, standing in Dewsbury and Batley has won 15,641 votes. Labour coming in second with only 8,707 votes. Reform UK coming in third place, closely behind them, 6,152 votes. This is a strong win. This is the strongest win, I believe, of the Muslim votes so far this evening. This is another Muslim stepping up as an independent, no chains to any party but himself, into Westminster, who will be stepping up alongside the other winning independents from Leicester South. And he'll also, I'm sure, will be standing alongside Jeremy Corbyn and others as well. This is turning out to be a very fantastic, strong evening with more and more Muslims coming out and winning. So again, I believe, Roshan, correct me if I'm wrong here, maybe you know, maybe you don't. I believe there was a split. There was initially a split in Batley. There were a couple of independents. Someone stepped down. I don't know the name of the individual. Apparently,
Abu Bakr on. He can tell us more about the Dewsbury one.
Oh, fantastic!
Assalamu alaikum, Abu Bakr. Sorry, you've been waiting there for a while.
Walaikum salam, walaikum salam. I'm a happy man tonight.
Yeah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. What a fantastic win. What a fantastic win.
Abu Bakr, tell us about Dewsbury, because we don't know much about the candidate there. Go ahead, brother.
So Dewsbury, as Rob was initially referring to, there was initially a vote split. Not only were there two candidates, there was actually two community groups choosing different candidates. But alhamdulillah, when the election was called, those two groups got together, ran a very quick, swift, and decisive process, chose a single candidate, and then the second candidate decided to do the right thing and step back very quickly. This was all sorted within the first 10 days of the election. So the amazing unity by the people of Dewsbury, and amazing unity delivers amazing results.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, what a strong, honourable campaign. Even the individuals, I mean, perhaps you could name those individuals, because I don't know, the ones who stepped down, that did the brave, right, honourable thing, stood down, united the vote, and has now recorded and have now played their part in this such a strong win. Who are the names of those guys that stepped down?
So, well, we're at 5 o'clock in the morning. I've forgotten his name. He was a councillor called Amar. Now I can't remember his full name. I will get back to you on this. Go on.
Tell us about Mohammed Iqbal, the winner. Who is he?
So Mohammed Iqbal, to be honest, I don't know too much about the individual Mohammed Iqbal. Mohammed Iqbal was chosen by the community process. He's worked in community spaces for a number of years. It's a campaign actually, which was totally community led by the people of Dewsbury and Batley. Like the level of unity and coordination there was extraordinary. We left them to it. We talked to them. They said, we'll get back to you with a single united candidate. And they did. They delivered as they promised. And Muslim Vote didn't get too overly involved in that. All we asked for them was that you come back to us with one single candidate. And they did. They united behind them. They had a lot of success because they were prepared from the earlier local elections where they won 12 independents. And that group also helped select Iqbal, and now we're here with a unanimous victory.
What about results elsewhere? Blackburn, what do you make of Blackburn?
Wow, as you can imagine, I'm very
I wasn't
happy
expecting that. Were you
about
expecting that?
what's happened in Blackburn. Sorry?
Were you expecting that? I was shocked. I thought Kate Holland would win it by about 6,000 votes.
I was shocked, but you know, as you can imagine, Muslim vote had come under a lot of fire for backing Adnan quite early over
You
Craig
wouldn't be the
Murray.
right choice.
But you know, due diligence was done. You know, but we resisted the temptation to step back, and we stood by Adnan and his record and his community backing. And we turned out to be right. And I think it's a real lesson that, you know, the person who cries the loudest is not always the right. And Craig did, you know, speak up quite loudly and make quite a number of claims. And I think, you know, we respect the work he's done. But I think
he owes you an apology. He accused the Muslim vote of racial discrimination. He owes you an apology. Simple as that. That is a serious accusation to make. It was out of order.
Absolutely, his language was out of order. But we've got what we wanted, which was a pro-Palestine person in Parliament to speak up for the needs of the Muslim community and the people of Blackburn for the next 5 years. And you know, we can move on past Craig Murray's comments. Like I said, his record historically has been extraordinary, and you know, I'm happy to forgive him, and I'm happy to move on, because at the end of the day, Adnan's won, and that's what we've come for.
What about I feel like lingering on Craig Murray. What is his extraordinary record of being pro-Palestinian?
Well, you know, his when he resigned, and he did the morally correct thing post-Iraq war. When he was you know, he stood down and he spoke up against extrajudicial torture and stuff. I believe, as far as I remember, I was very young when that happened. I was a baby. But you know, yes. So his history is amazing, and I think we shouldn't dismiss that. But in this case, he was clearly not wrong. And you know, I think he's big enough man to accept that. Muslim vote made the correct call. The people of Blackburn united, well, broadly speaking, united, and we've got a pro-Palestinian voice, a pro-community voice into Parliament.
So we talked a few hours ago, Abu Bakr, and I think we were all quite pessimistic and a bit deflated. Obviously, our mood has lifted somewhat. In terms of the wins we've got out tonight, what have we got? We've got, can you name them, Robert? We got Jeremy Corbyn. We can count that as a win, right?
So Jeremy Corbyn, Leicester South, Showcat.
Yeah.
We've now got Blackburn, Adnan Hussein, fantastic. Dewsbury and Batley.
That's four.
That's four. Those are the wins. Those are the big wins. And then there are other areas
and
where
even
Labour
Leicester
have been
East.
undermined.
We were saying Leicester East.
Labour's been undermined badly there.
I know the Tories got in Leicester East, but that's basically because of the Gaza vote against Labour. So even in a weird kind of way, that is a Muslim vote win, in the sense that our vote affected the result.
Chingford seat. I mean, look, we would have loved for Faisal Shaheen to win, but it sends a clear message to Labour: you can't get rid of Muslim candidates without facing repercussions.
So you're counting. So you're counting things like Faisal Shaheen and Lian Mohammed, who narrowly lost, as wins.
Well, Lian Mohammed, I'm not counting as a win. I'm bitterly disappointed by Lian Mohammed. West Streeting is one of the most dangerous MPs we have in Parliament. He wants to further privatise the NHS. He used his speech in a rather interesting way, I've been told, his victory speech. And you know, he was one of the loudest voices supporting Israel in the aftermath when they started first committing their war crimes post October the 7th. So you know, and I'm really gutted. And every Muslim in Ilford, and every person in Ilford who wanted to vote and maybe didn't for whatever reason, really needs to look at themselves and remember, every vote really does count. Because 500 votes, I am pretty sure there are 500 Lian voters who just thought, I can't be bothered today. And you know, it's really a reminder, every vote really does count.
So we're looking at, what are we looking at now? Birmingham, a few results in Birmingham. Jody lost. We're looking at Ahmed Yakub, yeah? Jody lost to Jess Phillips by 700 votes, I hear.
Okay, I'm going
in
to
Yardley.
I'm going to
This
investigate
is
that.
what I'm hearing from several sources, but I haven't checked it
Wait
on
a minute. Wait
the
a
BBC
minute.
or Sky.
Birmingham. So Selly Oaks, Palestinian candidate, has lost there to Labour. That was Professor Kamal Hawash. He came in disappointingly 5th, I think. Labour recorded a strong win there. Nothing from Yardley.
Nothing from Yardley?
Nothing official from Jodie McIntyre's campaign yet, but the Birmingham results are coming in. So far, all Labour wins, but we still have yet to hear from Yardley, Ladywood, and Shakil Afsar's seat of Hall Green. We have not heard from them yet, but so far, only disappointment from Birmingham, I'm afraid.
Well, we're hoping Ayub Khan does win and get rid of Khalid Mahmoud. That's the big, in my opinion, the big fish to fry. And we really do hope Jess Phillips, well, all of the seats really, but I think it will be close, and hopefully we'll get one or two of them across the line. Always hold hope for those areas.
So overall now, good night, right? So your work's been vindicated over the past 6 weeks and more. You're a happy man.
Yeah, well, yeah, we have. I mean, Adnan is enough indication for the work, but you know, this is not really about the Muslim vote, or I think this is really, look, we set out to do this because of what's happening in Palestine, right? These results, amazing. We got to get back on the horse tomorrow and actually make sure that these results count to something, to some change in the government policy. Because if it results in no change in the government policy, then we've done this all for nothing, right? We organized for a reason. We got these independents in for a reason. We took West Streeting to 500 within 500 votes for a reason, and let's act on those and change government policy. That's really what this was about.
These new MPs have got to deliver now, because I mean we put them there, right? And they got to deliver for us. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I had another question, but my brain's frazzled now at 5 a.m. in the morning. Any other questions, Robert? For Abubakar?
What a fantastic strong win. No questions. I'm still trying to digest the result. Any other areas where you think we might see some wins, perhaps areas that we haven't focused on, perhaps people know less about?
I think all the big seats, apart from the Birmingham seats, have been announced. If it's true that Jodie's within 700, I'd be very interested to hear the official announcement on that one. And that again would be a very disappointing loss. But overall, I think, you know, all these polls that were coming out suggesting that Muslims will still vote for the Labour Party, etc. I mean, they've been proven to be.
That was my question, actually. That was my question. Now you've reminded me. Is there any indication of how much the Labour Muslim vote has dipped?
So the polls Sky are showing in the last couple of hours have showed that in seats where Muslims are 20% or more of the population, the Labour vote has dipped by double digits. I can't remember the exact number, 5 a.m. again, but I'm sure we can digest this all and go through it. But it's very similar to the council results. So the truth has held up quite reasonably well. And again, like, you know, along with the reform results, these were the big results of tonight. And it might be that the independents end up with nearly as many votes as reform, and more votes than the Green Party have achieved in 30 years as a party. Independents would have achieved in a 6-month process. So it really does show that this new method of organizing and, you know, community-led campaigns really do work.
So will you be, after the election day, will you be staying on as Muslim vote, or?
Well, that's the plan. Obviously, all these things funding. You guys know better than anyone else, having run 5 pillars for a number of years. So yeah, if the funding can stay, I'm young. I know I don't look it, but I'm only 25 years old. I'm happy to stay for the next 15, 20 years, carry on organizing, working with Muslim communities and getting this done, because you know, there's lots of ways to organize. There's lots of organizations doing amazing work. But you know, council elections are equally as important as MP elections, and it's time we made sure that the concerns of all our communities, Muslim, non-Muslims, are actually taken seriously. Because let's be honest, Westminster politics doesn't take anyone apart from themselves and their top 1% friends. and that's whose interest they serve.
Okay. Well, may Allah accept your efforts, brother, and well done. I'm happy for you, and inshallah, we'll speak soon.
Speak soon. Speak soon.
All right.
Take care.
Assalamu
Jazakallah khair.
Yardley has declared.
Whoa. Okay, it looks like Yardley's coming in. Let me check that. Birmingham.
Labour hold Bedford. Dilly's hometown.
Wakefield, Labour hold.
So Keith Mason didn't win.
Yes. Oh gosh, where's the details? Hang on.
Halima Khan lost. That's Stratford and Bow. I'm just reading from this is from the comment section.
So I'm checking Birmingham right now. Still nothing from Birmingham Yardley, although it is being reported on Twitter that Jess Phillips has won, but nothing
Is
official.
Jess Phillips saying that, or just Twitter?
No, just Twitter. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting.
Yeah.
Labour has won all the Birmingham seats so far. Which ones are we watching out for?
Perry Bar, Birmingham Perry Bar, Birmingham Yardley, Ladywood, Hall Green.
None of them are coming out yet. All the other Birmingham
Green.
seats, all the other Birmingham seats have been revealed except those main ones. So like you said, it could be very close. The ones we want to know are not being released yet.
What is there a recount in Bethnal Green?
I have no idea. Bethnal Green.
Let me check that. If there's a recount, that means it's close.
Yes.
I thought Roshan Salih would win easily there.
All the Birmingham seats have come out except the ones we want to know. So they could come out any minute. By the way, brothers and sisters, if you've just tuned in, Labour have officially won. So they are in a massive majority and will be the next government, the next party of government. They are so far sitting with 351 seats. The Conservatives slugging behind at 76. Lib Dems coming in third place with 48. The SNP as well have been thumped in Scotland. So this is a Labour or massive majority Labour run country now. Keir Starmer running away with it. However, Reform UK have secured a few seats. So for the far right, they've recorded some wins there. They'll be pleased with that. They're still waiting for some further results, I bet, to try and strengthen their little minority. But also for the Muslim vote camp, the pro-Palestine, anti-genocide camp, we have also recorded some fantastic wins so far and potentially could record some more as well. Let's see. We're still waiting on key seats in Birmingham. There are 4 key seats in Birmingham that we're waiting for, including Ladywood, Perry Bar, Yardley, and Hall Green. We're waiting on those eagerly. They still have yet to be announced. North Down, independent gain. North Down. What is North Down? I don't know. I'm going to investigate. There's an independent win in North Down. Could that be a Muslim vote seat? Independent. Alex Easton has won. So an independent in North Down, a Scottish seat, Alex Easton has won. That is very... Oh, actually, that is... Apologies, it's not a Scottish seat. That's actually the north of Ireland. So this is an Irish independent who has won there. So I suspect it has nothing to do necessarily with the Muslim vote, but very interesting nonetheless. We're still waiting for Birmingham. Independents are doing well overall, but it's because of the Muslim vote that so many independents have won so far, mostly. Workers' Party, George Galloway's party has performed disappointingly so far. I think Workers' Party supporters will be very upset. They have yet to record a single win, including in Rochdale, where the leader of the party, George Galloway, lost very disappointingly so to the Labour Party.
You know who's lost? Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Jacob Rees-Mogg has lost. That is pretty funny. Yeah, absolutely. To Labour in an, I think he lives in a very posh uppity village or something like that. So for him to lose to Labour or whoever he's lost to is very hilarious. Labour are absolutely running away with this, but we have already surpassed expectations. We have surpassed expectations. Another Birmingham result has come in. Not a key one for us, as far as I know. Birmingham, Erdington, that's a Labour win again. So far, Labour are securing Birmingham, but we're still waiting for key results there. Birmingham is coming in, but we are waiting for our hotspot seats. What will the results be there? I'm just going to investigate. Still waiting, still waiting. So far, disappointing in Birmingham. There was a Palestinian standing in Selly Oak seat against Labour. He lost out quite badly. Professor Kamal Hawash, very disappointed to see a pretty poor performance there, but he did have the guts to step up and to push Palestine there, and did receive some harassment, it seems, on the doorstep there. His supporters did, at least, from Labour. So
I'm going to play out a very short video in about a minute from Mohammed Iqbal, the winner in Dewsbury.
Brilliant. So as we wait for that, we'll just go into a little bit more detail. Professor Kamal Hawash, a prominent Palestinian academic and activist who's been around for a very long time. He actually was very loyal to Labour for many, many years, even during the early years of Keir Starmer. He's seen the party sink to new lows and actually decided to quit the party after October, simply because of the despicable and disgusting position that the party has taken in supporting Israel while it's committing a genocide in Gaza. It's very disappointing. There were some fantastic Palestinians stepping up in this election. It was great to see so many Palestinians stepping up and entering the political realm, trying to get into Westminster, pressuring Labour in many key areas. But unfortunately, we have no Palestinians winning so far. However, we do have some pro-Palestine Muslims getting into Westminster. We're still awaiting more results, but very disappointed to see so far that no Palestinians have managed to get to Westminster. Roshan, are you ready with that video?
Yeah, it's just processing. It should be just about 10 seconds now.
So yeah,
got it.
Brilliant. Let's play it out.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear Dewsbury and Batley, dear campaign team, dear volunteers, dear voters. It is my great honour and privilege to inform you that with the blessings of Almighty Allah, I have been elected as the MP for Dewsbury and Batley. I congratulate every single resident, and that I am here to work for every single one of you in Parliament and in our constituency. I will send further messages. Thank you.
So that was quite difficult to hear, but he thanked Almighty Allah for his victory, and he pledged to work for all the residents and the people that voted for him in Dewsbury. That's Mohammed Iqbal, very softly spoken brother. There's a lot of background on that. I believe he's a barrister. A lot of lawyers and barristers seem to be running as independents.
It looks like I'm very sad to say I wasn't able to get there. I really regret that now. It would have been fantastic to have reported on that. I mean, what an amazing campaign. Not only did they win a powerful win for Palestine, a powerful win for the Muslim vote, a powerful win for the individual himself, but he also has some other heroes in the area, other candidates who stepped up initially, but because of the split in the vote that it would have caused if they all ran, they actually decided to step down. Many of them, I don't know their names, but whoever those people are, whoever those brothers are that stepped up initially for Palestine, then decided to take the right decision, the honourable decision to step down in order to pave the way for a strong win, to punish Labour. You are heroes. You are heroes of the Palestinian cause. You are a fantastic role model that we can all look to. You are heroes for stepping down in an honourable way as you did, putting your egos to one side, paving the way for not just a win, but a strong win for the Muslim vote here in this country, a strong win for Palestine, which has sent Labour packing in Dewsbury and Batley. What a bunch of heroes. What a bunch of heroes. I think I'm just going to go there, even if you don't want me to do any filming there.
Where?
I'm going up to Batley. I'm going to shake people's hands. I'm going to praise them.
It's a good area to go because he won. We've got to interview Mohammed Iqbal.
Absolutely. I want to go. I'm going up there. It's decided. I know you probably want to go as well, but I'm heading up there. I want to meet these guys, shake their hands, and I literally want to give them a kiss on each cheek. You know, what a bunch of heroes. And I'm not just talking about the win here.
Batley, that's where that controversy was, the school controversy.
Absolutely.
Oh, GB News ain't gonna like this, are they?
Good.
They've got Muslim MPs.
Yeah, stick it up, yeah. Yes, come on, Palestine. Come on, you Muslims. Yes, come on. Drewsbury and Batley. I am moving there. I am moving there. Brothers and sisters, all eyes on Drewsbury and Batley. Allahu Akbar. MashaAllah. This is a win for Palestine. Okay, what else have we got? Anything from Birmingham? Let's see. Birmingham.
I think we got some bad faith actors in the comments. Basically, they picked up on the fact that we believe anything they say. So now they're saying crazy stuff. This person's one here, this person's one there. Just hoping that we'll say it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Well, if the Five Pillars comment section wasn't reliable before, it certainly isn't now. People just say whatever they want. Okay. Let's see. We're still waiting for Birmingham. I think that's it. As far as I know, I don't know.
How you doing, Jamal? Are you still alive?
Our technician, are you still going strong? Are you still awake?
Just about.
Have you got work tomorrow?
I do.
Oh, what? You have to get up early tomorrow morning?
Somehow.
Oh my God! What time?
Who knows?
All right, you can't have like a day off or anything like that, so we're going a bit late.
Yeah, we're going a bit late, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, we're still waiting for Birmingham to come in. What should we do in the meantime? Should we talk about Blackburn more? That's been the focus of this evening. I wonder if do you have access to Instagram? Because Adnan's on there.
I just think that
I think I'm going to see if Adnan's posted it. Oh, and check out Craig Murray. See if he's tweeted anything. Let's have a look. Instagram. Where are you, Adnan? Adnan is probably not happy with me. Let's have a look.
Iqbal Hussain. You mean Iqbal Muhammad?
Nothing.
Yes, I can. It's not very clear, but I'll send it to you. All right.
So it looks like Adnan's too busy. So, oh wait, hang on, 50 minutes to go. Yeah, he's too busy celebrating. So nothing.
What's Craig said?
Let's have a look. Let's see what the vote splitter's got to say for himself. Vote splitter. Where is he? Craig Murray. Let's see. Can't make this work. Craig Murray. Is he going to self-congratulate? Nothing from Craig Murray so far. The last tweet he had was a Julian Assange related tweet. So nothing from Blackburn from the candidates. But what a fantastic result. What a fantastic result. That's the thing about politics, you know, sometimes, you know, you're going to face tough odds and you're going to face critics. It's going to be difficult, but if you have what it takes to win, you're going to power on through. And Adnan Hussein's won. Very, very strong win.
I still think that campaign was disgusting, though.
Absolutely,
from
yeah.
Both, I'm not talking about a particular. I mean, just the vitriol from the supporters of both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even more than the candidates themselves, who I'm not particularly talking about. It was too much. I mean, the online slandering and stuff like that, it was way too much.
Yeah, absolutely.
It still leaves. I know we got a win out of it, but honestly, it still leaves a bitter taste in the mouth. What happened in Blackburn? It wasn't nice. It wasn't Islamic, you know. And,
I mean, the fact of the matter is that I think, from what I understood, from what Adnan was telling me in the interview, is behind the scenes initially he was playing a major role in changing things in Blackburn. This is something he claimed, and he was saying that the independent group of councillors, which were quite key as well in, it seems, in getting the vote away from Labour in Blackburn, because they started the trend by winning council seats. He was behind the scenes with that as well and encouraging those councillors to do that. And then obviously those councillors came back to him and said, we want to endorse you as the MP here now. So it seems like, although Adnan is sort of new to politics from what we know, and it was the first time I ever met or heard of him when I went, it seems as if he is part of an effort locally to rip away Muslims of Blackburn from Labour. And it's an ugly, sticky mess, and pulling it away, it's a nasty
well, the
business.
accusation was, of course, from the Craig Murray side that he was a Labour stooge and a Labour plant. I never believed that.
Based on what?
I never believed that.
Based on what?
Based on a few of his supporters having ties to the Labour Party.
What,
Now-
20 years ago?
now-
Everyone in Blackburn was supporting Labour.
The
at one
thing is
point.
that in Blackburn, all the elders were Labour at one point or another. It does cast suspicion, but that was the accusation that he was a Labour stooge. But he's unseated Labour, right? And now he's in Parliament. Let's see what happens.
I mean, you know, it was mudslinging, wasn't
Something
it? It's
more
mudslinging.
important has happened. Naz Shah has retained her seat in Bradford West by a thin margin. By
Ooh, thin. It was heavily
by
split.
700 votes from Muhammad Islam and Independent. But I can see lots of Muslim names.
Yeah, heavily split.
Green, another Independent.
Heavily
so
split.
basically, Labour would have been chucked out of this seat
Oh.
without a vote splitting. Anybody in Bradford, tell me. Anybody in Bradford West, tell me.
Whoa, whoa.
Is this the result of vote splitting? Would Labour have gone without vote splitting?
That's crazy. It looks to be
And possibly
exactly
also
the case.
we should add that the Muslim vote did not back a candidate against Naz Shah. So I think the Muslim vote could have made a mistake here as well, in the sense that if they got behind an independent candidate, they could have won.
Bradford West. Oh, that's very
Missed opportunity. Missed
That's
opportunity.
so close. A couple of hundred votes. If because there's two independents in the top four, both with Muslim names. Let's assume that they're both pro-Palestine. If one of them stepped down, Naz Shah would have lost.
So, brothers and
close.
sisters, if you know Bradford, just tell us if we're getting this wrong. But we think that because of vote splitting amongst Muslim candidates, Naz Shah, the Labour candidate, has won in Bradford West. If that's correct, that is a missed opportunity and very depressing, quite frankly.
I guess some people might come in the comment section and say, well, Naz Shah's position on Palestine's been good. She's a Muslim MP and, you know, has been representing Muslims in Labour for many years. But I'm sorry, our position has been absolutely clear since day one. Don't give me that argument, okay? The Labour Party are the party of genocide. It doesn't matter who is standing for them. Doesn't matter what they've said or done for Palestine or Islamophobia or the hijab in the past. The fact is they are trying to get a Zionist into number 10. The party is a genocide party, and no one who's associated with the Labour Party is worth supporting or backing in any way, shape or form. And that is the position which I think the majority of Muslims across the country who support Palestine properly are in agreement with. So the fact is that Naz Shah winning is not a win for the Palestinian cause, as far as I'm concerned. If you disagree, head into the comment section, but I doubt there will be many of you that disagree. Anyone who supports Labour is supporting the party of genocide. Don't give me that argument that, oh, a few of them are good apples in a bad batch. The Labour Party is the problem, and anyone, if you were a proper pro-Palestine politician, you should have stand down, ditched that nasty party and stood alongside the independents, and we would have even embraced you. The community, I dare say, would have embraced you, as they have done with a few others, even ones which, who knows if they even should have, like Faiza Shaheen, when she was basically forced to have Labour, even though she didn't want to. I mean, that's another debate. It's probably not even worth having now that she's lost anyway. But
yeah, I didn't like Faiza Shaheen as a candidate. I just didn't trust her as a human being, simply because, you know, she wanted to stay in Labour. She was
forced out, and she apologized for things.
She should apologize for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think from a Muslim vote point of view, it was pragmatically made sense to back her, but I personally couldn't vote for her. Just don't trust her.
A few people saying that Akil Hussain cost Muhammad Ali Islam the vote in Bradford, but obviously I don't know if that is true or not. But there's quite a few comments having a pop at Akil Hussain there, so it looks like maybe there was a split there, an avoidable split. And that's something I did actually ask, because I drove past Bradford and you pressured me, urging me to go there and do some box popping when I was coming back from North Durham. And one of the reasons that I basically decided not to go the extra mile was because there was a vote split there. And after going to Blackburn, I just didn't particularly feel like I wanted to get involved in another vote split. But my goodness, what a shame. What a shame. That could have been another win for the Muslim vote there. We're still waiting from Birmingham. Those hotspot areas for us, they're delaying the results, it seems. So something's going on there.
I think it must be close. It must
very
be close.
Must be very close.
Even Hall Green, which I didn't expect to be close, might be close. Yeah, where's Shaquille standing?
Good. I'd love to see Shaquille again. Gosh, if you think I'm animated to this point.
Should we give Shaquille another call?
Yeah, let's go for it.
He said he would be available. He might not answer, but we'll give it a go.
Hi, Roshan, okay?
Assalamu alaikum, Shaquille. Yeah, you're on live again with myself and Robert. What's happening in Birmingham? This is taking forever.
Well, yeah, I'm literally going onto the stage for my results to be announced.
Okay.
Ahmed's is being recounted. And Jodi's, I think, I have the preliminary result. But to be honest with you, I can't remember it accurately, but we are literally imminently going onto the
Okay,
stage.
I'll let you go then, brother.
Right now.
All right. Okay, assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wow. So Birmingham is coming in any moment now. Any moment now. And I think because they're in the same counting area, the
so they're
same building.
recounting Ahmed and Shabana.
So I reckon all of the results going to come out because they're all in the same building, basically, where the counting is taking place. So I reckon all the results just going to come out one after the other, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
So the Birmingham results are almost out. What an evening. What an evening. Palestine has had some massive wins here. There's no doubt about it. This election for us was about Palestine. I don't care about your leaky drain pipes and your busted toilet seats or whatever else it is that you're interested in getting Labour in for. But on this issue of Gaza, we have had some fantastic wins. This is wins as well for proper Muslim representation in this country. I hope as these candidates, these independent Muslims will go to Westminster now and will stand up for Muslims. They'll stand up for their local communities in ways that we wouldn't have seen from an establishment stooge representing one of these mainstream legacy parties, which of course routinely betray the communities that they make promises to, particularly British Muslims. So this is a fantastic evening, fantastic result. The Workers' Party has performed badly. They have no candidates in, so that's quite damning. And I think that there are some areas where perhaps the Workers' Party could even be accused of splitting the Palestine vote a little bit, but it seems as if we'll have to go into more detail about that to find any major examples where that is the case. But it looks like a very disappointing result for all of those viewers out there who were very staunchly pro-Workers' Party. A very disappointing evening for you guys, but some fantastic record wins for the Muslim vote campaign happening across the country. We got agonizingly close to getting a Palestinian into Westminster. Liane Mohammed in Ilford North had a fantastic campaign, which got agonizingly close. She literally lost out to Labour on a few hundred votes, but still managed to ramp up a very strong number of over 15,000 votes in her seat. So that was dangerously close. Labour was so close to losing there. Wes Streeting, the genocide parrot of Keir Starmer, the genocide propagandist of Keir Starmer, will be breathing a massive sigh of relief. And I think strong messages, even in these cases where we're not recording those direct wins, powerful messages are being sent to the Labour Party. Don't you dare take our vote for granted any longer. Don't you dare think that you can get away from this slave master relationship that you've had previously with the Muslim vote in these Muslim heavy key seats. We can come for you if we want to, and you better start representing and being more moral, or else you're going to continue to face humiliation and defeats in other seats elsewhere. We're keeping a close eye on Birmingham because, as our local source there tells us at the key count, we are on the verge of hearing the results from Birmingham in key seats where we could see yet another pro-Palestine, anti-Labour candidate winning to add to the overall tally. But so far, I mean, what we've predicted here, me and Roshan, I think I was a bit more positive than Roshan was in previous episodes of Muslims Uncensored.
So we've got 4 wins so far.
We've gone past our expectations. I mean, I would have been happy with 1 or 2 wins.
Yeah.
And we've actually surpassed that.
Absolutely.
And we've got other areas where the Muslim vote appears to have punished Labour. Bethnal Green and Stepney. Bethnal Green, that's a Labour hold. Bethnal Green. Bethnal Green.
What's the result?
I'm going to investigate. Bethnal Green. Bethnal Green. That's a shame. So that was an area where the Muslims mobilized. The independent Ajmal Masroor came in second. Oh, that's not bad. 14,207 votes. Rushanara Ali winning with 15,896. Not bad campaign at all. That was a noble effort. A noble effort, because obviously there was a bigger split initially. There's quite a lot of independents there still, so it was split, and they amassed some hundreds of votes between them. So
would the combined vote have taken him over Rushanara Ali?
Assuming that all those independents, well, there's 2 Muslim independents there. No, it would have still been very short, very close.
Very close.
That's a very close one.
So 15,000 votes for Rushanara.
15,896.
Can I just say that
Ajmal Masroor's 14,207?
That's a very heavy Muslim population there.
He should have won. He probably still should have won.
Just shame on those Muslims that voted for Rushanara Ali.
The Labour Muslims again.
What a disgrace.
The Labour Muslims again.
The Labour Muslims, what a disgrace. What a disgrace.
Rushanara Ali, I don't think even has a good record on Palestine.
Of course she does. She
doesn't even
abstained.
have a good
She
record.
abstained in the ceasefire
She
vote.
abstained.
She absolutely abstained. Yeah.
That's damning. That's damning.
And
Labour
she
Muslims.
put a career ahead of the blood of the people of Palestine.
Labour
Simple
Muslims.
as that. No honor whatsoever. Yet Muslims still vote for her.
Wow.
I think. I mean, the politics in East London is dirty, man. I mean, I don't even understand it. It's so dirty. It's so full of kind of, I don't know whether Baradri system is the right expression, but people with vested interests that have no morals whatsoever. And will vote. They'd vote Labour if Labour invaded Bangladesh. Do you know what I mean?
Here we go. Breaking news. We've got Shakil Afzar's seat, Birmingham Hall, Green and Moseley. Shakil Afzar coming in second place.
Wow.
Second place to Labour's Tahir Ali. There was a vote split there. If the vote split had not gone ahead, then we would have won. We would have won. So the vote split. The second and third place were Muslim independent. Shakil Afzar was the main candidate, taking in 7,142 votes. Labour got 12,798. I believe if the independents had united, that they would have won. I have to tally that up.
What did the other independent get?
6,159.
Yeah, absolutely. Combined total would have taken them over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, oh my goodness,
disgrace!
What a disgrace! Shame on the vote splitters. Shame on the vote splitters. Shakil Afzar, he should have won it. Oh my goodness, how powerful that would have been. Shakil Afzar should have been there. He should have been there, and he was clearly the more popular candidate. He secured a good 1,000 extra votes, and this is someone who, wasn't getting the support and endorsements he deserved, quite frankly. I don't think he actually secured the Muslim vote campaign's backing either.
I don't think they endorsed anybody, did they?
No, they didn't. I think because of the vote split.
They felt that they couldn't make a decision. Yeah.
This is me personally. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone else, but Shakil Afzar was the man.
Should we give him a go? I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't respond, but let's give him a go anyway.
Bethnal Green and Stepney, Labour win as well.
Hi, Roshan.
Salaam alaikum, Shakil. Well done, brother. You did your best.
I did my best, yes, and inshallah, alhamdulillah, the results are out.
Is that what you expected to get? It was about 7,000, wasn't it?
Well, no, I was hoping to take the seat, but obviously the split, isn't it? What do you reckon?
That's it.
The split is
That's it. It's the split, isn't it? The split denied you the win.
Thank you. Roshan, are we still on live or is it just?
We are live, yeah, but if you need to go, brother, just go.
Look, it's a great shame that unfortunately, as being live on 5 pillars, that if there wasn't another independent, that I would actually have taken over directly the incumbent. But unfortunately, we will prepare and plan for the next general election. And look, I was here before the election. I'll be here after the election. And even those Labour plants and split voters that we suspected, I think it's quite factual that that's what was happening on the ground. If there was only one independent and a credible independent like me, as I've demonstrated by taking 1,000 more than the other independent, we would have had Labour out. And it's a great shame that people from within our community who served Labour for 30 years misguided our community to claim they're independent to stop us from taking the seat.
Okay, brother. Mabruk, and I'll see you very soon.
Are running very high.
Yeah, I bet.
Very high.
I bet. I'll see you soon, brother. I'll let you go, inshallah. Okay. Salam alaikum.
Okay.
I can't believe it. Do you know how great Shakil Afzar would have been in Westminster? Do you know how freaking amazing that would have been?
he would have.
I'm angry.
Yeah.
I feel very angry. I feel very angry. Do you know what? I don't actually know who the other guy was, so I'm a bit reluctant.
Yeah,
too
let's
hard.
not say too much.
I don't actually know. I
Yeah,
mean,
let's not
I
say too
didn't
much.
interview the guy. I didn't make that
No.
effort. I know Shaquille personally, so obviously I'm biased,
Mm.
but I'm angry. I feel angry here.
It's vote splitting. It's vote
I,
splitting.
I,
yeah.
I feel angry, and I'm just gonna let it sit. But Shaquille Afsar in Westminster would have been amazing. Would have been amazing. He would have probably done better than anyone else to represent Muslim issues, not just Gaza. He would have done fantastic, but he represented Kashmir. He would have defended the honor of the Prophet. He would have called out those elected scumbags in the front benches. He would have humiliated Labour. He would have humiliated Labour. He would have taken on the Zionists. He would have defended us, even on RSE, even on the rainbow stuff. This guy didn't care. If it was for his community, for his people, he would have stepped up and said what had to be said. People laugh at him. They think he's a rabble rouser or whatever. But do you know what? I don't think there's a better person who would have represented Muslims on all issues better than Shaquille Afsar. That's a fact.
He's a good brother with a good heart.
He's a good brother with a good heart. He's rough around the edges, but he's relatable, down to earth, honest, decent, and true. I'm very angry and upset by that. I'm personally affected and afflicted by that. That's such a fat shame. That is a fat shame. And that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I mean, leaving aside the fact that we know Shaquille and we like Shaquille, that seat would have been won if it hadn't been for the vote splitting. If it hadn't been for Muslims splitting the vote, that seat would have been won and Labour would not have taken it. Simple as that. And we're seeing this repeated time and time again. We have in Bethnal Green and Stepney a great example of the two big headlines from tonight. Negative headlines, this is. There are positive headlines as well that we will crow about until the cows come home. But the negative headlines are those Muslims that insist on voting for the party of genocide, the Labour Party, despite everything they have done to our brothers and sisters in Palestine and before that in Iraq, etc., etc. This stubborn, probably still a majority in our community, or at least half of it, you know, that cannot abandon this party of genocide. It's maddening. I'm very confident that they will abandon them eventually, but I have to reconcile myself to the fact that it might take 10 years. It shouldn't take 10 years. It should take 10 minutes, quite frankly. And it's maddening for me. I can't comprehend it. And the other issue, of course, is vote splitting. Selfish Muslim and pro-Palestine candidates, you know, running in seats where they should unify the vote and egotistically denying a win for Palestine and letting Labour in again, and again. What's happened now?
Birmingham Yardley. Didn't Labour.
Just Phillips. Yeah, we knew that. We knew that, right? Oh, but officially
really?
it hadn't been
Oh,
announced.
officially, okay. Yeah, officially.
So Jess Phillips wins. What was it, about 700 votes?
I'll have a look. Another blow.
So that's official.
That's
yeah,
another
I
blow.
think people were sending us provisional results, but now it's been confirmed. How much?
That's a close one. That's a close one. Jess Phillips beats Jodie McIntyre. Jess Phillips, 11,275 votes. Jodie, 10,582.
So about 700 votes, yeah. All right.
Very close. What?
I feel sorry for him, but you know him and interviewed him many more times than me. Tell us about it.
A beautiful brother who's been through a lot. He's stepped up despite having a family, despite having disabilities as well. This is someone who has been to Gaza. He's witnessed the killings there. He's witnessed the oppression. This is someone who has stepped up for people all his life, has no obligation to do so. And he's a beautiful brother. He's embraced Islam. I believe he speaks Arabic as well. This is someone who could have represented not just Muslims, okay? Not just Palestine. He could have represented the disabled. He genuinely cared about poorer people. This is someone who should be the Prime Minister of this country. If you want this country to be honourable and decent and moral, he's the kind of person who deserves to be in politics. But it's not meant to be. Do you know what?
I've just got some information here about Bethnal Green and Stepney. Apparently, Rabina Khan, the Bangladeshi Muslim candidate for the Lib Dems, who was repeatedly urged, including by me, to step down, she got 4.7k votes for the Lib Dems. So she basically lost Bethnal Green and Stepney for the Muslims and handed it to Labour. Vote splitter. Rabina Khan, vote splitter.
So this is the sad bit. It looks like we could have done so much better. I mean, alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. We are so grateful for what Allah has given us today, because these are powerful messages that we're sending, and we've actually got some amazing, potentially amazing people going into Westminster now. Inshallah, we'll have to wait and see how they perform. We'll have to hold them to account if they don't. But it looks like we could have performed so much better. You know, I mean, we've got to learn from this, because this is unacceptable. There are some seats here where we literally should have run away with it. We could have
won without the vote splitting. We could have won at least 10 seats, I think. And even if 10% less Muslim sellouts didn't vote for Labour, we could have probably had about 15.
If we don't get any wins in Birmingham, that's a disgrace in itself.
So it's all on Ahmed Yakub, right?
We've got Perry Bar and Ladywood, so 2 seats remaining. I think you said Perry Bar, there's a good independent candidate there. Did you interview, what's the gentleman's name? Ayub Khan.
He was very confident.
Okay, so there's still a chance. Birmingham may yet see
2 seats in
some
Birmingham.
wins. There's 2 good chances here. And do you
Where
know what?
else? I've lost count.
Do you know what?
Is that it? Anywhere else?
No, Bethnal Green
So
lost
we're waiting
out.
on those 2 Birmingham seats, right?
And that's probably
and then
it
we
for
can
the
go
night.
home.
I think so. Yeah, we've already won. But
Jamal, we're
we
going to have to stay for this. We're going to have to stay for the 2 Birmingham seats, unless there's a recount, and it goes into tomorrow. But yeah, let's give it a bit more time, because then we would have covered the whole night and all the Muslim vote seats.
So yes, what can I say? Yeah, mixed. I mean, we basically could have outperformed Reform UK.
Sajid, are you telling me the truth here? Perry Bar has gone independent.
Perry Bar. Okay, let's have a look. Perry Bar.
Check it out, Perry Bar, to confirm this.
Nothing official yet. Nothing official yet.
So why are you saying that, Sajid? Why are you saying that
Stratford and Bow, Labour hold? Well, that's not.
What was
a surprise.
the result there? How much did Halima Khan get?
Let's have a look, because that was one of the nasty splits.
How much did the 10 vote splitters get there? Do you know what I mean?
Labour performed very comfortably with 19,145 votes.
Yeah.
Halima Khan came in 3rd place, 3,274. She beat all of her rivals, including Omar Farouk, who was backed by the Muslim vote.
Yes.
He came in quite badly with just 1,826.
I think he was the wrong choice, wasn't he?
Fiona Lally, again a vote splitter. She should have stepped down. The commie, 1,791, so useless there.
So who was second?
Steve Headley, rubbish, 375. I mean, he talks good for Palestine. I don't want to.
He was good on James Whale, wasn't he?
Good on James Whale, but why was you stepping up? I mean,
who came
what's
second?
that?
The Tories.
What's that? Greens came second, 7,511. So again, if you add up the Palestine vote,
it's probably over 10,000.
Labour shouldn't be winning here.
You sure? You got 19,000, you said?
Yeah, I mean, the Greens are pro-Palestine as well. Yeah. They performed very well.
7,000.
But even if you put Halima, Nazim Ali, that's about 6,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, not enough. Without the Greens, yeah, it wouldn't have been enough. Okay, but there you go.
It still would have been a very decent vote.
Yeah, it still would have been a decent vote. Okay, never mind. But yeah, it's just a bit of a joke situation. And I mean, if you look at the results, the bottom 3 are independents. I mean, why would they even stand in? And it seems like there's an issue there as well, because the Muslim vote as well, backing Omar Farouk, they actually backed one of the worst performing candidates.
You know what?
So
a point I always make when the elections come around, but I haven't made it this time, is that where are the international monitors?
Yeah,
we take it all on trust, don't we? We take it all on trust that these votes are counted correctly.
Especially with all the
It's
scandals.
all done on trust. But to be honest, I don't trust the British authorities. I couldn't trust them further than I can throw them. I want international monitors at every single polling station monitoring the vote, like you would in many other countries around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think especially with all these scandals going around with the postal votes and stuff like that, vote rigging. I mean, this is something which even, it gets discussed on the BBC from time to time. I mean, usually it's Nigel Farage and them lot that are making the accusations, but there's also, I remember in several elections in the past, people have questioned, postal voting and stuff.
We did phone Shaquille. You missed that.
Comments, yeah, gosh, it's been a while. Shaquille did a fantastic job. Everyone's praising him in the comment section, I can see. We are our own biggest enemies at times. That is the sad truth. Yeah, there's a lot of people upset with Birmingham so far. Me too. Because the thing is, Birmingham was just such a great vibe. I went to areas and constituencies, and the local Muslims there were so positive and upbeat and hoping for the best, and they had some real characters.
Come on, Ahmed,
running.
let's get a win for Ahmed.
Let's get a win for Ahmed. What a shame. Birmingham could have performed so much better. Let's see. Very upset about Birmingham Yardley. Jess Phillips, it would have been great to have seen her defeated. But that was a good run. I think this is encouraging.
My only worry is that when the next election comes round, there won't be an issue like Palestine necessary to galvanize people and mobilize people. So I felt this was a golden opportunity now. I mean, inshallah, we will build on this. But
it's going to be difficult.
you got to strike while the iron's hot, haven't you?
It's going to be difficult because I must admit, I mean, what other issue apart from Palestine really mobilizes Muslims like this? It's hard.
Do you want some more water?
I mean, it's yeah, thanks. I mean, it's not going to be the prevent counter-extremism strategies. People won't even read our articles about that.
Yeah. So let's go through these people. James, lost. What happened to her? Is that Naqvi, Sophia Naqvi?
No, it's not. I don't know. I recognize her face. I can't remember the name.
Showkat is the only one that won there. And
basically, no.
We don't even have
one.
Sorry, brother Mohammed Iqbal. We don't even have your face on there. We should have had your face on there.
Yeah.
People were telling us, why haven't you got this person's face on, that person's face on? And they didn't get anywhere near.
The Workers' Party will be very upset. All of their star candidates now, I think, have lost. I think Jodie was their last chance. Jodie and Galloway were the two main ones.
So Workers' Party don't have any MPs now?
No, they're very disappointing, I think. It's a shame. I mean, they stood up some great people, great individuals, a lot of Palestinians. The Workers' Party, whatever you think of them and whatever you think of George Galloway, he had a lot of Palestinian candidates standing up.
No, he's galvanized a lot. And he started this whole thing off with Rochdale a few months ago, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's...
He initially proved and added momentum to the movement that the Muslim vote was serious.
He's made a significant contribution.
Force to be reckoned with. So, yeah, he's done his part, whether you like him or not, he's done his bit. And it'll be interesting. He actually admitted to me that this would be the last general election he runs in. I'm sure he said that. I'm sure he said that many times in the past, hasn't he? Yeah. So let's see. He might get a taste for it again. Still waiting for those Birmingham seats.
In 4 years' time, he'll definitely be in his 70s. But I think he'll run a by-election. If an MP dies or is in prison for some weird sexual offense,
sleazy scandal,
which is quite likely, then he'll run in that by-election, especially if it's a Muslim area. So we're waiting, brothers and sisters, before we can all go to sleep, on Ayub Khan and Ahmed Yakub in Birmingham, and that's it.
Still no tweets from Craig Murray.
How do you like this live, brothers and sisters? Tell us.
Yeah, has it been boring? I think we've had a pretty good turnout throughout the entire night.
People have stuck with us all night long.
I mean, it's currently sitting at 652
which
watching.
is amazing for this time of morning.
Yeah, I mean, goodness, it's 6 in the morning.
We started off with about 1,300, and we maintained that for about 3 hours. and then obviously people started to go to bed.
Yeah,
get a bit bored. I don't know. But yeah,
I think this has been more interesting than the BBC. I mean, I've watched the BBC many times in the past. I don't think you've seen an election.
I think if we had the
like
resources, we would urinate on the BBC. Sorry for using that term.
Literally, we'd pay money to make that happen.
We'd
buy a taller building overlooking the office.
If we had the resources to kind of have correspondents all over the country, then we would blow out the park.
We certainly would.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got to stick in a little donation link or whatever it is.
People have been donating. We haven't even asked for donations. We didn't ask for donations, but the Swedish brother kept on sending over the Coronas.
Got loads of Coronas, yeah.
And I think Coronas that holds its value, so that's probably decent, yeah. So yeah, Jazakallah, whoever you were, much appreciated, brother.
It's
literally, may it weigh
literally
heavy on your scales.
there are literally just 2 Birmingham seats. That's all we're waiting for. I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, he's still there, the Swedish brother, GD. He says he's been here for 6 months. I feel like I've been here all my... Yeah, I've aged like 10 years. I reckon even if the Birmingham seats don't come in for like 6 or 7 hours, we should still stay on. Do you reckon, Jamal? I know Fahim wants to. Yeah, come on. Anything from Birmingham?
All right. So what can we take away from this this evening?
Dilly is saying, I've loved it.
Yeah,
because he was in it. He was in it. That's why.
Yeah, I bet he appreciated the early bit.
Yeah,
he left when it got good, though.
He
left when it got good.
He's tucked up in bed. He's got his slippers on and he's got his cigar. He's in his dressing gown while we're still working.
I must admit that he left when it got good. The second he left, it all started coming in. He should have come at the end and stayed home and had a nap or whatever.
That's when it got exciting. Yeah.
Gosh, what an election. What an election. So right now, okay, so the Labour Party currently have 390 seats. The Conservatives are trailing behind 98 seats. They can't even get to the 100 mark. Lib Dems are 58, so a nice little Lib Dem chunk. They're up 51, so they've recovered a bit. The Scottish National Party have been absolutely annihilated. They've only managed to scratch together 7 seats, which means that they've lost power in Scotland, basically. Labour have once again come back prominently there, and Labour are also very strong in Wales as well. So the UK is now a Labour-dominated hellhole. That's what this is. But we'll have to wait and see if we get just 1 or 2 more wins. I mean,
Dilly, by the way, I know Dilly's
very,
watching.
very well.
Dilly, if you want to have a further comment, just give me a call if you have any further thoughts. People are asking about what you think about Bethnal Green, etc. But it's up to you. We'll definitely be here for another half an hour, I think, put it that way.
There's lots of room to grow and improve as well. That's what I like. So if we can keep the momentum going, and that has yet to be seen, there are areas where we could still record wins in the future. So there's something to aim for.
I think we played a role. I think our role, obviously we have limited resources, so we can't get around everywhere. But I think our general role has been to mobilize Muslims against Labour. And I think we've done that. That basic concept of being against Labour, no votes for Labour. I think that is the main contribution that we've made.
Yeah.
Of course, we've intervened in certain constituencies in a positive way and played maybe some role. But I think it's more about setting the tone. I think that's what we've done. And alhamdulillah, now we got. I mean, we never had 5 pillars when I was, your age, for example. We just didn't have it. We couldn't communicate with each other using this kind of platform to share views and ultimately, fashion our thoughts and translate that into action. And that's what we've done, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, obviously, guys, tell us what you think in the comment section below. We are reading the comments now, and they're not coming in too fast where we can't read them. So let us know what you think of our coverage. I mean, obviously, I've reported all over the country. Have those reports been good? Have we caught the right tone? Have we focused on the right issues? Have there been any suggestions from you guys of where things we've missed? I mean, like Roshan said, we just lack the resources to be able to get to many of those seats. So some of these fantastic stories we're learning about for the first time who those candidates are. And yeah, we just did our best, we just did our best. So, I think people will still criticize us here and there. Wakefield, for example, or
Keith
Blackburn,
Mason.
yeah, Keith Mason, this and that. But you know what? I think one of the objectives that we have, apart from doing a bit of dawah, being actual journalists and reporting on the news, is also to be a platform which people watch. They want to watch. We're entertaining. We're where the action is. We actually have opinions. We don't just parrot what other people are saying and whatnot. And we actually bring a lot of exclusive stories, and we just platform Muslim opinion, even if it's a bit controversial at times or is a bit divided. We are the place to be for content. I think this live stream itself is way better than whatever the BBC was offering, especially from a Muslim point of view. So,
the only advantage they have over us is money and resources. That's it.
Simple as that. Yeah, simple as that. What can we do? Let's see what's going on.
Someone's watching us in Australia.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, I think it's probably daytime over there, isn't it? Ahmed A, loving this. We don't have this in Australia.
I think their seasons are in reverse as well. So it's summer here. So
yeah, it's winter over there, isn't it? It's cold in Australia. Yeah. I mean, can you check this? Perry Barr is independent. Crazy Block 909.
Perry Barr.
Just a quick update on Perry Barr. So 2 different people are saying that now, not just one.
No, nothing official. Nothing official.
Okay.
Nothing official.
So are you having us on, brothers? Actually, 3 people are saying it, which makes me think maybe something is happening. Dream Drive is watching from Canada. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, Twitter is saying Ayub is one. I wouldn't. I think it's better to wait for the confirmation from the BBC, because they're actually at the counting centres, or Sky News, because they're actually there.
Okay.
So unless you've got somebody at the vote count, I wouldn't place too much emphasis on Twitter. But all I can say is when I interviewed Ayub Khan a few days ago, and we'll give him a call after the result comes in, he seemed unbelievably confident.
Oh yeah,
like he's gonna win. Like I'm gonna win. Most people hedge their bets, don't they? He was like, no, I'm gonna win.
It's hard. Sometimes people don't hedge their bets. Like they're really confident.
Well, a few people have told us. It's neck and neck between me and Labour.
Yeah, it's like
it's me or Starmer for Prime Minister.
Well, Galloway basically alluded to that in one of his interviews.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, it might be a hung parliament, or if everyone votes for Galloway, I'll be a prime minister.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think that's really on the table, to be honest. I don't think there's any scenario where that would occur. But yeah, what can we say? We have the hindsight now. Still nothing from Birmingham. We are literally waiting for these 2 seats.
Should we just go to sleep while we're waiting? Do some snoring, and then you can.
Yeah. Stay tuned if you want to see Roshan's sleeping habits.
Should we go through the comments then?
Yeah, go on.
I am like losing my brain at the moment, so I'm not being coherent now.
Yeah, I should have brought the coffee stuff down.
Yeah.
Someone's recommending it. I am a bit. I'm in a down because I was so high. I was literally buzzing at the beginning. I had too much caffeine.
Must be the cocaine.
I think I was knocked off my. Yeah, I was literally
He
buzzing.
didn't hear me, did he?
I'm just like, yeah. But yeah, I was completely off. Now I'm in a downer, so
yeah,
I'm just like, I can't even formulate a sentence right now. Hall Green. Hall Green was Shaquille. People are saying they're really annoyed about Hall Green. I'm really annoyed about Hall Green.
Yeah, I know. Your words kind of it came through. Yeah. Don't do it again. I believe you. But yeah.
My wife said,
no, it's because we know the guy, isn't it? My wife says what, sorry?
Someone was like, my wife said Tower Hamlets would be held by all of the Labour candidates. Rushanara Apsana would come very close.
Yeah.
Sadly, she said that the majority of Muslims only think of themselves. So someone giving their wife's opinion, great.
This is the reality, even from the time of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the majority of people, they don't do the right thing. And that has never changed throughout human history. And I think sometimes we've got to be a little less dewy-eyed, take off the rose-tinted glasses a little bit, and realize that this is what a lot of Muslims are like. They're selfish, just like non-Muslims.
Someone keeps commenting saying Ahmed's won, and I got excited.
I think people are just trying to wind us up, to be honest, because they know that, you know, we think whatever they say is gospel in the 5 Pillars comment section.
Yeah. Still nothing. I don't know what's going on in Birmingham.
We've got a few people from Australia watching. From this guy's from Adelaide, Benny H. Somebody from someone wants to talk about please, Switzerland 4-0, England 0. Talking about the Euros.
The Euros. Oh yeah. Have you been watching the Euros?
You know what? I've gone off sport ever since Gaza happened. As you know, I'm a massive Liverpool fan, and have been a lifelong Liverpool fan. But ever since Gaza happened, I've gone off sport. Well, watching sport, not playing sport, but watching sport. And I occasionally watch the odd game, but only if I won't go out of my way to do it. Whereas before, I'd go out of my way to do it. I just haven't got the appetite back. It just seems so trivial now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if that's your focus while there's a genocide going on, you've got serious issues, man.
Yeah.
You've got serious issues.
But people do. People are still going. People I know, friends of mine, are still going to matches and paying for a Premiership match, like 80 quid or whatever. I mean, they could give that money to Gaza, you know? It's just, no. I don't understand it.
What happened in Christchurch? There's a place called Christchurch. Oh, yeah.
In New Zealand?
New Zealand. No, there's a place here called Christchurch.
Is there?
Yeah.
Everything in Australia and New Zealand is named after English places.
I was a bit concerned.
Because we colonized them, didn't we?
I don't know why. I just thought, there's some story from Christchurch. And I was like, what is it?
It was the mosque shooting.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
New Zealand, though.
Yeah, nothing to do with that. So, yeah.
Vote splitters will be named and shamed. Roshan cost us the seats. How did I cost you the seats, Awais? Normally, I wouldn't entertain this comment, but it's 6:30 in the morning. My brain's gone.
Picking a fight with
How
someone.
did I? I want to pick a fight with you, Awais. How did I cost anyone any seats? Matthew Richardson. We know Matthew, don't we? I think it's time for your views on what now for Palestine regarding a Labour government. Who's this? Salam Dilly, do you want to be live or private?
No, private. I mean, I think very.
Dilly's saying that Perry Bar has been announced. Can we check it? We did check it about a minute ago. Inshallah. Okay, we'll check.
It's not in my list. I mean, Sky News, maybe they're behind.
Okay, I think it's imminent.
I'm literally
And inshallah, it's good news.
I'm relying on Sky News only.
Is it light outside already? Yeah. Oh, right. Because I'm just seeing an Adnan Hussein victory march in Blackburn.
Oh, wow.
And it's light, so I thought maybe it was from yesterday. Shall I upload this? It's only 48 seconds.
Yeah, people are talking about Birmingham Perry Bar, but I'm not seeing it coming on Sky. All right, so we're waiting anxiously for Perry Bar results.
I think it next
Sky
5 minutes you'll get
News.
that.
Yeah, Sky News are really possibly behind. I'm literally monitoring Sky News.
Maybe go on the BBC website.
Yeah. Sky News is just so easy to use.
While you're doing that, I'm going to update. I'm going to show you, hopefully in the next minute or so, a video of Adnan Hussein in Blackburn doing a victory march. Okay, bear with us, brothers and sisters, while I get this video loaded. Yeah, should be about 20 seconds now. Okay. So just to repeat, the video I'm about to show you is the successful independent Blackburn candidate, Adnan Hussein, who's now an MP, a member of parliament. He came out of the counting centre a few moments ago, and he...
Assalamu alaikum.
Now. Free Palestine! 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 Palestine will be free!
So, you know, an amazing victory for Adnan Hussein in Blackburn. He told us, and his supporters told us, that they were the most popular candidates on the ground, and Craig Murray was the biggest guy online, but on the ground he just did not have the same kind of support.
Yeah, absolutely.
They told us that right from the beginning. We kind of believed them, but we weren't 100% sure.
Yeah,
but they were telling us the truth.
Do you know one thing I will say again that it reflects very well on Adnan? Out of the two candidates, I basically challenged them and I said, look, are you seriously happy to carry on with the way that it is, leaving the vote split and potentially gifting Labour an easy win here? Craig Murray said he's not happy with the situation, but he's not going to back down. He said he'll offer a coin toss situation, but he's not going to step down otherwise at all. He said there's no circumstance very well otherwise. Adnan actually said he potentially would step down, but he just felt compelled to continue.
I think it was
because of his supporters. And the fact is that he had a nice mix of Muslims backing him from different camps. So Blackburn, I understand, is very heavily split. There are tribes and races and nationalities and sects of Islam and all sorts that divide Muslims there potentially. Adnan's campaign, from what I saw, actually had like Pakistanis, Indians, different types of Sunnis and Muslims of all stripes, secular Muslims, religious Muslims.
He's Pakistani, isn't he, himself?
He's Pakistani. Yeah. And that's one thing which I have to say that was reflected in just the supporters that he had around him. There were a nice mix, old, young, and this and that. And the question was, did he have what it takes to win non-Muslim votes and things like that? And we'll have to see the breakdown of the votes to see how successful he was there. But the fact is he won. I mean, he was the right guy. He always was, clearly. And he's won even though the vote was split, even though Labour were strong in there, and even though Craig Murray actually is a big name, including in pro-Palestine circles as well. He's not just some nobodies.
But even if Adnan had stepped down, I don't believe many of his votes would have gone to Craig Murray. Simply because of the bitterness that there was between the two camps.
I asked him the question. I thought I was right to ask him at the time, and now with hindsight, I was definitely right. He had lost the dressing room. He should have been the one to step down. He should have been the one to step down, but for some reason he wouldn't. And I don't know why. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was Galloway. I don't know.
He criticised your reporting, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think he owes you an apology, to be honest.
I'll emphasize this again. Things have happened off camera, which no one knows about, both from Adnan's, my communications with Adnan, both of my communications with Craig Murray, and we're still not going to publicize a lot of the things which have happened. But the fact is, this idea that has been thrown at us from both sides, that we went there with an agenda to back a candidate, that we were throwing our weight behind someone specifically, and that we were giving someone fair treatment and someone bad treatment, is total horse dung. It's rubbish. Shame on you. And the only reason we've been attacked in the way that we have from different sides is because we asked the tough questions to both sides.
The only people that attacked us, Robert, were supporters of both sides, and they had a vested interest in attacking us. But I'm very confident.
We've been
that
accused
Muslims,
of things.
I'm very confident. We've been doing this work for 11 years now. So the Ummah knows us. They know who we are. They know our good sides. They know our bad sides. They know who we are as people. Dilly, myself, you now, obviously you're the new kid on the block, but they're getting to know you very well as well. I'm very confident that the Ummah trusts us. And yeah, all we went up to Blackburn to do is to investigate. Yeah, we did have an inkling for Adnan before we went, because that was just our process of deduction. But when we went there, we actually changed our minds because we felt the situation wasn't clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just felt like it would have been inappropriate, given the fitna that was going on, for us to throw our weight around at such a late stage in the election, outsiders to come swanning in there and start saying, 5 pillars backs this guy, 5 pillars backs that guy, or whatever. I just felt weird doing it. So I don't have any regrets. And I think that I asked tough questions of all sides. I did my job, which I think you sent me there to do. And actually, no one really criticized the reporting that much outside of the, like you say, the particular camps. So yeah, you know, that's the
Perry Bar, nothing.
Still nothing, I'm afraid. Still nothing. Nothing official.
Everyone's saying Ayub Khan won, but
yeah,
I think it's just Twitter that's saying it, but it can't be true. Maybe people are in the counting centre and they're maybe leaking stuff, which could be true.
Yeah,
but I don't think there's anything official yet, so we're not going to call it.
No.
I'm not going to phone Ahmed because I think the vote is imminent now, so I'd rather not disturb him.
Such a shame. If these seats were announced hours ago, we would have finished.
Some people blaming Ajmal Masroor for the loss. I don't know whether Akanji would have done any better. I think both Ajmal and Akanji probably would have got a similar type of vote, to be honest. I think we should reserve our ire for the vote splitters who didn't unite around one candidate. You know,
Yeah,
like
exactly. I don't know much about the area and its local politics, but I understand there was still a split there anyway, even if it wasn't the main split. So there was obviously issues. But yeah, you just have to praise people for doing the right thing, even if it didn't get the results we wanted.
Let me check Birmingham Perry Bar.
Still nothing.
Have you checked the Birmingham Mail? Because they'll have the updated. Let me check the Birmingham Mail.
I'll have a look at the comments.
Yeah, the comments are all saying he's won, but I can't see any.
Dilly in the comment section says the Workers' Party has taken the most losses. Tories, then Workers' Party. Nasmin said that Bengali people are blind, Labour voters. Not really much Ajmal could have done.
It's a good effort. 14,000 voters, nothing to be
Crazy Bloc, Workers' Party are a bit of a joke. We need the Muslim Party. How did Galloway lose his seat? Yeah, it's quite a few people that are really saddened by the fact that Galloway lost. So
yeah,
it's one of those things, you know, Galloway has a lot of supporters, people who really admire and like his work. And then there are people who are really not trusting and are not fans of his. But there are people clearly disappointed in the comment section, and they've been commenting throughout the evening, even though his result was one of the earlier ones. People still commenting, I've noticed throughout the entire evening, that they're very disappointed and they're sad.
That Hope Not Hate group will be happy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Zionists are going to be celebrating his defeat, whatever you think of Galloway on other issues. I mean, Zionists are celebrating his defeat and his removal from Westminster. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, there's still no confirmation of Birmingham Perry Bar.
This 5 Pillars broadcast was way better than the BBC or Sky. Brilliant. We got another donation from Sweden. So we have big fans in Sweden. Let me check the results again. We're literally waiting. There's 2 Birmingham seats.
I'm hearing even multiple people are messaging me saying that insiders are telling them Khalid Mahmood has admitted that he's lost in Birmingham Perry Bar.
Okay.
But still nothing.
Still nothing official.
So we can afford to wait. We can afford to wait instead of getting too excited.
Huh.
We've got all the time in the world. Someone's given us £5. Let me go up there to. For some reason, I can't feature your comment, but thank you for that money. W. Cha, who says these candidates have stood down, brave, demonstrated sincerity. So let's push them as our true leaders. Yeah, I think people like Akanji, for example, they deserve a lot of credit because we're talking a lot about vote splitters. But what about those people who actually stood down, put their own personal ambitions to one side, and for a greater cause, for the Ummah, for Palestine, in the cause of unseating Labour and giving them the message they deserve, they stood aside, like Mohammed Tasneem Akanji. There was a brother also in Luton South who stood aside. I don't know what his name is. He stood aside for Atiq Malik. And I think there are many other examples around the country as well. So well done to those people. So just going through the comments now. Tweets always, thank you very much for £2. Do you think the Muslim independents should come together? What do you mean, should they come together? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
Maybe he means, I don't know, like, you've got all these independents now, you've got like 4 independents or whatever. Are they going to come together and form a little party or a little independent bloc? I mean, I guess they will.
Oh, as in a party?
Yeah, or some kind of bloc.
They're quite a diverse bunch, aren't they? A lot of them.
I mean, they're obviously going to sit side by side in Westminster. I can't imagine they're going to ignore each other. I mean, they've all been elected on similar issues. They'll have local things they're going to focus on. I don't see any reason why not. I think they might cooperate and communicate. But in terms of forming like a single party, probably not.
I mean, they all agree on Palestine, don't they? But do they agree on every other issue? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but it's interesting. Independent bloc. It's not a bad idea actually.
A little independent bloc, because these are they're all Muslim as well. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn obviously not, but I'm sure he'll. I don't know.
Do you want to answer that question from Matthew? My brain is too.
Power can corrupt. What key performance indicators do you expect from the winning candidates regarding Palestine? What key performance indicators? Well, the fact is, we're not kidding ourselves here. The UK is not redeemable. It's not savable. This is a system that's rigged, and a couple of independents are not going to, liberate Gaza. That's the sad fact of life. So we're not sitting here hoping that there's going to be revolutionary change and that Britain's somehow going to become a pro-Palestine paradise. But I hope that these candidates will go in and offer some genuine representation, whilst ask some very serious questions.
Just talk
and
about
challenge the government on serious matters.
Yeah, all we can expect them really is for them to talk. I mean, an MP is not a decision maker. All right, they don't control the levers of government. All they can do really is talk about an issue and put a spotlight on it and vote for an issue. So that's what we expect. Good voting a pro-Palestine, pro-Muslim kind of votes.
Yeah.
And, putting the spotlight on Palestine, Islamophobia, those kind of issues.
Yeah.
That's it.
It basically just throwing a spanner in the works. That's why I was particularly interested in seeing someone like Shakil Afzal winning, someone like that, because they would have gone in there and they would have, had a right go at government. They would have had a right go at the Prime Minister. They would have shouted through the halls for Palestine. You know what I mean?
Yes, Dilly. Sorry.
Let's see what else we've got going on.
Yes.
So Labour, a strong win. Let's see. Still nothing from the 2 key Birmingham seats. Whoa, Ladywood. Labour win.
Right.
Labour win. Breaking news. Everyone wake up, drink your coffee or whatever. We've got breaking news from Birmingham. Labour hold in Ladywood. So Ahmed Yakub has lost. He's performed very strongly, but has actually lost by several thousand votes to Shabana Mahmood.
What's the
Very
breakdown?
disappointing. Shabana Mahmood wins with 15,558 to Ahmed Yakub, who comes in second place with 12,137 votes. Bitterly disappointing. Many people suspected that Ahmed Yakub was the strongest chance we had of winning, and actually he's lost. There was no particular split. The Greens have performed very, very well there. So actually, I think
it's the Greens.
The Greens are scuppering some of these pro-Palestine areas. Yeah, they're absolutely. And I think Muslims voting for Greens when they actually have a better alternative. Questions should be asked of them. I mean, I know we're targeting the Labour Muslims, and rightly so. But why are you voting?
Was
for
any
Greens?
deal done with Greens
Not
in
that I
certain
know
areas?
Of. Not that I know of.
Because I could understand the Greens are a long-established party, but you could at least ask them to stand down in certain areas.
I bet they wouldn't. I bet they wouldn't because they've got their own agenda going on. They
No,
don't
but
care
here
about...
it's obvious they couldn't win, right? Whereas Ahmed Yakub could have won.
Yeah, but the Greens, you know, it's...
Okay, that's disappointing.
I think I don't think the Greens, especially because they've got a non-Muslim there, you can't appeal to them on this. This her name is Zoe Chandler. She probably wouldn't have been susceptible to stand down. She's standing on the environment. You have to remember these are extremists, vegan, lefty, liberals, leaf eaters, tree huggers, and they wouldn't trust Ahmed Yakub to represent the environment. Now, would
carnivore?
Exactly, yeah, an Islamic carnivore. So yeah, the Greens.
Yeah,
you know, I think,
Greens,
and how many Muslims vote for the Greens that I don't know. This is speculation, but I've seen in comment sections, I've seen in past Muslim Uncensored episodes, a lot of Muslims in the comment section are really like, no, vote for the Greens are the chance, we need to back the Greens. And I mean, really? I mean, no Muslim should have backed Greens here. Yeah, come on, man. I mean, they're extremists. Even the vegan stuff, I mean, it's an extreme lane. I'm not saying we're not against vegetarians, but you can't literally sit there and go, no, we've got to end the consumption of meat. Because it's halal, you know what I mean? You can't literally sit there and go,
animals
no,
are there for us to eat, right? God made animals so that we can ride them and eat them.
There's many issues with the Greens. There's many issues with the Greens. So actually, you know, Muslims who are backing the Greens when actually there's probably better alternatives, independent Muslims in your area. I mean, shame on you as well.
So Ahmed Yakub. All right, that's
very disappointing. Let's see, is there another result coming in? Let's go to Birmingham again. We've got one more. Perry Bar still to be announced.
It's just it. That's it. One more.
Just one more. That's disappointing. Ahmed Yakub.
You know what?
Performed so well.
You know what?
That's a shame.
Shabana Mahmood had a majority of something like 20,000. He's whittled it down to 2,000.
And obviously, there's a lot of people voting, perhaps who haven't voted.
But he
before.
just seems so confident. He seems so confident.
And he performed so well in the mayoral election.
And I think it's a low turnout again. Again, it's Muslims aren't getting out there, you know, to vote, because I think I don't know how many people are in that constituency, but 12,000 as the winning number seems quite low. So I think people aren't voting.
That is a shame. That is a big shame. So yeah, it seems like very few of the wins that we were expecting have happened, if any. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn, I think a lot of people are pinning him to win. But who else in the list were we expecting to win?
I did say Dewsbury simply because I was told that by the Muslim Vote guys.
Yeah,
I didn't know much about it, but they were saying this is a real possibility. I was thinking Rochdale and one in Birmingham.
Yes, and now we might not get any in Birmingham. We've got one last chance.
I think I'm hearing good things about Perry Bar. But yeah, let's not count our chickens.
Goodness, what a shame. I was expecting a massive result. Do you know, I actually predicted kind of one. I don't even know if I announced it publicly, but one of my predictions in my mind, maybe a week or two ago, was that we'd only have wins in Birmingham. That's what I thought. We may only record wins in Birmingham, and actually, it looks like we'll be lucky if we got any wins in Birmingham.
So if we,
how interesting.
If in terms of our post-election celebration party, where are we going? We're going Dewsbury. And we're going
south.
Leicester South.
I don't know if I'm welcome in Blackburn, but I'll have to see. I think the locals will welcome me, but Adnan's team might not.
Yeah. I think we have to go and see Adnan, don't we?
Yeah.
Get kicked out. Yeah. I think they should have still done the coin toss. You know what I mean? They should do it now.
Just to see who would have won it.
Go with
just out of interest. Well,
my gosh.
My only other suggestion would have been that, yeah, I mean, my idea was very silly. I suggested that everyone step down, scupper the vote, end the
That was
fitna.
even
What?
less
That was
popular than
worse.
the
That was even worse than the coin toss
I
suggestion.
did say to Adnan or Adnan's team, basically, don't stand because you're going to get humiliated. And I said that to Craig's team as well. Basically.
Yeah, wow.
And I was wrong but by the skin of his teeth, he was right and I was wrong.
Yeah.
I still think it was too close for comfort.
Yeah.
I think we did the right thing. You know, I still think we did. Obviously, the fact that he won with a split vote means that he's been justified in going ahead and standing by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, I still think we did the right thing by encouraging a unified stance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think in general, vote splitting has been the biggest issue, other than Muslims backing Labour loyal Muslims. Vote splitting has been the biggest issue plaguing the Muslim vote campaign this general election. So it's a massive problem. We need to find solutions for it. I don't know who's going to be able to do it. Maybe the Muslim vote's got to brainstorm some ideas, and maybe we'll never be able to fix it. But it is one of the biggest challenges that we've faced. It's one of the biggest challenges by far. Let's see, still nothing. One more, Perry Bar.
Perry Bar, and I think it's imminent. And then we can all go home. We can wrap up and go home.
Akunji did the right thing to step down. He wouldn't have done any better. That's from Benji Islam.
Yeah, a lot of praise for Akunji.
However bad people think Birmingham is, we will always show you where worse than you think. I don't agree with that. I think Birmingham is a really good city. A lot of good brothers and sisters there who genuinely care for Palestine and have done their best. You know, we can't build Rome in a day. We can't build Rome in a day. That's something we've got to bear in mind. And you know, it's in Allah's hands at the end of the day. Never trust.
Zahir wants a rundown of. He's just joined. So like we've been here 7 hours, Zahir, while you've been getting your beauty sleep.
He just joined,
and like we can hardly say a word now.
Well, it's morning. People are waking up now, so maybe we should do a quick rundown.
Well, that's not fair, is it? That's like
maybe we should, because people.
Yeah, let's
people are waking up.
If we can get 2 words out, because I'm running on empty now.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so it started off quite badly, and candidates we thought were going to win didn't. But then about 3 o'clock, we got some wins. And the first one was Sher Adam in Leicester South, who beat the Blairite John Ashworth and is now the MP for Leicester South. And that is a Muslim vote win, 100%, because it was a Muslim-led campaign, especially a youth campaign. I went there and I interviewed Brother Shaukat. So alhamdulillah, he's made it into Parliament. Who was the second win? Well, I guess it was Jeremy Corbyn. I was doubting whether that was a Muslim vote win simply because there's only about 10% Muslims in his constituency. But then I subsequently found out that the Muslim Vote Organization did intervene there and backed Jeremy Corbyn. And I'm sure Muslims probably got him over the line there. So I think we can claim that as a win or half a win. After that, who was the third one? Was it Adnan?
I don't remember the order, but
so Adnan and Blackburn came through. Adnan Hussein beat the odds. I was sure that was going to be a safe Labour hold, but he beat Kate Holland by about 500 votes, I think.
Yeah, it was very close.
He is the new.
And he also
MP
beat Craig Murray as well, a vote splitter.
And he beat the vote splitter Craig Murray.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think he settled that argument over who should have stood down.
Yeah,
it should have been Craig Murray, not Adnan Hussein.
Who was the main candidate, the genuine, proper pro-Palestine.
And there were so many people, including friends of mine, that were backing Craig Murray to the hilt, were swearing that he had the most votes, the most popularity, and they were all wrong. But will they apologize? No, they won't, because I know them. They won't. Who else? There's another one, right? Mohammed Iqbal in Dewsbury and Batley. So he had quite a comfortable victory there. So he is the new MP. So we've got at least 4 wins there. And we're hoping for a 5th one, which will be Ayub Khan in Birmingham Perry Bar. But that's still to be confirmed. We still might be disappointed.
Yeah.
That's all we're waiting for now. We don't care about Keir Starmer. We don't care about Rishi Sunak. All we care about is the Muslim vote, and then we're done.
Absolutely. I think that, I think this was a fantastic result. I think this was a win for Muslims in this country. I think that all the forces of evil and darkness that we stand against are going to be angry by these wins. And they've now got to put up with it for 4 years, which is good and great. We've got individuals who I hope will step up for not just Gaza, but also for Muslim issues of concern. These are independents. They're not held by shackles and chains to the Labour Party machine or the Conservative Party machine. So this is unprecedented. I don't think we've ever had this before, as far as I understand.
No.
Muslim independents in Parliament who can say what they want, do what they want, and represent their constituency how they want.
All the Muslim MPs that have appeared in Parliament have been Labour or Tory.
Yeah.
And they've been complete sellouts to one extent or another.
Yeah, and so the pressure's on. These guys have got to step up as well. We're not going to tolerate compromise. We're not going to tolerate watering down of these issues. They were elected because Muslims mobilized to punish the mainstream parties because we're annoyed. We're annoyed about the genocide in Gaza. We're annoyed about the injustices going on. We're annoyed about Islamophobia and racism. We're annoyed about being promised big things and betrayed every single time. So these independents now have to go to Westminster with this in mind, represent local issues, but also remember that they too will be held to accountable by their supporters who have high hopes for them to give them proper
I'm
representation.
annoyed that the abstainers in the parliamentary vote, Rushanara Ali and Shabana Mahmood, have both, by the skin of their teeth, won their constituencies. They don't deserve to be there. They are, as far as I'm concerned, supporters of genocide. They have literally put their own personal careers ahead of the blood of the Palestinian people. But they have both suffered massive reductions to the majority, and they're very lucky to be MPs. But we haven't forgiven them, and we're not going to forget, and they are going to have to still face people in their constituencies who know who they are and what they did.
Yes, absolutely. We're basically waiting on one more seat, Perry Bar, Birmingham Perry Bar, where there's a real chance for another strong Muslim independent candidate to win there. And we've heard rumors that he may actually do it. He may actually win. So that's why we're holding on before we end the live. Many of you may be joining now as morning is here. You may be waking up and tuning in. Some areas also to discuss. Reform UK, the far-right party which has attacked not just immigrants and immigration, but also Muslims and Islam directly. They've also secured some seats. Nigel Farage particularly has also achieved for the first time ever in his political career a seat in Westminster. So we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. I'm sure they'll continue with more of the same, attacking minorities, attacking immigration, and attacking even Muslims and Islam as well going forward. So that's a force that we'll have to step up against as a community and find a way to deal with that. Liane Mohammed, the Palestinian hijabi sister in Ilford North, came agonizingly close to success, agonizingly close to securing a seat in Westminster. She lost out narrowly, I think by a couple of hundred votes in what was a very hard fought campaign. And it was a bitter shame, a bitter blow that we could not secure a proper Palestinian into Westminster as an independent candidate too. She would have done a fantastic job, I'm sure of it, but it wasn't meant to be. Other seats, I think it was Leicester East, if I'm not mistaken. There were no wins for the Muslim vote there. Well, there were no wins for a Muslim vote candidate there. It was actually the Conservative Party who won that seat. However, it should have been a Labour winnable seat. And the fact that Labour didn't win it, when you look at the breakdown, it actually suggests that the Muslim vote did actually manage to ruin Labour's chances of winning that seat. So although we don't have the candidate winning the MP in that seat that we wanted, we actually managed to ruin Labour's chances of winning what should have been a pretty comfortable seat. So that in itself is a win. That is proof that the Muslim vote is a force to be reckoned with in this country, and that it will successfully humiliate the Labour Party, it will punish the Labour Party if they don't go along with what we want. What we want. And right now, what we want the most is justice and a ceasefire for Gaza and freedom for the people of Gaza as well. And of course, boycotts work best when you target the right targets, and the Labour Party certainly is a good target for Muslims to boycott and to punish, and that's exactly what we've successfully done in some key seats.
The two disappointing things, just to reiterate for the people that are just joining, are that stubbornly, I would say maybe 50% of people, of Muslims, still voted Labour despite everything. And in far too many constituencies, vote splitting has been going on, and it has actually cost us seats. I think without the vote splitting issue, we probably would have won at least 10 Muslim vote back seats, possibly more. So it's had real consequences.
Yes, there's pros and cons, but I think we can walk away from tonight and say, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, Palestine has won, Muslim vote has won, but there's a lot of work to do, and there are actually some very irritating issues which have to be overcome, challenges. This is a learning lesson. This is a learning curve for us. This is something which we have a lot to take away from, and I think the Muslim Vote Organization is going to be key going forward in trying to find a way to overcome these issues. And like Roshan said, Muslims remaining loyal to Labour, we've got to rip them away and try and convince them to get on board with what the rest of the community is doing, and stop falling in line like the master-slave relationship that Labour has enjoyed for many years in the past. We've got to break that away, but also this vote-splitting issue. How are we going to overcome it? Because it's clearly going to keep happening again and again going forward in other elections unless we find a way to effectively combat it, or at least minimise it so it becomes less of an issue. We could have won in areas like, I believe it was Bradford and seats like that, where there was a split, which if the split had ended, we would have performed very strongly, if not outright won the seat from Labour. So those are the issues. There's still nothing coming from Birmingham Perry Bar.
Should we call it a day at 7 o'clock?
Sure, so that's 10 minutes.
So 10 minutes, even if Berry Bar hasn't come in.
Okay.
Simply because we've had staff here, brothers and sisters, that have been here all night. It's not just myself and Robert. We've got people behind the scenes, and it's unfair to keep them any longer. We actually did tell them we'd finish about 5.
Oof.
And it's already nearly 7 o'clock.
Okay. Well, let's go through the comments section again. Jody lost by 600 votes. That's such a shame for Yardley. That's absolutely true. We've faced some massive disappointments with Birmingham. Jody McIntyre losing in Birmingham Yardley has been very disappointing, to say the least. Dear brothers, let's see, what other comments have we got? Don't give up. The Prophet stood against bigger odds. Start with a few seats, then move forward.
Nothing from Perry Bar?
Still nothing.
Let me have a look on BBC News.
Yeah, it's a stubborn seat. The results are just not coming out.
Is there a recount? If there's a recount, it's very close.
Still nothing.
Okay, you've got 9 minutes, Birmingham Perry Bar. Let's fill the time by giving Ibrahim a call. So this is Ibrahim Khan, who's from Islamic Finance Guru. Assalamu alaikum, Ibrahim. You're live with me and Robert. We've made it this far all night. Yeah, you sent me a WhatsApp saying these results are insane. So what's your take?
Well, I'm still reading in shock. I'm trying to figure out if I'm actually awake yet. No, I think the as I said right at the start of the evening, the key goals were sending a message, making sure that we ideally do that through taking even just 1 seat or 2 seats. But here we've and I'm still counting exactly how many seats there are. You can probably tell me. It looks like there's been at least 4 or 5 independents.
Yes, yeah. We're just waiting on Ayub Khan now. That's the only one remaining.
Yeah, and I mean this is unprecedented stuff. Within like 8 months as a community, we've united, and even with split votes, sometimes we've somehow managed to do this. I mean, overcoming majorities of 30,000.
Yeah.
We've slashed them to 500. We made them marginals.
Yeah.
It's like just of course, the mainstream media is talking about a certain type of narrative. Understandably, like they're talking about from a national perspective what's happening. But this is, I think, as significant, if not more significant, than the reform story that we're seeing at the moment. I think all of the Muslim community should be very proud of themselves. I think we've shown that we're genuinely maturing in the right direction.
I think without the split votes, we probably would have won about 10 seats. It's quite obvious in a place like Bethnal Green, Ajmal Masroor would have won there without the split vote. I know, because even like
alliances.
Yeah. So alhamdulillah. So overnight you're happy. A good night. A good night. I mean the negatives for me. You've outlined the positives there, and I concur. The negatives were a stubborn Muslim vote for Labour in many areas. Nationwide, it's probably going to be over 50%, I would say, of Muslims that have voted. Maybe not enough Muslims going out to vote. A lot of these constituencies seem to have had very low turnouts in Muslim areas. And the third thing is the vote splitting.
I think those are all fair points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you stay up all night, or did you go to? Sorry, go on.
What's that, sorry?
Did you stay up all night, or did you go to sleep for a few hours?
No, I went to sleep without any of these main seats being announced. So
right. Okay. You're just finding out now. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. All right, Ibrahim. I'll let you go, and I'll speak to you soon. So well done, Mabruk, brother. Well done. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, that's Ibrahim Khan from Islamic Finance Guru, which is one of the supporting organizations of the Muslim vote. Should we just finish off with some comments, and then we'll call it a day, Robert?
Yeah, nothing coming through yet from Perry Bar. Don't know what's going on. Nothing coming through at all. It's really slowed down as well. Results are crawling in.
Wickham.
There's
Anybody know about Wickham? High Wickham. That's a Muslim area, isn't it?
Yeah, there's maybe like 6 seats left from what I can see from the map. 6, 7, 8 seats across the country, and they're coming in very slowly. I'm not sure what's holding them up.
Yeah, I think we've done well. We've met our expectations, and we had lower expectations than most of the Muslims. Most of the Muslims thought we were going to win 10 seats or more, and I never thought that was a possibility. I thought we'd win 3, and we're probably going to end up winning 5. Inshallah, if Ayub comes through.
There were times when we thought we wouldn't win any as well. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, I thought there was a real possibility we wouldn't win any.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I think our mood went through peaks and valleys throughout the weeks.
Yeah.
Sometimes we were very positive, sometimes negative.
No, I think we've got a positive, and we put the fear of God up. Many of these MPs, these genocide supporting MPs, that have won by the skin of their teeth. Frankly.
Absolutely.
So we have sent a message. There are negatives as well, but we always knew there were going to be negatives, and this is a struggle. This is a jihad that we're on, right? It's a struggle. And it's never going to be plain sailing.
And you have to remember that this is a growing community which is integrating into Britain very, very well. And I think in the future, this just shows that the Muslim vote, but it's already a force to be reckoned with, but it's only going to grow from here. I mean, just simply through more Muslims living in this country, And we have to play a role in one way or another, because there are forces at work here which need to be fought against, and these are forces which are out to harm people. You know, this is apartheid, genocide, Zionism, Islamophobia we're talking about. It's on the rise, you know, across
I think the
globe.
Muslim vote in the UK has finally come of age. It was always over-egged. A win here for Galloway, a win there, occasionally in a by-election, but on a national stage in a general election over many areas of the country, this is the first time the Muslim vote has stood up and been counted.
What advice do you have for the candidates who have now won? Because going forward, I mean, we're not politicians, but at the end of the day, we are individuals who speak up for the issues, which they've now got to go to Westminster and speak up for. They're going to face media appearances. They're going to face criticism. They're going to be attacked.
Remember,
they're going to be slammed for many issues, and they face a choice: step up and be strong, or perhaps compromise and back down and backpedal. What do you have to say?
Well, I would just say to them, remember who put you there. As simple as that. The Muslims put you there, right? No one else put you there. The Muslims put you there. So you have a duty to listen to what we say, and especially in what you talk about in Parliament and how you vote. As long as you do that, alhamdulillah, we'll keep supporting you. No problem whatsoever. Don't ignore us as well. Too many Muslim MPs, they get into power and suddenly they're too good for us. All right. So you're not too good for us, okay? And we put you there. So I'm not trying to threaten anybody or anything like that. There's a few home truths here, right? We put you there. That's the reason why you're there.
I think
simple as that.
Just stay humble if you can, because you're in a system now that it's like the movie industry. You know, it's a dirty business you're in, and you've got to stay true to the cause, stay humble, and remember that people have high expectations of you, like you say.
And if you're a Muslim, I mean, not all of them are Muslims, but if you're a Muslim, then behave like a Muslim.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Do not transgress any Islamic red lines.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
if you do, we're going to criticize you for it.
Yeah, and remember,
and we're not going to go easy on you. We might privately advise you, but if it becomes blatant and persistent, then we're going to call you out for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just remember that this political career you've now got for yourselves, which you may be new to for the first time, it's not going to last forever. Do you know what I mean? There will be a time where you'll have to come back to your community and you won't be Mr. Big Shot in Westminster anymore. And you've got to think, do I want to come back to my community as a hero, or do I want to come back as a villain? Someone who's loathed and despised and detested, like so many of these other Muslim MPs who don't even have a relationship with their community anymore because they're too busy sucking up to Keir Starmer and the genocidal Labour Party. So just bear that in mind as well. You want to have a career now, do your best, remain strong and true, but also just remember that you will be answerable on the Day of Judgment, and also answerable to your community as well.
Adnan Hussein won despite everyone hating him. That's clearly not true. Because
everyone in Blackburn.
He got 10,500 votes in Blackburn. In Blackburn, he's obviously a popular person. Outside of Blackburn, maybe not, and internationally, maybe not. But in Blackburn, and that's the only thing that counts here, because they're the ones that had the votes. So that's not true.
Still nothing from Perry Bar. This one could be the last one. I don't know when that's coming in. It could be in
Bilal's giving us some breaking news here. Labour won the election. Should we end on that?
What, really? I didn't predict that at all. Well, I think that is one to end on. Well, it's been a long evening. Do you want to end up the show for once?
No, I just hope that Ayub Khan wins. I think he's going to win. I mean, 1 million people in our comment section have told us he's going to win, so they can't all be wrong, hopefully. No, just brothers and sisters, thank you for sticking with us in amazing numbers throughout the night. Thank you for all the comments. Really appreciated. We've done our best. Excuse us if we've said anything wrong, if we've made any faults or said anything incoherent or stupid. We've done our best. We always do our best on 5 pillars, and that's all we can do. So Jazakallah khair from me. Robert, final word from you.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair from me as well. Yeah, it's been great. It's been fun. I hope we performed well. Do leave your comments in the comment section below because it helps us. We do read them as well. And stay tuned, as we will be bringing more reaction from the aftermath of this very unprecedented general election.
I think we're going to take a bit of a break as well, brothers and sisters. I think we're going do a bit of post-mortem and a few interviews with the successful candidates in particular, inshallah. But we'll probably take a little bit of a break next week just to recover, because we've been at this for 6 weeks non-stop and we're both a bit burnt out. So forgive us if we post a little bit less news than normal, but we'll be up and running again in no time at all, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay.
Well, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. There you have it.